That's terrible. Chat, you missed such a good... Wait, it's too loud. I'm sorry, what's too loud? Oh, you think the music is what's keeping me quiet. I got it. Yeah, thank you, Darful, for letting me know I am muted. Let's try that again. Let's just pretend none of that ever happened. What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody is having an amazing... Can I make sure that, like, that's my voice, right? That's my voice. Okay. What is going on, everybody? Everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 2nd of July, 2026, coming up on a big holiday weekend for those of you in the United States, celebrating the glorious 250th birthday of an idea that may have failed a little while ago, but nonetheless, chat, we're out there on the lawn of the Capitol Mall, jorking it in a Uncle Sam costume and so much more. Chat, we got tiles falling from the stage at the musical performance. It's not looking good for America, is what I'm saying, right? I don't think we made it to 250. We turned into a fucking joke before that even happened. Anyway, chat, I'm not supposed to editorialize the intro, but yeah, that's what we're dealing with in the US right now. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of a ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and why ever you are. We're about to jump into it right here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my God, chat. Happy birthday, America. Yeah, coming up soon. So yeah, I've made some changes, all right? I was gonna bring this to you yesterday, but I had a little bit of a kitchen disaster, and instead of, totally crashing out, I made the most of it. And I made a new schedule. Like, I realized that this, like, sort of aspirational goal of, like, let's make the stream slightly earlier so that people can actually be awake for the stream, it's a little too aspirational. It wasn't happening soon enough. So I put down a schedule for myself, and I'll be starting a lot earlier. Let me see if I got this correct, right? The starting time, yeah, let me bring this up. It's on Twitch. We're gonna be talking about Hasan and Jiang today. Hasan and Jiang have met, have debated, and have worked out their differences. Yo, Neopergos, thank you for becoming a member. And I'm gonna strive in the near future. Wait, say it in Thai now? Say I love the hand skirts? I actually don't know what these are even called. I didn't know they were called hand skirts in the US. Oh, say the whole thing. You can't give super chats for oh yeah, that I don't know. Hopefully that can get sorted out, but thank you for weaseling up. And you just got weaseled. Yeah, 0.250 American loud, cheap, potentially deadly, perfectly describes America 250 and America in general. Speaking of members, we got a member chat right now. It is July now. Did I say June? Everyone is heterosexual and cisgender. Yes. And if you listen to Joe Biden, never mind. Joe Biden has turned us all white. He did pop up again, didn't he? To just kind of do like a little dunking on Trump to say, "Do you miss me now?" I'm not sure what that was about. And I'm not sure if we'll have time for that chat because we got a full plate for today. The Jiang and Hasan conversed for about 2 hours. And I want to spend as much of the time as I possibly can. That's why we'll be foregoing, there we go, foregoing the news gauntlet. Let's see if we can, also is, am I actually putting stuff up on screen? Foregoing the news gauntlet, talking with chat right now, and then we got Professor Jiang. We also got the possibility of bonus content. And if I'm gonna get any of that, that's gonna be anything more than theoretical. I'm gonna have to get through this this Hasan content. So yeah, I've made some changes. I've changed the way that I lived for you, chat, and to make things easier, to make things better, to make it so that more of you can actually watch me live. I know some of you you're used to only getting to see me not live. I mean, not unalive, but you know, after the fact, after the stream. Hexmaroon, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime and helping us get started here. So yeah, I want to explain what we're going to be doing differently. Okay, but first I gotta do. I've been offering a very quick, very easy super chat goal right at the beginning.
At Neopagos, super chatted $5. Happy weekend. Censored to the American Empire.
Let's make this happen. DTA, yes, I believe is what's being communicated there, and yeah. This is I don't say God bless America, okay? In the words of Reverend Jeremiah Wright, I don't say God bless America. I say something else. Anyway, chat, goddamn America. Goddamn, I want to hear Trump say it though. Goddamn America. How dare you vote out my Republican Congress and allow the Democrats to investigate all of my malfeasance? All of my mousefeasance too, in Minecraft. Wait, is there something going on with Minecraft right now? I keep on seeing these videos saying that Minecraft has, wait, rain check on that one? Wait. Oh, on DTA. Okay, I thought you were saying, yeah, because Rusty was wanting me to say something in Thai. I couldn't quite figure out what it was. But yeah, we're gonna be doing things differently. More on that later. But yeah, like I said, let me actually get this set up. Goal. Oh my God. What sucks is that there's a little white button, right? That says goal, as in super chat goal. It's right next to another little white button that says end stream, right? There's a very different result from me pressing open up a super chat goal. Dual wield, that's what we're gonna do maybe, if we hit this goal today. Dual wield butterflies. And this is something I gotta think about, chat. Better rewards for people supporting the stream, because it turns out the reward of just like infinite longer time, it's like, it's making it so you have less streams, right? And that's kind of what happened yesterday, is we had a great topic. I made my thumbnail really quickly, but because I'd been on stream all day yesterday, I didn't have time, sorry, all day the day before yesterday, I didn't have time to prepare anything, including like food for myself and stuff that's important, stuff that I can't do without. So dual wielding butterflies, if you get to 5 super chats in the next 30 minutes of the light blue variety or higher. I think that's like lower than 40 Thai baht, so it's something a little bit above a dollar. Actually, we'll get you onto here. Direful's already gotten us started with 1, so even though it says 4 super chats, you know, consider it. Sorry, it says 5 super chats. Consider it 4 super chats. There we go. That's going off now. But yeah, my goal, chat. Let me show you what we're talking about here. Okay, because my goal is gonna be to stream to you at least 5 days a week. More if there's more going on. Let's see if I can bring this out here, show you what exactly I'm talking about. And it's too bad YouTube doesn't have something like this, right? YouTube is, you know, there's a million ways that YouTube is better than Twitch, but this is not one of them. Let us proceed to this screen. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, you can kind of see most of it, I guess. There we go. That's my Twitch schedule, right? This is up on twitch.tv/nocommentchick cc. I sent a super chat. The super chats are not. Wait. What is going on? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Okay, so like we'll consider it to be on 3. All right, those 2 counted. Okay. But yeah, thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat. I didn't even see that. And Neoprogos for becoming a member. Direful for super chatting to let me know that I was muted. And Neoprogos for wishing everybody a happy weekend, unless you are a fan of the wait, if I do the Twitch thing, does this make that better? So chat, you can see this is a schedule, and it's a new schedule, and it's a different schedule, and it is most importantly of all an earlier schedule, which I think a lot of you might appreciate. I hope you would appreciate something like that. Okay, so yeah, that's today's stream. We got on a little bit late. The idea is to be on at 9 p.m. Pacific time. Wait a minute, is that right? Oh no, we were on at 9 p.m. The idea is to be on at what? 7 p.m. Pacific time, right? Wait. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. I changed all this yesterday. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Fuck. Wait, what am I looking at? Okay. What? Yeah, now it's that's correct. That's correct. What the fuck? I don't understand. Okay, let me just show you next week's schedule. Just a little bit frustrated with this. I'm gonna have to fix some of this, right? But yeah, the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday is correct. I'm gonna be starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time. That means what? 10 p.m. Eastern time. So, you know, not quite in the daylight, but earlier, right? And the stream here is saying 4 hours. Now, that's not a hard limit for me. 4 hours is not like a completely like hard limit, but I want to kind of be around 4 hours most days of the week. And there's the reason for that is, as you can see, Monday, wait a minute. How does this work again? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, not Thursday, Friday, yes. Saturday, yes. Not Sunday, right? So we're skipping Sunday, we're skipping Thursday provisionally, chat. And that is because those are the days that I have Thai class on. So I thought, you know, like maybe that's the day to take off. So yeah, is that confusing? It's kind of confusing. Monday through Wednesday, then Friday and Saturday. That's my streaming days. At 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. That's how it's gonna work from now on, right? So I'm really hoping to do the best into Rusty. I'm gonna screen cap what you're saying and see if I can speak to it a little bit later, because you can see I'm in the middle of explaining stuff, but your challenge is accepted, right? As far as wait, no, I don't want to put it into a search. That'll just tell me what you're saying. Let me see, maybe put it onto this thing. Oh yeah, chat, we're 50% to the video game stream already. Okay, well, tiny little Thai letters. That's not super helpful, but at least I won't lose it now. Makes sense to you? I was here first. I have to catch up with the XP. I'll be okay. It'll be okay. Ignore Twitch being trash. 3 more super chats for a double butterfly. That's what we got set up, chat. I made it really easy, but it's also really quick. Listen to you during a really long car ride the other day. I'm glad I could keep you company. Those long car rides are tough. Do you ever sleep for like 12 hours from exhaustion? I think when I was sick. Oh, in Minecraft, yeah. It wouldn't let you say, oh, in the super chat. That's why it wouldn't. So you would have just straight up said, you weren't trying to be like polite. You were just like, Mitch McConnell didn't wait for the 250. Wait, is he dead? I don't know what's going on with Mitch McConnell. Anyway, let me see if I can just change this in the background really quickly, because I kind of want to just have this, you know, so you can see it like in all of its glory, the new schedule, right? And, you know, like this is available on Twitch. If you go to twitch.tv/nocommentchick, that CC is important, put that on, or else you'll get nowhere. Then you'll see like all my recent streams and stuff, and then you can flip, there's a tab that you can flip over to see the schedule, right? And I'm gonna try to keep the schedule up to date. I'm gonna try to keep to the schedule. Back to, what am I doing? The account settings. I gotta hit this, yeah, channel and videos, I think is the one I want. And then schedule. What the fuck happened with this? 7, okay. 7 to 11, 7 to 11. And realistically, chat, it could be as much as 7 to 1 a.m. But I'm gonna try to cut it at 6 hours. That's something that I had. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know what happened. Let me just edit these really quickly. Friday and Saturday, we are streaming, but it's 7 p.m. for 4 hours, right? The idea is that the 4 hours is what you'll get regardless, but that we can go up to like 6 hours based on donos. So I haven't really gotten a good system to implement that in yet, but we're headed for that. Okay. No. Saturday, you should say 7. All right, got it. All right, let me try to reload and see if this shows it. Oh my god. What happens if I follow my, oh wait, I'm not logged in. I was like, why is it letting me follow? Blah, blah. Okay, so this is the past, right? This is today. Why does it say I was supposed to be on at 6? Wait, let me just look at this again. Fuck. Why does it seem to say I was supposed to be on at 6? That's crazy. 7 is what the rest of them say. Friday, Saturday, 7 to 11. And then go forward a week. Yeah, everything looks good in the... Okay, I must have just screwed up on today's... I scheduled today's stream as a one-off, right? And ideally, I would love to be able to have like titles, subject matter, give you some idea of what I'm planning to stream, you know, that day in advance. I think that would be helpful too. And hopefully one day, chat, we'll just have these on YouTube as scheduled streams, right? I'll try to put that on the schedule so you can see. There's a stream coming up Monday, there's a stream coming up Tuesday, there's a stream coming up Wednesday, there's a stream coming up Friday, there's a stream coming up Saturday. But if you can just remember, I think the easiest way to remember this is I'm off on Thursday or Sunday. That doesn't mean that there won't be a stream, because if something comes up, I'll try to come on, and if I get on early enough, right, I can cover it before Thai class, just like I'm doing today, right? I have a heart out for Thai class, but we probably won't even get there. What do we need to do? Wait, can I put this where it's, I just want to like leave this like visible for a little while. Okay, It's not a way to have all of the, what does this look like? Oh no, just jump to a week. Okay, no, don't want that. I just want all of it on the screen at once. Can I have that? I can't. I cannot. I have to scroll through this, right? But you get the idea. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 7 p.m. or 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Friday and Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific. We'll stream for at least 4 hours. Speaking of which, let me put 4 hours on the clock. I gotta change donos. I gotta change the way that donos work, right? In the past, I just gave you more and more time, and it's making me do less and less streams, right? So I guess like maybe the time isn't changing, so to speak. Maybe. What am I trying to say? Like I'll do the same number of hours per week. You'll just get more streams and they'll be shorter, and I'll have time to do other things in between those, like, you know, make myself food, which you shouldn't put the chopsticks in the bowl. I think the chopsticks go like across the bowl like that. There's a specific reason in Japanese culture not to shove your chopsticks into the rice bowl, and if you know, you know, chat. But yeah, that's the idea. That's where we're going to, and we got to get into this Hasan thing. So have I started the timer yet? No, I haven't. Let's start the timer. Bonus content. We have Mediasan versus AFD Varibu. Do we all know what a Varibu is? People are voting for this, so I guess. Like, look, I couldn't say Nazi, so I said Varibu, right? You know what a weeaboo is. A weeaboo is an American that really likes Japanese stuff and anime and all that, you know, like a weeboo, right? American fan of anime. You've got a Cinnaboo. A Cinnaboo, like Lisa Silverman from Persona 2, is somebody who, oh my god, Narwhal, thank you for the super sticker. Cinnaboo is somebody who really likes Chinese culture. You know, an Ameriboo, somebody that likes American culture, like Hasan Piker. I'm trying to think if there's any other. Is there like a Frankaboo? Francophile. That's what you. It's like if you like French stuff, you're a pedophile. I don't know. They gotta workshop that one, right? Maybe don't combine it with file. Anglophile, Francophile. What is the actual word for like a German fan? Like a Deutsche? No, there's probably like a word in German. Eine Deutschliebe. Bist du eine Deutschliebe? Du liebst Deutschland? Vielleicht? Du liebst die Land und Leute von Deutschland. Anyway, chat. Anyway, we're enough German. Okay, we got to get into this. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there today. If I'm gonna, can you do the full intro in Thai? Oh, the full intro in Thai. That is an interesting question. The word salad in Thai. It's a word salad. If English is your second language, it's probably pretty hard to follow along with the intro. I could see that. In Pasa Thai. I'll work on it, Rusty and JS. I will work on that. That's a challenge, and I would learn a lot by working on that too. And maybe even you could correct me. Like, yeah, okay, we'll work on that. We'll work on that for maybe next week, right? We've got a lot going on over this weekend, right? So today we're going to be talking about Hasan Piker and Professor Jiang. We're just going to go over that. Maybe do some of this bonus content too, if we have time. If I can get through it fast enough. You know, if we can, like, again, you can extend the stream for like, is it 2 hours? Is that what I've got? The way it's set up? I don't know. There's kind of a limit on that. The other thing I thought about is maybe if we extend the time past 6 hours, I could do 6 hours that day, and then I could put the excess time on the Friday stream, because I don't know how I get through, you know, Friday in this short of time, and I have more time on it's Saturday for me, so I have more time that day. So maybe just all the excess just flows into the Friday streams and makes those cooler. Also, it would make gaming occur later at night. I don't know, chat. I've got to figure this out, and I don't have it figured quite out yet, so just please hang on with me. I will figure out something. Where are we on that dual wielding the butterfly goal? 14 minutes left. We're looking for 3 more super chats of the light blue variety. Narwhal, you got a super sticker of the light blue variety. They really need to like either count super stickers, which they should, or say that like this is only for super chats. This is only for super chats. The other thing that I can add, anybody in chat use gifting? You know, like if you're watching a stream and all of a sudden there's like a little purple icon that pops up and it says flow state, like all like over the chat, it's like, ooh, flow state, ooh, right? Anybody seen that? Anybody seen the flow state thing? That apparently is a different way of supporting the stream. It's called gifting. I haven't greenlit it yet, but I think I want to. Chopsticks in the bowl for Mitch McConnell. Exactly, Rusty. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, yes. They used to count the stickers. They used to count the stickers. They should count the stickers. Why not count the stickers? Also, why not Stream Elements actually notice that there's a thing called super stickers? Oh, I know. The reason for that is that the Stream Elements, they thought they were going to make all this money out of doing making sponsorships easier for streamers, right? I've tried, but before I realized where Stream Elements was headquartered and you know, like the political beliefs of the ownership, I tried out one of those sponsorships on the StarCraft gacha game. I'm not going to do that ever again, okay? And the reason is I don't want, like, you know, I use Stream Elements, but I don't send any money to them, right? I don't use the dono mechanism or the I don't do the sponsorships, right? But the other reason is that gacha games, like, look, for me, a gacha game, I've never been tempted to spend any money. All right, they're either fun or they're not, and I never you know, pay to find out, is it funner when you pay? Because I'm just not interested in a game like that. But I think that some people do end up spending more money than they mean to on those. There is like an addictive sort of loop that, you know, that they're trying to stoke the same like dopamine release that like gambling would do. And again, I'm not trying to feed my community into the sausage machine of Gamba. That's why we don't stream on Kick, and you know, the only Gamba you get is Persona 2 Gamba, right? But yeah, I guess those gacha games kind of are like gambling, right? So that's the reason I don't do that. Anyway, I was like right in the middle of reading you out the bonus topics, right? So we got Mediasan versus an AFD. What is that? Something für Deutschland? I can't remember. What is the first word? What does AFD stand for? It stands for losing your cursor every time you click on something. No. Alternative. Wait. Is it the same word in German? Alternative für Deutschland. But anyway, they're Nazis. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. These guys are Nazis. These guys are trying to bring back the Third Reich, but like with a tongue in cheek and trying to, oh no, it's all memes. No, of course not. Of course, and Germany right now is struggling on like whether to ban the political party or whether they even can ban the political party, because it's looking to be the most popular party in Deutschland right now, right? And that would look really bad if even though they totally violate you know, the anti-Nazi codes for Germany. Those games you're talking about, I remember reading somewhere they use the same algorithm as the Vegas casino. Yeah, I found that out afterwards. For me, it was just a fun little thing of like, ooh, look, I got Spock. Ooh, look, I got Captain Kirk. I mean, you don't get those because those are the bigger items on the gacha, but you get, I don't know, Mr. Sulu or something. Mr. Sulu. You know, you get all the every Star Trek's like characters, and you go pew pew and stuff like that. But I mean, it wasn't that much fun. It was only fun because we were playing as a group, right? It was only fun because we were playing as the Weasel Alliance. And when I found out, like, you know, how gacha games work, what they're designed to do, how many people end up spending money that they probably need for themselves on those things, I just said, nah, we're out. So that's why we're not fucking with Stream Elements. But yeah, what I was trying to say is that Stream Elements, right? their monetization strategy was going to be to, to pair content creators with sponsorships, right? And that was where their money was going to come from. It turns out it just didn't work out for them, right? So they're not making enough money from it. And what generally happens with a software like that is it gets abandoned. When the software gets abandoned, then they don't implement things like counting a super sticker or making an alert for the super sticker, or what is the other thing that they don't do? Yeah, if there's any bugs, they don't fix it. Right? Anyway, we need to get going, Chad. I don't have much time, but you know the deal. You can make the stream longer to a limit. You can make the stream longer with super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I'm still trying to crowdfund that Vietnam trip. The trick is going to be to go to Vietnam, to have enough money in the bank to show the Thai embassy when they look at they have to look at your bank account, right? That you can support yourself. And the thing is, if I pay out of pocket for the ticket, especially if I pay late, I will not have that money in the bank, and the Thai, embassy will not accept my application for another educational visa. And I really do want to learn more Thai. I think it seems like it's going to take 2 years to become fairly proficient at that. So if you want to help me out with that, if you want to help me with staying in Thailand instead of, I don't know, moving to Vietnam and possibly not being able to stream on Twitch. That's the other real drawback with Vietnam, is that last time I was there, Twitch, would not work. And I think it might be banned in Vietnam. I'm not sure. Direful, thank you for the gifted sub to Globits. Globits, wait, are there multiple Globits? Wait, are you CH Globits? Wait, what? I'm so confused now. Oh, Globits. Wait, why did that? Oh my God. Oh, it's my freaking computer screen. Yo, there was a little bit of dust on the computer screen and it made it look like it was CH Globits. And I was just like, wait, did Globits get a new? Anyway, chat, we got that figured out. But yeah, let me figure out really quickly what we're dealing with in terms of adding time here with the caveat, chat, that I'm not going to go past 6 hours for now. Any extra time gets added on to tomorrow's stream, Friday's stream, and I guess we'll do that for now. I've got a lot to figure out, but we've also got to get on that Hasan thing. So let me count everything up where we're at so far. All right. Sorry to be throwing so much like housekeeping information at you all at once, but I knew things needed to change. I had the intention to get on earlier. I wasn't getting on earlier. And the one thing I haven't tried is like a schedule. Is just making a schedule. Like, when do you go to class? All right, put that down, right? When do you want to stream? Okay, put that down. Do you want to exercise in the morning before stream? Put that down. And maybe, chat, I'm hoping this is going to change the way that I live. Narwhal has counted this all up for me already, and it looks like we're at 31. Is that right? 31? 31 out of 100. I will take it now just to get us going. Thank you, Narwhal, by the way. Sub add time. 31. And I'm sorry that I'm not like, I usually like individually read these and stuff, but yeah, we're adding 31 minutes right away. And I'll add time as it comes along. If you support me on Twitch, it does it automatically. Usually, let me know if it messes up, right? If you if you support me on YouTube through Super Chat, Super Stickers, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, or on throne.com, that's the one with the nice, like, the wind chime sound. Like that's the alert, because it used to scare me. It used to be a loud alert. Now it's a calm alert. If you support me on Throne or on Patreon or even over on Twitch, which we've got a special going on for one more day, chat. If you're a person who gifts subs, those gifted subs in packs of 5 or greater are now 35% off. So you get a better deal. You pay less money for that. Your generosity is, I guess, goes further. If right now you can also support me like Kexmaroon did with a Twitch Prime sub at no cost to you, right? I mean, you're obviously paying for Prime already, so there's the cost. But yeah, if you just hook up your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you can get a Twitch Prime sub, just like Kexmaroon did. And if you do that, you will be able to use that sub on the streamer of your choice. If it happens to be me, you can turn back time. You can rewind the VOD in my chat. You'll get all the emotes. You'll get a special Persona 2 head, a character, which reminds me, I gotta add Maya. I've got to add Maya. Maya needs to be added to that as the top level, because we have people that have been around and have had the June head for too long. We got to expand that so people get Maya. Anyway, chat, yeah, Maya's coming up tomorrow on the video game stream. So every Friday we do a video game stream. If we are up to 100 on the kitty, right, we try to put 100 yen in the kitty, and right now we got 50. We got 50 yen in the kitty and a mysterious Thai word that I need to try to sound out using my skills that I've attained in Thai reading class. 3 minutes left on the butterfly goal. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be every day, chat. Like every day at the beginning of chat, if you want me to dual wield, in other words, have a pink and a blue butterfly in my hair, then that you can do that. I'll put down a very quick but very easy goal to try to attain. Speaking of attaining something, it looks like, why is TikTok emailing me? Oh my God, Omega Star, thank you so much for supporting the surprise visa extension fund and helping me to keep on learning. It will end up, go into that place of making sure that I got enough money in the bank come this September to convince the Thai royal embassy that I'm not going to be a burden.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5. I approve of such a binary.
Such a binary? That's an acceptable binary. Well, thank you for the super chat. Chat, what does this make it so we're like, $63. Wait, I did this wrong. It should say 90, 98. 98, okay. So yeah, we're gonna max this out for today, and I'm gonna try to give you a 6-hour stream, which is, again, that's gonna be my limit, okay? I hope you understand. I'll try to, maybe we'll still do longer streams on Friday, right? Maybe the Friday stream can be a longer stream, right? But other than that, I'm gonna keep it to 6 hours, and the reason that I'm doing that is to make sure that I can come back, that I can do 5 streams a week at least, right? So that is that's the goal. I'll let you handle the maths. Yeah, thank you, Narwhal. I appreciate. Or let me handle the maths. Either way. But yeah, we're about to get started here. And I need to add some time to this. Oh, I don't know how to figure this out. It's a new system, chat. But again, let me know. Oh yeah, the other thing that you got to let me know is in addition to making the stream last longer, up to a limit, 6-hour limit, right? And maybe adding more time to the Friday stream as well. Maybe we'll do that. In addition to that, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and it'll help it in the poll, right? So Mediasan versus AFD Varibu, right, in first place right now. Peter Thiel's Argentine mansion, that is coming from the Nerd Reich, right? Does everybody know Gil Duran and the Nerd Reich? These are amazing content creators. You should probably follow them on YouTube, because they put out a lot of good stuff, and it's all about the tech bros. They're keeping tabs on the tech bros, and we need that right now. So we'll keep on the tabs on Peter Thiel and his Argentine mansion with Gil Duran in the Nerd Reich if that gets chosen. We got Boy violating. They're violators, chat. They're violating the Cuba blockade. They just went right through that bitch. They just sailed right through. They sailed through the Cuba blockade. So we got that. And then we got BE, Bad Empanada, telling Americans how to do politics. Apparently not through the DSA and and pissing off all the neolibs by turning the Democratic Party into an actual left party, right? Anyway, but Bad Empanada has apparently got some ideas. Boy has no chill. Yeah, they just went right through. I can't believe it. They just went right through. Noah Jones. No, I can pronounce names correctly. Noel Jones. Wow. Noah Lyons. How did I get that? I think I turned the J into an I in my brain. But anyway, Noel Jones, you just got jellyfished at no cost to you with a Twitch Prime sub, which is a pretty good deal. The best deal going, with the 35% off of gift subs being the next best deal. What is the other thing that I always do? So you know how to get the content that you want, both by voting. The vote is over on youtube.com. You'll have to click on nocommentchick on YouTube, youtube.com/nocommentchick. Then you can click on my live stream. Then you can click on the chat, and in the chat you'll see a poll. That's where you vote. You can vote, and you can also, if you donate, let me know which of these topics appeals to you, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You can also say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying, I want what the voters want. I want to get what the voters are getting, right? I will have what they're having, right? What are they voting for? I'm in support of that, right? That you're a very agreeable person. If you say Vox Populi, you're, instead of like using your wealth to get what you want, you're using your wealth to get what everybody wants, and that is appreciated, right? Or you can say video game stream to add to the kitty, which is at 50% right now. Steven says Vox Populi. Yes, Vox Populi indeed. Wait a minute, let's just do that with your you're talking about for your Patreon, right? Oh my gosh. I should yeah, Patreon people, like if you're continuing wait a minute. Oh my gosh, I confused you with somebody else. I'm sorry. I'm so confused. Oh my god, I choose to abuse my power? Okay. In what way though? We gotta get into this. Let me read off the Patreons. I just mentioned that if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I read off your name at the beginning and end of every stream, and I give you a fancy shout out. Frogs. Okay, the frogs are eating good then. The frogs can be secured in knowing that they are gonna get what they want, which is more Persona 2. Which, you know, people are asking me like, how far are we in the game? My estimation is more than a third of the way through. Right. I think we're more than a third of the way through the game. I would love to tell you we're half the way through the game, but you know how these things work, right? The ending content, the bosses, the dungeons, that's always like a little bit more than you know, that's a heavy portion of the game. So I would love to say halfway through. It feels like we should be halfway through. I think it's more like a third of the way through. And then after that, we're going to be playing the sequel to Persona 2. And oh my god, chat, we got so much. Maybe some Kingdom Hearts though. Maybe we'll do a few Kingdom Hearts streams in between, just to have something different. And since it just went on sale again on Steam, so yeah, I got a donation for Kingdom Hearts a while ago. I missed the window to get the super special, but I think the super special has come back, so I gotta, again, I don't mind the grinding. Well, maybe we should do some grinding, like, or have on the video game channel. We have an LP series out. We do have to do a long play series, yeah, or a let's play series, even, I think is what you were saying. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for the Patreons, because if you support me at Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. So let's do that now. Shouts out go to Neopergosh, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Sivarud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, we gotta jump into this right now. That's what she said. Let's do some grinding. Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely crazy. But speaking of crazy, we got a crazy debate between Hasan and not Bad Empanada. That would be interesting. They could actually make some. They could actually. That I think a lot of people would watch that debate. I don't know if Hasan wants to talk to Bad Empanada again though. No butterflies, perhaps not. Yeah, it's one chance a stream to get me to dual wield butterflies in my hair and look a little bit silly in the process. But yeah, not today. Not today, chat. Not today. Anyway, let us move on. So remember, the schedule has changed, okay? 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time is when I will be on going forward. And what days are you getting? You're getting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, not Thursday, but Friday and Saturday, right? So 5 days a week. That's the good thing, right? That's the good news. The bad news is that they're going to be slightly shorter streams, but I hope you understand why I need to do that. And I'm still going to try to, well, I'm just going to redouble my efforts. I'm just going to go extra hard in the rest of it. So let us now, oh wait, I got to take off the, I'm going to take off this because we're not watching Twitch today. We're watching other stuff. Wait, are we? Actually, I'm like wondering, like, where do I have the Jiang tent? There are a lot of versions of this debate already out. I don't think I need timestamps for it. I don't think there are. Let me check in the pen really quick. I don't think there are timestamps. Asmund. Oh wait, no. We got it. Okay, wait. I shouldn't have changed it. I should not have changed it. All right, let's try this again. We are going to Hasan's Twitch channel because that's where the timestamps are, and I do need the timestamps actually. There are good timestamps. You're correct. I just confirmed that. Anyway, so we could just switch right back to the screen. Yeah, there we go. The Hasan screen that I was looking at, and start at 4 hours. Oh yeah, so we're gonna get to see Hasan doing. Yeah, this is the reason we're doing it like this, chat, is that Hasan is also oh my god, I haven't even told you about this. I haven't even told you about this, okay? Not that. I mean, I think you know about that. Actually, who are those, Texas Rangers or something? Or I don't even know. I know that Trump, this is the speech where Trump said that is this the one where he said he met the ghost of, no, he met the AI of Ted Kennedy. No, not Ted Kennedy, Teddy Roosevelt. This is another speech by him, but something I need to tell you, right? We got an update on the Denims case, chat. We got, oh my god, I should have put that. I mean, I don't know how much time we'll spend talking about it, but we got an update on the Denims thing. It's no way. Is it the Texas Rangers baseball team? That'd be hilarious if they had. I mean, some of the pitchers are kind of older in the major leagues, but I don't know if they're that old. I think they're the actual Texas Rangers, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of hard to cover. We'll have more on that later. I'll bring you more about this later, but yeah, we got an update on the Denims trial, right? As you all know, Ethan Klein sued Denims for copyright violation, registered his shit with the Library of Congress as if it was a fucking movie to try to get statutory damages, right? He was so sure, so assured that he was gonna be able to win this case that he's already thinking about the damages. How can I make the damages more? How can I get more money out of Denims, right? And turns out that statutory damages accrue if you violate a copyright of a work of art that has been registered with the Library of Congress, right? Which do they do for movies? They do for, usually like entertainment. And so Ethan's trying to like reclassify his shit ass video as being like, I don't know, a movie or something. Obviously it's not. The judge did a preliminary ruling, which was not good for Ethan. And that preliminary ruling has now been made official. Ethan has lost. Denims has won. In fact, chat, I got 2 copyright claims this morning both of them from somebody involved with Tucker Carlson, I suppose, because it was Tucker-related content. And I disputed those, right? And I cited Denham's case. I'm not going to show you what I put in there because it actually has Denham's real name in it, right? That's one of the other things Ethan did this for, was to dox Denham's. So I'm not trying to spread that information. But yeah, I did. When I rate the dispute, you have to say, why is it transformative? How much of the work did you use? Could the work be a market replacement for the Tucker Carlson interview with Ted Cruz or the Tucker Carlson speech at CPAC, or sorry, TPUSA? And you know, the thing I put at the end now when I dispute copyright claims is see, you know, Denham's versus Ethan Klein. Yo, Zara, thank you for resubscribing. That is 53 months for you. Prom night dumpster baby. Wait, what? Wait, what's the dumpster baby? Anyway, so Hasan's gonna be talking about that. That's what we're gonna get first. I'm just sort of setting you up for because I don't think I've mentioned this. I don't think I've said it. You know, this kind of went under with all the Professor Jiang of it all and stuff. I haven't been. I haven't really. I don't think I tweeted even. Right? I don't think I've even tweeted about it. Oh, speaking of tweeting, that's the other thing we need to do. What's been going on Twitter? Well, I don't know how much of the... Can I... Oh, I can show you this. So yeah, Hasan was dancing to the Indian version, the Bollywood version maybe, of We Are Charlie Kirk. And Drew Pavlov saw this and said, Hasan Piker is dancing because he's happy that Charlie Kirk drowned. After another leftist shot him in the neck in front of his infant children. What the fuck is that, chat? What the fuck is that? Were there 40 of them? Were they beheaded by the bullet? Like, what? Did they also drown? I don't know, chat. You know what this sounds like to me? Right? Because, you know, it's just Hasan dancing, having a good time. Like, he's actually a good dancer. I have no idea if that stuff gets copyright claimed, but let me just mute it and let Hasan cook here. But you see what I mean? He's a dancer. He's a dancer. I didn't know he could dance, but yeah, apparently he can. So anyway, wait, what does he say?
American Prospect is going to be on the broadcast now, ladies.
Okay, anyway, that's just the rest of the clip. But you know what I called this? I said, Drew Pavlov just invented Charlie Kirk Hasbro. That's what that is, chat. That's what that is. We also have Bad Empanada crying about Hasan fans demand everyone rally behind him when he was pretending to be targeted by the feds. Sounds like somebody's jealous, right? Then he slanders me, someone who was actually subpoenaed by the FBI with a federal grand jury. Hasan has never claimed to be subpoenaed, right? Fox News claimed he was subpoenaed. He always says, I haven't gotten a subpoena yet. They say I'm subpoenaed. Where's the subpoena? Show me the subpoena, right? I don't see it, right? But anyway, Bad Empanada is just having a bad day. He's just kind of going off in jealousy about Hasan being a more prominent target of the Trump administration than he does. And I just had to repost this blast from the past, Ethan Klein. Why does nobody care? Why does nobody care about Empanada? Why does nobody care? Anyway, we got that. And then Destiny thread. Oh God, I gotta show you this, right? This is bad. This is really bad. Destiny's really losing it. He's really crashing out, right? Just a heads up, I'm gonna be doing some mass harassment, he says, campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, Hasan Piker, free interviews from now on. And that is an OC 2000, that's a Yeet tweet that he's linking to. Somebody is gonna die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. Jesus Christ, that kind of sounds like a threat, Destiny. Threats-tiny? I don't know. I don't know who, but there is nowhere to go on literally anything, so he's got to start killing people. Every single person is a PDF file slash other thing that I'm not going to say on stream. Then Destiny, every issue is about infinite genociding of. Well, I mean, look. You're not far off, right? It does seem like there's an infinite genocide of Palestinians going on, and it's still going on, chat. Even though there's a ceasefire, Palestinians are still being killed in large numbers. Every single person is fake and virtue signaling. I mean, this is a crash out. This is a classic Destiny crash out. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I've got to unalive people, says Destiny. We are on the clock. We are on the clock. I just wanted to finish this really quick. Yeah, and yeah, he's blocked me. He blocked me. This is all coming from a Destiny, I guess, was it a debate challenge? The Vanguard posted, "You are sad, struggling, strange little man." Destiny says, feel free to hit me up if you want to chat about it. Feel free to hit me up if you want me to put a fucking hit out on you. All right? That's what when you talk about fucking somebody's gonna die, like, you understand how this works, chat. I've talked to Destiny twice. I got invited to talk to Destiny a third time. I didn't talk to Destiny that time because talking to Destiny, being a prominent op of Destiny's on stream, being in a Destiny video where he's debating you, is a great way to get freak shows to harass you. I got no interest in that. I assume that Zach and Gavin don't either. It wouldn't be them being cowards. It would be them being smart. By again, he can put a bigger target on you if he can bring you on stream. And then of course we got Fuentes mogging the shit out of Destiny. And somebody calling me an egghead. Okay, I'll take that. I'm an egghead, right? Because I gotta have room for a brain. You know, the thing that Destiny has lost multiple lobes of? Yeah, that's why his head is not in the shape of an egg. Anyway, that is... Wait. Okay, so this is what I wanted to bring you to. This is the one thing I hadn't done yet, right? We got a wait, is it on? I think I've linked it at least, right? We got a blast off tweet today. You know how this works, chat. Jailbreak me from Elon's shithouse, right? Give this love, give it likes, give it retweets, even comment on it if you want, and it'll help me out greatly. I'm gonna put this in chat once again, and then we're gonna get fucking on with the show, because Darful is right. We got limited time tonight. The other one goes in here. All right, there you go, chat. If you want to boost the blast off tweet, if you want to help me blast off, that's how you do it. Click that link if you use the Hell site. And that is all I got to say about that, right? Because we are indeed going live to cover the debate between Professor Jiang and Hasan Piker. I just got to mention really quickly, I'm glad that I brought this up because this is like important. Jiang was never a professor. He was never, I mean, was he an I don't think he's done like postgraduate work even, if I'm not mistaken. He got his master's in English literature and he seems to be into that, seems to know a thing or two about that, but it's a bachelor's degree, chat. You can't be a professor. You got to have a master's or a more likely like a doctorate to be a professor. He's not a professor. He's an advisor at a college prep high school in China. It's called Moonshot Academy, where they try to set these people up so that they got an easy road. Oh my God, is it ending at exactly at the right time as the music? Oh, almost the exact right time. Because chat, we are doing the content. All right, let's see what we got here.
I'd like to thank you very much. Why?
What is wrong with his voice?
But he came up to me and he said, "Sir."
Oh, was he making fun of somebody?
I was leaving. "I want to thank you so much." Why? My 401k is up 84%. My wife was disgusted with me.
Not for long. That 401k got invested in SpaceX without you doing anything. It was forced on you. I gave Elon a special break where he could be the NASDAQ 100 without waiting the usual time. And so that fucking shit stock that is now crashing, that's basically a fucking rug pull, that shit stock is in your 401k portfolio. Congratulations.
For years, it was just going in the wrong direction. But it's up 84% this year. And I just want to thank you, sir, because it's really helped me with my marriage. My wife is...
Chat, when's the last time the stock market had a bear... when's the last time there was a bear market? Any investors out there? Any investors want to tell me when's the last time we had a bear market? Bear market is when it's consistently going down, right? When's the last time that happened?
Respecting me again. She thought I was an idiot.
I would guess like closer to COVID.
This is a big, strong guy. But the women, you know the women rule. You know that. We know. All the guys in there, you know.
What?
This guy is a big, powerful guy, and he was petrified of his wife.
Is he gonna do the thing?
You know what?
Is he gonna do the thing where it's I can't get it. And the mom and dad are in the crowd, and they're like, "You can do it, baby. You can do it, sweetie. Yes, but go do your best."
Said, my wife now respects me again. She thinks I'm a genius. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm one of the greatest investors. But they are up. But everybody in this room, there's not one person here.
You can't like manage your 401k, can you? Like that's the whole point of a 401k is that somebody else is, hopefully making very conservative That's what's so fucked up about SpaceX being on the NASDAQ 100, right? The NASDAQ 100 are like kind of safe bets, right? They're going to grow, but they're more importantly, like they're not going to fall off.
It hasn't been.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that, big dog. I wouldn't be saying that in a big crowd like this. You know what I mean?
You have some control over it.
There's certain things
you can micromanage it depending on your provider
that you can use.
Am I thinking of a Roth IRA?
In your speech to deflect the attention away from the economy, for example. But there's only so much deflection that you can engage in. I feel like this is not one of those things. You can't be talking like this when gas prices are the way they are, He's in Western North Dakota. He's so close to Toby Durden.
Do you remember when Joe Biden tried to cite the stock market as a reason his economy was good? Do you remember how that worked out for him?
In South Dakota.
Going up 50, 60, 70, 80%. Your 401ks, you're making a lot of money. Everybody is.
Everybody's.
Yeah, Ethan Klein. H3H3 is Ethan Klein. L3L3 is Ethan Klein. Has lost his copyright.
Here we go.
Plans to appeal and is extremely confident it will be overturned. So that is an interesting update. Ethan Klein claims he will be appealing the ruling on the first claim in his copyright lawsuit against Denims, while once again doxing the person he is suing. We lost the Denims case, but we are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately. I like that he's like now.
Okay, so like I said, chat, Omega Star maxed us out with that with that throne gift, right? And I'm gonna put the maximum amount of time that I can add today to do like a 6-hour stream for you, which is what we got 128 so far. 128 plus 420 is 530. Yeah, I guess we could safely add like I'm gonna do 28 minutes for, let's see, 430 plus we can add one more safely. Sub add time 1 minute. Okay, there we go. We're maxed out now though, chat, because remember I'm doing maximum 6-hour streams today. I will be doing a 6-hour stream for you today.
Now made the judge his
But what happened to Omega Star?
Like, this is cool.
I think I also may have
he's like talking about the judge like he's a snarker or
I may have forgotten to thank you for that, or to say that was you that did that throne gift. So thank you, Omega Star.
Some shit. He's like, oh, according to this fucking stupid ass judge, I guess you can watch any movie you want now, according to this judge.
It's crazy. The mistake that he's making is trying to classify his shit, his schlock with a movie, right? It's just never going to be considered the same thing.
Ethan Klein be like, I'm going to sue the judge.
You still exist? Wait, what happened?
For being a snarker. Don't interrupt him. You're right. I mean, I've given up. I've given up on being like, hey, man, it's probably best to just not do this. It's probably better to just,
yeah,
preserve what remains of your life.
Yes. This should be a good sign for Ethan to fucking dip out of this bullshit. Like, right? You know, I get that his ego's wrapped up in it, right? But losing a case on appeal is not going to help.
Legacy.
Or worse yet, winning the case and making like React content. Like, it does it feel to anyone else like chat that if Ethan doesn't get his way, he wants to blow up the game?
You know, you've already ruined it. Why push it further? But I guess he is very Trump coded. I know. I guess he's just, you know, he's done. You can even explicitly state your intentions to steal money and traffic from the original source. This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods. This is not how courts work. You remember how I always used to joke about like the way that people operate on the internet? They'll be like, Your Honor, what about all these other people? Like, that's not how this works in an individual case with an individual decision, right? With one judge, right? Like, you can't just be like, well, in the same district, another judge ruled in my stead against the snark mods. Like, what the fuck do you mean the snark mods?
He's trying to make a snark a thing. He keeps trying to make fetch a thing.
Copyright?
Anybody recognize this vegetable?
I haven't really been paying close attention. Very strange behavior from a 40-year-old man with children.
Okra.
I guess it's going to continue happening until like the rest of the internet, like the commentary sphere, turns around and goes, dude, give it up. Enough. Gucci bag time. Let it go. You know? Let it go, man. Let it go. What are you doing? I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts and we will be proceeding with the appeal immediately. I think he's just literally trying to. I mean, he has so much money.
Look, whether it's from Ethan, whether it's from Asmongold, or I don't even know, has Tectone commented on this, right? What they're doing is they're trying to apply conventional wisdom. What is conventional wisdom? It's Reddit logic. It's coworker logic, right? It's normie logic. It's like, you know, you got the actual law that the judges operate by. I don't know if these people even know that, right? Does Asmongold... I mean, obviously Ethan knows because he's been through enough court cases, but do they think that the judge just like listened to this person and it's like, I was treated very unfairly, and listen to this person, he took the documents from the White House, and the judge is like, well, I do feel like, yeah, no, I'm sympathetic to, I was treated very unfairly. Let's decide the case in the favor of Trump, right? That's not how it works, right? They've got guidelines, they've got precedent, they've got law that they've got to follow. Now, sometimes they get funky. Right, sometimes like the Supreme Court, especially, right? Because you got no boss really for the rest of your life. You are, you know, you're just on there, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. So sometimes the Supreme Court plays very fast and loose with that. But in general, a judge, especially a judge that doesn't want to have their ruling overturned, will follow the guidelines, will follow the precedent, right? And in this case, there's a little bit less precedent than most cases, but you know, Denham's made some more precedent, which I cited in my copyright dispute just this morning, chat. I cited Denham's case to let the Ben Shapiro, I can't remember what they're called, but they're not Ben Shapiro, but the Tucker Carlson people know, hey, you can't fucking steal my money anymore, asshole. All right. This has been adjudicated in a very similar, you know, like my copyright claim is essentially what Denham's copyright claim is. Can't be a market substitute. It's been transformed. The purpose and intent is totally different, right? That's 3 of the 4 stipulations of fair use that I've got in my favor. I let them know that if they want to, you know, because the next step is they deny me and then I could take them to court. Obviously, I can't take them to court, but they don't know that, chat, unless they're listening right now. Hi, Tucker's people. Hi. But yeah. No, this has been decided. The precedent is there. But like Asmongold, I swear to God, he thinks that he knows how court works. He thinks that it's just a judge that's like a dumbass like him with conventional wisdom being like, oh yeah, no, I don't really think, like, you couldn't watch a movie. You wouldn't download a movie. You wouldn't download a car, right? The judge is just gonna see it the same way that he does, and that's gonna be it. Okay, yeah. Like, he's living in a fucking bubble, as Brittany Simon would say, that is, you know, that needs to be popped because it's not accurate for how the world actually works. And it's only when the court case finally comes in, these fuckers are finding that out anyway.
He is just trying to advance this. His friend Asmold calls E a patriot for appealing. Asmongold reacts to Ethan Klein deciding to appeal in his lawsuit against Denham's patriot.
Oh, Rave, you got stuck in a time loop, I guess. No, but you're asking about what I said earlier about Star Trek. Which Spock? Pon Far Spock? There's a lot of Spocks. There's like young Spock, old Spock. So there may be, I don't follow Star Trek enough to know, but there may be that Spock as well.
And appeal. So we lost the Denham's case, but
dude, can you imagine it, like me doing this to fucking more Pegaslop, for example? We know what they would say, right? We know what they would say. They were like, "Oh, Hassan can't take criticism at all."
Also, do you see? It's not the royal we, but the we that Ethan's using. We lost the case. I mean, I guess you could mean TED Entertainment lost the case because that's what he sued as the corporate entity. But I think what he's trying to do is give the slop tubers, the incels, all the people that are following along and be like, yeah, Ethan, take out that bitch, that dumb bitch. She deserves to have her life ruined. Fuck that bitch, right? All those people, I think that's the we that he's referring to, like to make them feel like they're part of the lawsuit. Oh, we lost this lawsuit because we had a feminist judge. But don't worry, we'll find a real judge to overturn that real quick. Yeah. Good luck with that, Ethan. Good luck with that. Ponfar is a biological chemical imbalance. Oh, wait, is this where the Vulcans get horny? Every 7 years, it triggers an emotional, insatiable, violent blood fever? Wait, do they kill people or do they fuck?
But of course, when Ethan is doing it, they're like against, an op.
It's corporate speak? Yeah, that makes sense.
On the internet.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's so based.
we are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately upon release, so long as you pause occasionally. You can even explicitly state your intention is to steal money and...
Bitch, do it. Do it. Star Trek 6 or whatever. What is the most recent Star Trek movie? I don't even know. I think Star Trek 6 was like in 2000 or something. No, watch a fucking movie. Yeah, do it. The Incredibles, Asmongold. React to it on stream. Do it. See where that gets you.
Traffic from the original source.
And you can just cite the Denham's ruling, just like I did this morning.
This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods.
You were joking about Pegasus and they lost their shit over it, Lamau? I know.
I'm
extremely confident this will be overruled by...
Has he spoken about the billionaire's wealth tax? I don't think so. I don't think he gets into like state politics very often unless there's like a governor's race.
The appellate courts, and we will be proceeding with the...
Did he even cover the Nitya Raman, Karen Bass, or the Spencer Pratt primary? Did he even cover the primaries for governor and mayor?
Appeal. Patriot. Oh man, I love to see it. That's right.
Wait, what did he say about Patriots?
Right, thank God.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is this about Patriots? Did Ethan actually say the judgment is also a total contradiction to the other judges' rulings? Wait, the ruling on the snark mods was just that they could be compelled to be de-anonymized so they could be sued, right? Is that correct, right? Rave keeps up on this shit. Am I right, Rave? I'm extremely confident this will be overturned by the appellate court, but will be... Wait, where's the Patriot shit coming from? I'm sorry, what the fuck?
Traffic from the original source. This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods.
You were joking about Pegasus and they lost their shit over it, Lamau? I know.
I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts, and we will be proceeding with the appeal. Patriot. Oh man, I love to see it. That's right.
He's a patriot. He's a patriot for gambling with his millions to try to ruin a woman's life. That's a patriot right there. suing to get their name. Yeah, the names to sue them. That's the only thing. How is Ethan relating that ruling? Okay, like if they were relating it, I don't even know. That no, it's a completely separate case. That's crazy. Ethan's just like, Ethan, is there a gas leak for real in the Klein basement? Look, I know this is a conspiracy theory, and you know I shouldn't give it much credence, but I'm starting to think maybe the gas leak conspiracy theory is true. That's fucking nuts that he would relate to that. And this is the thing, like he's not some guy that just sends it off to Rom and doesn't pay any attention. Ethan Klein loves litigation. Right? He part of why he wrote that had Rom write up that whole Hasan Piker, just like the Mufti of Jerusalem back in the day, was so he could, I don't know, not jerk off to it, but the egotistic equivalent of jerking off, like read it over and over again. Yeah, that sounds so good. That sounds so good, right? He should know what's going on in these lockets. Why would he? Is he really just trying to manipulate the hogs any way that he can, and he knows that they don't actually read or understand the court filings? It's a subpoena for Reddit and Discord to release the names because they committed copyright infringement. Now they've now they haven't committed copyright infringement. It will probably get thrown out. Yeah, but he's kind of like not allowed to release their names, even if Ethan wins that Discord and Reddit. Oh wait. What? So they could compel Discord and Reddit to release the personal identifying information, and Reddit could just say "fuck you." Okay, so yeah, it's even more of a non-issue than I thought.
That's right. Thank God. Yep, there it is. Sounds like a fat.
Could you please say the word epaulette for us real quick? Okay.
What?
Why?
Epaulette? Why?
100% accept whatever the court finds because I just trust their judgment, their experience, their expertise, all the way. So shout out to this wonderful judge.
No. Okay, that's the only thing that's not good is like we can't take a copyright hit from Larry David, right? I don't know what I'd tell Larry David. I respect Larry David to a certain degree. But yeah, like anyway, post your what is this called, chat? What is the duck that smokes called? As like a as an emote. Is it so good? Is it just like I can't find it. I need that emote spammed in Twitch chat. Why can I not remember what it's called? The smoke. We post them if you got them, chat. Smoke them if you got them. The ducks. Oh my God. Larry David, please don't sue me. I also hate. Oh my God, who was it that he was in a beef with? Bill Maher. Yeah. I also hate Bill Maher. Please don't sue me.
Oh yeah, he's so fucking stupid. All he does is react to content. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is win-win for him, right? Like, I assume he doesn't even think at all.
So you would object and force the court to act? What do they do? Send a deputy down to your data center or something?
But I suspect that if he were to
Twitch people, you've got to know what I'm talking. Is it classic?
Go anywhere, but
classic.
Would,
okay. I mean, this is classic right here.
But if it would go somewhere,
classic cell phone, but like this,
it would destroy his career. It would set a new precedent that would make it so that it's impossible. He restreamed your entire Rokana interview with limited commentary just to use as an example. He has no self-preservation skills. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Ethan. I'm totally on board with him because, yeah, it's just ridiculous. How the fuck can you do it?
Super chatted $10. You know the Amy's Baking Company Kitchen Nightmares episodes. Ethan and Hiller have become Amy and Sammy. It took me too long to realize. Same combo as well. One American and one Israeli criminal.
Damn. Amy's Baking Company. Is that the one that makes all the like organic foods and stuff? Amy's Baking Company? Or no, that was like like a location, right? Ethan and Ela. I haven't seen. I'm not getting that reference, but I'm guessing maybe other people in chat do. So, but yeah, thank you for the super chat, and I'll have to go. Chat. I never got like a Kitchen Nightmares arc, right? People on Twitch, there was like a while where like everybody was streaming either Kitchen Nightmares or what's the other Gordon Ramsay show? Hell's Kitchen. That's the really old one, right? There was a while where people and somehow I guess the company, because they were glad to see like kind of a renaissance for their old IP, they were like letting them get away with it. They're like, yeah, go ahead and stream our shit. The one with the crazy lady that makes the cakes, the blonde, this and the Israeli husband. Okay, I see the connection now. Ethan and Ela are like the couple that own the baking company.
Do that. How can you go and do that? And somehow
how can you go and do that? How can you go and do that?
there isn't something clearly wrong. I mean, yes, obviously there's something that's a female judge confirmed. Well,
do you remember me saying this yesterday, chat? Or sorry, not this, but let me explain what I'm talking about. Do you remember me saying this? That Wick is pretty lucky, and Hutch is pretty lucky that Hasan does not react to their stuff, because they're weenies. Like they're embarrassing. The way that they talk is embarrassing. Same thing with Asmongold, right? They try to be like the high school bullies they never were, when obviously, you know, they were, you know, like a lot of us were probably picked on, right? But they act like weenies. They act like weenies, and nobody sees that they're weenies because they're too obsessed with like fuck Hasan. But then when you bring it outside of the fuck Hasan thing, it's like people's like, how do you do? Let's roll that back. Let's roll that back. Right. That was some classic Asmongold bullying right there.
I'm totally on board with them, because yeah, it's just ridiculous. How the fuck can you go and do that? How can you go and do that? And
how can you go and do that?
Somehow,
how can you go and do that? How can you go and do that?
There isn't something clearly wrong. I mean, yes, obviously there's something that's a female judge confirmed. Well, I don't
female
know
judge, female judge, feminist judge.
Bro, your audience is so dumb. Oh my God. Female judge confirmed? That's awesome.
Yeah, the next president that's elected, okay, when they've got a Supreme Court vacancy to fill, they gotta find, like, I want a judge that's got a motivation, right? I want a judge that's got a backstory. I want a judge that's on a revenge arc. And you know who I'm thinking about making? No, come on, give me the crying SJW. No, where? What is this called? There we go. We have got to this is you're going to be your next Supreme Court judge nominee, Chad, coming right up. All right, this is who I want to put on the court. Find this person. They've been wronged for years and years and years in ways that might have been slightly funny at first, but you know, have just like lost their luster long ago. I heard Emily from Breaking Points bring up the crying SJW meme earlier today, which I kind of like that they got Crystal and Emily together now. I don't like Ryan and Emily. I think that Emily is a bad influence on Ryan. I think Ryan is like predisposed to some kind of, you know, class reductionist at the least, or maybe, you know, slightly conservative, you know, center right, center left nonsense to begin with, right? And when you put him together with Emily, that just brings out all of his worst traits, right? But yeah, that's who we're gonna put on the Supreme Court. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. We're going to bring Big Red is going to be the Attorney General. We're going to bring back all the classic SJW memes as government officials.
DI judge, brother. It's got to be so cool to live in this universe where you're like, well, even if it was a male judge, he was behaving like a female, which we hate.
That is, I have no idea at all. So yeah, and yeah, shit judges happen. Yeah, Denham's got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea.
Also, the big thing that I want to point out about this person, right? This was when Trump got elected for the first time. They were right. That's the appropriate reaction, right? History has vindicated them. They were 100% right to be this fucking outraged. Like the reason that this was supposed to be funny is that like Trump comes into office and it's kind of normal. I was like, oh, what were you worried about? He's not like, you know, announcing the Third Reich. There's no like, you know, I mean, there were Nazis in Charlottesville, but you know, he made some effort to disavow them eventually, I guess, right? What are you so worried about, right? He has fucked up this country for 10 years. If you care about America, you've got to acknowledge that that this person was right. They were right. They were right all along, right? There's nothing wrong with this. This was the appropriate response. We all should have been having this response, right? Everybody that minimized the damage that Trump could do to the country, you were fucked up. Remember, this was a country that nobody even thought was gonna like have some kind of fall off, or was gonna like in 2016, like, you know, it was like, I mean, we did a lot of evil. Not going to deny that, right? But as far as like, you know, there was a structural integrity to the United States that there is not right now. I don't know what the fuck is going to happen to the United States, but I can tell you one thing for sure: it's not united now, and it's not going to stay united. All right. I don't know if there's a part of the country that can break away and still be all right, right? Maybe California, maybe the Commie Corridor, right? Could be all right, but holy shit, she was right.
Yeah, maybe the judge.
Why are you? Wait, what? So why are you commentating on it like this? I mean, I do this too from time to time, but like, you've spoken about these cases far more than I have. How do you have no understanding of what took place?
No research, no right to speak.
Like, what? It's very confusing. What's also confusing is like he just refuses to read the court decision, like what the judge's decision is, because, you know, obviously it's not going to favor whatever position he's trying to generate here. But it is very funny that there are just a lot of people out there who are like, no, I want the head empty, no thoughts ass commentary on this issue as well. FOMOA, Ethan issued podcast lost his copyright lawsuit against pro Palestine content creator.
Hey, Chad, this is the idea that like in every group of normies, there's a dominant male. In the Asmongold group of non-normies, right? There's a dominant, Asmongold, I guess, is the dominant male. But that if you just listen to the dominant male, like, you know, something comes along, it's confusing, people have disagreements about, just bring in the dominant male and be like, no, this is Denham's clearly violated Ethan's copyright and she should go to jail. You know, in fact, I hope that's the outcome of this trial, right? Just somebody that doesn't know the difference between civil and criminal is the guy that you're relying on as your dominant male to come up with a viewpoint that everybody can be like, yeah, no, that's right. This guy seems to know what he's talking about. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Denham's, with the judge citing Klein's own precedent to rule in favor of the defendant. Ethan Klein then doxed her on his IG account and said he's going to appeal. Isn't Issue's whole thing watching and reacting to stuff? How hypocritical must it be to think you have any right to sue someone over something you've also earned money doing? Yeah. Denham's got to the judge. It's awesome. What is this? Hello, Hasan.
Denham's got to the judge.
Would you like me as a wife? That's crazy that you just posted your own tweet with one like.
Oh,
That's
no.
crazy. That's wild that you did that. Okay. I mean, shoot your shot, queen, I guess. Shoot or shoot, I guess. Anyway, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky. Anyway, that stumped me a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the internet is on his side, but who knows? I mean, all the fucking slimiest weirdos who are just running on pure hatred
Okay, we got Fuentes and Destiny coming up here. Asman?
are on board. What is this? Did you know Republicans had access to this kind of character model? Kelly Dennison, a 27-year-old Larimer County massage therapist, won the Republican primary to represent Colorado's 2nd congressional district. What the fuck?
His chat doesn't understand what just happened. Wait, Hasan's chat or? Wait, what just happened? I'm sorry. I'm keeping my mind. I'm paying attention to so many different things. Right. That was just a chatter that made a tweet saying, "Hasan, would you like me for a wife?" And then linked it in chat. Hasan clicked on it and brought it up and was just like, "Oh, okay, that's kind of weird, but shoot your shot, I guess." Did I miss something?
I don't know anymore, man. Crunchy granola ladies have totally turned.
The Asmongold timestamp? Okay. Yeah, because we
like
we
Ethan,
this
maybe
is the
they just
Asmongold
made a
right
bad
here.
decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case, or
You don't wait. I'm sorry. Your cope is that the judge made a bad decision, didn't like Ethan Klein, and misunderstood the case.
Well,
as
chat,
opposed to
yeah,
you.
yeah, clearly it's a feminist judge. You know, feminist judge. I mean, it's going to be, you know, it was a DEI judge.
Guy who just said, I don't really.
Some chatter was sexually harassing Hasan. Wait. I mean, I saw was the chatter that linked their the tweet, right?
know enough of the details of why the judge decided the way that he did.
What just happened? Yeah, Denham's got to the judge. Well, I don't know why they made the ruling. I have no idea. Maybe the judge didn't like Ethan. Maybe they just made a bad decision. Maybe they misunderstood the case. Or maybe their viewpoint just simply is not the same viewpoint that other people have. I'm not sure, but I agree with and I support Ethan, and I hope that Ethan is able to get justice. I think that's what happens. That's what should happen, at least, right?
Huh.
That's what should happen.
I wonder if there's a
law knower
third thing out there, which is that the
Asmongold.
judge actually did know what he was doing and didn't really care for Ethan Klein one way or another, and was able to issue an impartial decision on pre-existing precedent that Ethan Klein had set with his successful lawsuit that created the boundaries of what we know as fair use. That same liberty that
Narwhal, you're right. It definitely crosses a line.
you, Asmongold, and myself, Hasan Piker, enjoy on a daily basis. Perhaps that's the reason why, this happened the way it did. But what the fuck do I know? Probably much better to just... Every time I go into Asmongold's comment section, it's always filled with borderline suicidal weirdos. What is wrong with his audience? If you ruin my hobby, I will ruin your life. Here. So true, brother. Don't mess with a man's hobby, especially when he has hundreds of dollars worth in it. Haha, hundreds, ... I have no life. Don't say that, bro. You have a life, and you're living it now.
You're living your best life.
I guess they call this cope maxing. So that's what it is. That's what's going on here. Just cope maxing. Both probably like 40. I mean, so is Asmongold. What can I say, man? What can anybody say? Asman supports Ethan. He is pro being allowed to watch other people's content because Ethan won that right for the Twitch scene. Lamau. Yeah, except now Ethan is trying to destroy his own precedent.
Again, these are guys that are too stupid to figure out the hypocrisy. When Ethan says, like, that was different, all right? That was, can we do React content at all? And the answer is yes, right? But this is, can some bitch come along and flagrantly steal your content and be like, ha ha ha, I'm taking all your viewers, Ethan. Certainly we have a stipulation for witchcraft, right? Certainly we can throw Denims in a large pool of water and see if she floats. Certainly we can burn Denims at the stake, right? Like, I mean, we didn't agree to like allow witches to cackle at you as they're stealing your content and right away on a broom, right? We said that's bad. We still think that's bad. We just gotta put the generous side and the severe side. We gotta have both sides of that tree going on in order to encapsulate I don't know the totality of copyright law. Like, it's okay to watch somebody's content, especially if it's a bitch. Gotta watch the bitch's content. Gotta call her a bitch. Gotta dehumanize her, right? If it's like any kind of marginalized person, put them in their place, of course. But if it's one of us, no, of course you can't do that, right? And you especially can't do that cackling and riding your broom away and saying, I'll get you my pretties, right? That's not legal, is it? We burn those at the stake, right?
What is this? Nick Fuentes cannot understand why you have so many
This is on
followers.
its way back, I think. Yeah, you got people like Hasan Piker. I don't know how he has such a big following. Like he's got like crazy numbers. Like, why do you think that is? Why do you think people even follow that guy? He's like a performative male. Well, I think the only
The funny thing is, I feel like if there was a incel dictionary and there was an entry for performative male and it had a picture next to it, it would much more likely be somebody that looks like this guy than somebody who looks like Hasan. Again, to be an actual performative male, I think you have to have a cup of oat milk matcha and some sort of feminist literature like Andrea Dvorak, right? You have to be reading the Dvorak, and you'd have to be drinking the oat milk matcha, and then you're a performative man. Also, I think it helps if you have like a little Pokemon attached to your backpack. I think that maybe that's part of it too. Oh yeah, you gotta have a backpack.
Why did he just cut?
Full of feminist literature, of course.
Why did he just turn around and look at the camera so hard?
He thought he cooked. He thought he cooked.
Numbers,
That's why.
Like, why do you think that is? Why do you think people even follow that guy? He's like a performative male. Well, I think the only reason.
Why did he do that? He's like a, yeah. Why did he? Well, he's like a performative male. The fuck happened there, man?
Reason he's got a platform is because he's the only one left on Twitch.
This is the ultimate cope. Asmongold is a bigger content creator than me on this fucking platform, man. What is it? That's the sex pestiny cope.
Oh, okay.
Oh, if
yeah,
only
Direful talking about the Judith Butler definition of performativity. Yeah, like we perform gender. Yeah, I mean it's questionable how well he is performing maleness. It's a little bit questionable, right? But hey, there's no rules. There's no hard and fast rules, other than the ones that you that you choose to assign yourself. And unfortunately, these guys have chosen to assign themselves masculine roles that they will never live up to. Sad.
if I was still on Twitch, like I would be the #1 guy, and that's why I'll never end my conquest against him. Hopefully, one day.
You know, it's the same reason why Ben Shapiro used to be the #1 conservative, and you look at that guy and say he's not funny, he's not charming.
Yeah, famously, everyone else got banned off of YouTube. That's why Ben Shapiro was the #1 guy.
He's not charismatic. Why is he so big? Oh, yeah. Every one of his competitors got censored. He was the only one left standing on Facebook and YouTube.
By the way, I don't know who the fuck this dildo is.
Wait a minute. I mean, is that even true? Wait, that part might be true. I'm trying to think of it, chat. Steve Crowder didn't get banned off of YouTube, but I think he would have been if he kept doing his main content on YouTube. Asmongold timestamp was wrong. Yeah, I think he was like in date, kind of like Chud. The reason Chud didn't get banned from YouTube, but he stopped using his YouTube and became a kick streamer just because he kind of knew that's the way it was going. He was eventually going to get banned. I think same thing with Steven Crowder. Like he might have gotten temporarily demonetized. I'm trying to think of like who else is on YouTube. Did Styx Hexenhammer? Like who are these guys even talking about, right? I mean, it is kind of true it seems kind of true that the Daily Wire guys, unless am I just like not thinking of somebody? Like, you know, back in the day when they had Candace Owens and everything was working out okay, and people actually watched Jordan Peterson. People actually watched their weird cigar, smoke room content, and Jeremy Boring was bragging about bringing out new anti-woke razors, right? Were they actually the only game in town? Is that how the Daily Wire became so dominant? Did everybody yell? Yeah, Sneeko got banned. I'm trying to think. Tate obviously banned. Who else was there on YouTube that wasn't Daily Wire? Maybe they're actually right about this one.
Between him and Nick Fuentes, I know Nick Fuentes
Alex Jones, yeah,
pretty aggressively, and he's been like prosecuted
Fuentes,
times for doing January 6th, obviously. So that's like, fairly valid prosecution in my opinion. But like nowadays, I'm more prosecuted than he is. Fuck you mean? Bitch, you never got banned from an entire country? Like, what are we talking about?
The other thing I remember is that Daily Wire creators would break TOS on a regular basis. Right? I'm thinking specifically Matt Walsh. He would break TOS in a video or whatever, and then like Jesse Gender would do like a breakdown of the Matt Walsh video, and her video would get a strike, right? Like he would be the one that deserves probably a ban, if not, or like a strike, if not a ban, and then anybody that covered him or criticized him, like they're the ones that get the bans, right? He was like golden, and he would absolutely.
It's so funny. This is always the cope. Even back in the day when I first got on Twitch and I was growing, right? I would get banned all the time because I have a lot of these like fucking weirdo Nazi, weirdo neo-Nazi hate watchers. Yes, persecuted, prosecuted. I mean, he was literally prosecuted. I'm being persecuted. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Or maybe even allegedly being prosecuted. Who knows? This is what the fucking federal government, according to Fox News, is saying. But here's the thing. Even back in the day, Trey Rex and all these other guys would always be like, Hasan, you do PG-13 content, you do woke content, you do Disney-style content, you do Disney politics. It's like, bitch, I was getting banned more than everybody else. Like, what are you talking about? Even back then, I would get banned far more than my right-wing counterparts were getting banned. It's so stupid.
Because they banned Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes and that whole like first wave, let's say, of internet creators. And it's just
when was Gavin McInnes on the platform?
Same thing with Hasan Piker. Twitch, you can't say.
You're sounding like Ethan Klein, Nick. I'm not sure if you recognize that.
You can't say. Yeah, they consider that like a slur.
I'm gonna have to name the Groiper here.
You can't say, so many things on Twitch.
Dog, you can't even say. Well, at the time, you couldn't even say cracker. So, again,
they banned literally everybody. Forget even about right-wing people, just everybody. So I think he's kind of just the last man standing.
Right.
Wokeness is on its way.
Is he about to say
Yeah.
wokeness is on its way out? Is that what he's trying to say? Narwhal, I don't know if I've kept up with the count. I know at least we're like 10. I got to add 10 to this, right?
They are blaming Obama for Mumdani. Paralyzed Pendant Plug, thank you for 20 gifted. Nice meeting you, brother. Yeah, that's cool. That's cope. Extra Emily is trying to take your band throne. Yeah, I saw. She was like driving while looking at chat or something. I saw that. Got your ops huffing copium? I mean, I'll be honest. I would rather have my ops huff copium than like unironically advocate to assassinate me or to like
Destiny, like Destiny,
harass any journalist.
Yup. Oh yes, thank you.
That dares to.
And thank you, Zara, for resubscribing.
Any journalist that dares to cover
I think
me
I thanked
in
you
any
already,
way,
but...
shape, or form. Which is apparently what Epstein is now going to do. That's what he said he's going to do. That's his latest meta. Speaking of weirdos, Kick streamer Destiny is now instructing his audience to harass any journalist or content creator who collaborates with Hasan and claims someone is going to die very soon. Somebody's going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure, he said. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. Somebody's going to die soon.
Oh my God, chat. Who is he talking about? Now, first of all, let's give this a little bit of breathing room here in terms of what he's talking about. Do you think there's any chance that what Destiny means is that he thinks that the harassment against him and his orbit is so great that one of them is going to be the one that gets is there any chance that like he's trying to say like I'm worried Wick's a small bean, Wick's a little guy, right? Wick, as far as like, you know, if there was a bear chasing us, right, you know, you don't have to be faster than the bear, you just have to be faster than Wick, because Wick's probably getting eaten by that bear. Is he doing like a evolution thing of like you know, who's the weakest link here? They need to bring that back. Did they ever bring back the weakest link? That shit was like low-key fire. Anybody remember that shit from like way back?
In this space, I'm pretty sure. Just as a heads up, I am going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. In a deranged rant, Destiny praises Asmongold and XQC for having integrity while crying over Pokimane and Philip DeFranco for staying friends with Hasan. Now, what's really interesting about this is, of course, one, the classic case of projection where he
I only saw the one with wrestlers on it.
will turn around and say Hasan is doing the things that, you know, he's actually doing.
Did they have Super Nanny on that show, or am I just mixing up stuff that was on that was on reality TV?
Point me to the next journalist that gives him a softball interview, and I will dedicate.
What was it? Was it Super Nanny, chat? Was that the one that she shook the baby? She was like, "Oh, baby." Like, am I remembering this wrong, chat? I hope I'm not defaming. There was some kind of scandal with Super Nanny, wasn't there? Did Super Nanny have a scandal? Am I misremembering it?
My entire fan base and weeks of my time to emailing, tweeting, spamming this person off the internet. Actually, I'm sick and tired of people like Hasan the Hun getting a free pass by Twitch and DJ Clancy to openly dox and infinitely harass every single person online.
Nanny 911, or was that another one? Yeah, it was kind of like what is the dog whisperer? Like Super Nanny was like the dog whisperer. Is it the dog whisperer, but with babies, right? The guy that has like a guitar suitcase, but it's like dog toys in there or something, and he comes and he like whispers to your dog, and your dog chills out. She did not shake the baby. That was somebody else.
And that they deem to be unworthy or inferior to them. Every single person who continues to platform his creepy fuck with zero pushback is responsible for him and the disgusting cultish fan base of freaks and abusers that he openly supports and gives credit to. I feel like he's just yelling at a mirror. Okay? It's kind of surreal how much he's like in the first half of the paragraph openly admitting that he is going to continue doing something that he's been doing already. And then in the second half of the
She's actually a good practitioner. Well, look, if you can make the baby behave without shaking it, yeah, I would say you're pretty good. Was she a whisperer? Would she like whisper to the baby? I can't remember what her technique was.
paragraph says, I'm doing that. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not actually doing that
10 plus for nerd right. Gotcha.
not at all. Also, fuck every single streamer who collaborates with this abusive piece of shit who's too fucking scared or too obsessed with their own clout to ever call him out for it. Besides at XUC and at Asmongold, I'm not sure I've seen a single other creator in the space who has the actual integrity to say
Yo, Woody Red, thank you for resubscribing with a Twitch Prime at no cost to you.
literally anything about him. It's just infinite capitulation for people like Pokimane Lol. Oops, that was our employee who wrote that whole statement and canceled that episode. Lol. At Ludwig Ogren, we're just coworkers, guys. Lol. Philly D, got to make sure to email Hasan and get his side of the story before I publish. Ah ha 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 ha, etc. 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 It's gross how complacent the whole space is with this disgusting freak. Yeah, you definitely.
Okay, chat, we got a little bit of a situation going on here where everybody and anybody is using their Twitch Prime to support the stream at no cost to them. That's pretty amazing, unless Bezos gets wind of it. I don't know. Bezos might like it, but might not like it, but I like it. You've managed to start a hype train. Do you realize that? With Twitch Primes alone, you've managed to start a hype train. And where's that hype train at right now? Where it's 4 minutes and 25 seconds left. We're at 62. If you have a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket, it's probably a good time to use it now. You'll also continue the trend of subscribing with a Prime. You get a little something extra for your trouble. What is it, chat? Somebody said, do we have to get to level 4?
Super chatted $9.99. I don't know, this is what I find very annoying about Hasan and his current like, are you serious Mr. Politics fighting real issues, or are you streamer bro fighting internet beefs?
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, but when Destiny threatens to kill you, I think you get a little bit of a pass, a little bit of a drama pass. But you're right, it's diluting his brand. What would you be happier, Davy, if Hasan, let's say that he took off the suit and put on a hoodie and some shorts, like went Fetterman for the streamer drama part? Do you think that's more appropriate? Because you're right, there's a little bit of a dissonance between the the professional way that he's dressed and the ridiculous the dude on the deathbed of his fucking channel, honestly, with Destiny. Like, either he is gonna get, and chat, I'm not preying on his downfall or anything like that, because obviously he's an interesting guy and he produces a lot of content, but no, I will prey on his downfall because I'm kind of sick of him. But he's making threats like this, or shit that sounds like threats, talking about I'm gonna go on a mass harassment campaign. Like, I don't know. He's got a YouTube channel, chat. Is that YouTube channel demonetized? Is he demonetized on his YouTube channel? Because, yeah, a Kick, probably, maybe you can stay on. Maybe. Although Kick is starting to have some standards, too. Kick is starting to have some standards, right? But yeah, either the demise of his channel is going to come from, being deplatformed by his own stupidity, or it's gonna come from just, I don't know, being exposed. More on that tomorrow, chat. We got something coming up for you. I should probably mention this now. Things are not going good for Destiny. Things are not going good at all. They are, though, going good for somebody here. Brat6847, you just got weaseled, so things are going good for you, but they're not going good for Destiny, right? Destiny did not get a gift sub. But yeah, we got some crazy shit going on tomorrow, chat. You remember Connor points, right? In fact, if you are a sub or a member, you can watch this content, right? It got a little too spicy for me to keep it on main, but it's still up for subs and it's still up for members. Of Connor talking about the creepy shit that Destiny was doing with the wife of a groiper. There's a groiper named Devil, there's a wife named Brit, and supposedly Destiny had sex with this groiper's wife. Not only that, but there's stories about them sending back pictures of their kids to each other, which, I guess that could be just normal. Hey, you've got kids, I've got kids. Hey, oh, your kid's so cute, right? Not with Destiny though. Talking about their kids in terms of some kind of role play that they were involved in, some kind of a situation where they would be the step parents to each other's kids. Chat, I don't think that they're role playing like parent goals, okay? I think it's more the idea that Destiny gets stuck in Destiny is getting dishes out of the dishwasher and he gets stuck there or something. It's one of that kind of step family sort of situation I think is what's being implied. And Wick is trying to sweep for it. Wick is trying to be like, it's totally normal. No, everybody does fantasies involving children. It's bad. It's bad for Wick. For him to sweep for something that's inexcusable. And it's really bad for Destiny to be revealed as, what did I call him in the tweet yesterday? An adult baby? I meant that he was acting like a baby. For the record, chat, I wasn't trying to imply any sort of role play or age regression or anything like that, but it's there. It's there. I guess people could, Step Brother Relly. Yeah, no, now I'm imagining that movie with Will Ferrell and John C. Wait, what's his name? Not John C. Woods. That's the Nuremberg guy. John C. Riley. Is that right? Like, you want to sexualize that shit? So, that would be more appropriate than what Destiny's doing, apparently. Role-playing as somebody's kid or role-playing as... I don't even know, chat. But we'll get into that tomorrow as much as we can. Hopefully, we'll find a version of that stream that's got massive censorship, because I don't want to hear the actual words, right? I want every other word to be bleeped out, because you will know what they're talking about. You will know what they're saying, but it's like not great. No, not Step Brothers. I know, right? Like, Destiny's fucking out of control. Out of control. So make sure to be here tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. I just thought I would mention that to you.
Definitely sound normal with this rant.
We got to get.
I'm
going to put it at 1.25.
I definitely come across as like the deranged person here, I think. Also, he's just mad at Philip DeFranco for asking for my side, which is like normal, asking for a comment. I'm dying. They literally did the meme.
What the fuck is this meme?
This isn't the first time he's called on his audience to target Hasan in public. He previously advocated to live track Hasan's location so someone could kill him. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, he should create a track Hasan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. Yeah. Strange stuff. He's just crashing out big time because he fucked up his own case and evidence spoilage. Yeah, the thing is, I just don't think he's gonna stop at any point. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to make him stop. I guess, like, I don't even think he'd stop with a restraining order, honestly. It's been like 7 years at this point, and he's just only gotten sadder and sadder. What is this? Destiny blocked me after I posted these images on his recent thread, reminding him there's no evidence of Hasan doing stuff like this. There's a mountain of evidence he does this. Yeah, honestly, I think you could perfectly justify attacking, killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. Even Nazis weren't this blatant. This is just so far beyond the pale. 3 of my biggest stalkers, if anyone else wants to investigate. And then it's literally doc spins. Like, he's just straight up posting
don't say
spins.
that word. Don't say that. That doesn't exist. Did that get, like, blurred at least? It looks like it's blurred.
Spoiler alert. This person's full doc since he removed the last one.
I don't want... Look, this is the shit that streamers have to worry about it. I don't want you ever to have to think about it, okay?
What the fuck? Have I ever posted stuff in here?
But yeah, if you're curious, yes, there are worse places on the internet than Kiwi Farms.
Full docs public yet? If someone is bored, please relink this person's docs. I am just hardcore doxing anyone I can find information on now. So now their docs are getting posted. Also, if anyone has the full...
That's blurred out, right? That's blurred out.
So openly doxing people, both in his own like community as well, for opposing him. And just anyone else. Just a heads up, I do not support anyone going after Connor's family, but since Connor's defending people who are making arguments about going against my family and someone might act on that, if someone did go after Connor's family, I think they would see that as fully justified, by the way.
Yeah. Look, I'm not supporting this, but if you did it, it would be fully justified. I would understand it, right?
And then he turns around and he's like, why am I fucking banned?
Is he gonna get banned? So now this is his site chat. I've said, because the background is similar to Discord. I think the last time I was like, this is DGG, right? I was wrong. This one is though, right? I can't see the rest of the timestamp. That would be what would tell me for sure, but wait, am I just like do I just need to make the window bigger or something? The windows to the walls? Yeah. Is that Discord? Are those Discord logs? Maybe I'm wrong again. Yeah, I think I don't see any sign that that's actually site chat. It just looks very similar. Wait, okay, so if you could figure out the order of these, okay, 140, 150, 149. Okay, yeah, it goes. Oh yeah, wait, no, that is, I think. Wait, no, that's also how Discord works. God damn it, I'm not sure where that's from, chat, but yeah, usually he crashes out in his site chat, right, which is the Destiny.gg website that he does his own like subs and stuff through that to keep more of the money that people are supporting him with, similar to what Vosh does, although he was the originator, I guess. And Vosh, White Nervosa, stole the sacred fire. Yeah, okay, you're right, Davy. There are some pretty bad places on the internet. 8chan, yeah. The 8chan is the 4chaners that were too spicy for 4chan.
Do you feel bad for making him go crazy? No, man.
Looks like site chat. Yeah, to me too, but yeah, I'm not sure. Because I think that like Discord logs, you can make them look different. Is Discord gonna keep? Well, if it's Discord, he could be in. Yeah, wait, actually, this has got to be site chat, because like I think Discord would ban you for this kind of shit, right? They spicy chat, Chudlogic's channel that used to be just like completely like it was basically Kiwi Farms for a while, but then Discord implemented stronger moderation guidelines, stronger moderation rules, and they had to burn all of the old spicy chat and start a new one with rules, right? That actually was moderated.
I don't. He's a fucking 40-year-old guy.
But that's what I'm saying, chat, is if this is like, and even if it is off platform, there's some sites that will have consequences for off platform behavior. I think even Twitch in some cases will give you consequences for stuff that happens off the platform. But yeah, for sure YouTube doesn't like this shit. I don't know how Kick is. I think Kick is pretty, generous with what they'll let you do, what they'll let you say, but there's a limit even with Kick. They don't want to get sued either.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He could just not do any of this shit. It's kind of crazy because like he could have just straight up been a cookie cutter neoliberal Democrat. Okay, instead of
he could have been Hutch.
Spending the last 7 years of his life,
he could have just been Hutch, but no, that wasn't enough for Destiny.
Actively trying to make my life worse. If he just focused all that time, energy, and initiative on, I don't know, focusing on politics, like actually trying to make an impact in the realm of politics, and wasn't such a fucking creepy, narcissistic sex cult leader, and instead genuinely had a vision that he wanted to.
Wait, Dean Withers, what did Dean Withers do other than tell ridiculous lies about his ops? I remember that whole arc.
Enact some sort of change on. He could have been fine. Like it just.
Oh yeah, Dean Withers as who Destiny could have been. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not young enough to be Dean Withers.
Just stick to fucking debating some of the dumbest mouth breathing.
Can you imagine if Destiny was on TikTok and somehow managed to not get banned? Like what the fuck that stream would be like? Like how the whole Destiny phenomenon would have been different if it had started on TikTok, like Dean Withers.
Right wingers, and you would have been fine.
Adam Mockler is a good example.
I saw what he posted
Adam
today,
Mockler is a good example.
How, he's just someone's gonna die in the space soon or something like that. Just like ominous shit. Yeah, the issue with guys like this D agrees with Asmold that Western culture is superior to Muslims. They've been glazing each other back and forth. Yeah, I know. They all operate off of like one singular thing. I'm the number one op. So even if they supposedly hate one another because like Asmongold is the biggest Trumpy and Destiny is supposed to hate Donald Trump more than anything else, they literally don't mind dropping all of that stuff aside because that's just totally secondary. It's just pure theater for these guys. Politics for them is a game. It's just a game of theater, and it's all just advancing their own personal narcissistic desires. It's a way to like galvanize their audiences to make it seem like their audiences are on board. That their audiences are on board.
Let me see if I can explain this. All right. So Destiny and Asmongold, their interests are aligned. Like Hasan says, neither of them care terribly much about politics. Asmongold is never going to take an interest in Destiny's politics and try to, you know, portray him as like a woke leftist or whatever. You know, Destiny is never going to, you know, take an offense. I mean, look, honestly, Dan Saltman is a right winger, right? Destiny doesn't hate right wingers. Destiny's collaborated with right wingers. And especially when a right winger is useful against his left ops, Destiny will eat that shit right up with a I was going to say with chopsticks, but I don't know if he can handle chopsticks, chat. He probably can't with a spoon. He would need a spoon to eat that with. But on the other hand, right? At times, Destiny and Asmund are both content, right? Asmund says something ridiculous, and Destiny knows he can make money off of being like, wow, Asmongold's dumb, Asmongold's fucked up, wow, Asmongold's embarrassing, so he'll jump in it, right? And at the same time, Asmongold knows that Destiny and his compulsory gooning that he does, and that generally violates other people's consent in some ways, and the court cases that he's going to have, at times that's going to be content, right? So they will both take bites out of each other. The rule is they can't eat the whole thing, right? Like Asmongold, like Titans, right, chat? They can't drink the spinal fluid, okay? But they can eat each other's legs and arms just fine, and they'll both recover, right? That's basically the long and short of it. And you know, they'll come back together. Like does Asmongold get mad when Destiny, you know, makes fun of him, makes content out of him? Probably. Does Destiny get mad when Asmongold does it? Probably. But at the end of the day, they'll come back together to screw Hasan. So that's what is going on now. 11 plus for Bad Empanada.
Their audiences are doing something. Do you think Pokey, Ludwig, or Philip will respond? Fuck no. Are you crazy? You think these guys don't know what both Asmongold and Destiny's audiences do? Why the fuck do you think they're so quiet whenever these guys do insane shit? Their whole, dude. It's ironic because Destiny will constantly talk about like how I'm bullying people. Every single content creator in this.
And funny enough, like when people were dogpiling on me, I got told by more than one person, look, take your lumps. It's not personal. Nobody hates you. All right. We're just feeding off of you. We're just farming you. And for me, it wasn't that I like have some, I won't allow them to do that, or, I feel like it's below my dignity to be the subject of derision and scorn. But they were just wrong. I did nothing wrong. All right. If I do, when I do mess up, when I do something that I think is, against my values, yeah, I do apologize for it. But lighting up Dylan Burns was fucking based. Was one of the most base things I've ever done. And I stand behind all of that shit, chat. I stand behind all of that shit and more. All right. And if Dylan ever tries to get into politics, he might just find out what that more is all about. Ooh. Now they don't. Now they get to figure out if I'm serious or not. Anyway, chat. There might be a few files. Okay, that's all I'm saying. There might be a few files. Just not a whole list of every streamer out there. All right, just a select list. Anyway, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. I put my donos towards BE too. Okay, there we go. BE explains how to do politics. How to do politics for the Americans, for the Yankoids.
space, knows exactly how Asmongold operates, knows exactly how Aiden Ross operates, knows exactly how Destiny operates. They literally never talk about these people for that reason. Not because they like agree with them politically or whatever. It's because they're just like fucking terrified of being on the receiving end of.
But yeah, I got told by people to just take your and you could see this at work, right? Just a Robot's a great example. Just a Robot defended someone named Cinebear. I don't even remember what it was about. Cinebear did something fucked up, I think. And Just a Robot was friends with Cinebear and jumped in and was like, there, I got to defend Cinebear, and just got like piled on, like did a bad video that everybody watched, everybody made fun of. Just a Robot was being brought on to be made fun of, and Just a Robot came on, right? That's the kayfabe politics. You'll see it at Chud Logic. I mean, I had a friend who used to participate in this shit, even though she was ostensibly a leftist. Nowadays, I don't know what the fuck she is, but kind of a traitor a little bit. Feel a minuscule knife in my back, but fortunately it's too weak to do any damage. But anyway, yeah, you're supposed to take your lumps if you're doing this kayfabe shit, right? And so I think that's how Destiny and Asmon kind of see it. Is you take your lumps from your allies, but not from your ops.
A 7-year smear campaign that I have experienced. Yeah. Everybody else sees the fucking harassment that I receive, and they don't want any part of it. And why should they? I do understand why people would shy away from it.
Anti-Western, I guess, if that makes sense. Because, like...
Destiny explains why he thinks Hasan always loses to Asmongold in their verbal spats on Twitch, especially in this format. Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly. Hasan is having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here. I like that Destiny is saying Asmongold will always defeat Hasan because I agree with him that Muslims are an inferior people to the superior Westerners. And it's like, and he's supposed to be this liberal guy. Anyway. Very strange behavior overall. Don't understand it. I feel like there are way more productive things to do. But even like he designed like...
You remember the creepy pastor who would try to convert kids on Twitch against their will? Was that the faithful sheriff? Was that the peanut guy? Not the burnt peanut, but the other peanut?
Like a whole ground game.
The better peanut?
Group, right? DGG. What is it? Digital ground game. And the entire thing...
Can we make something funnier up for DGG? I mean, I know it's officially Digital Ground Game, but what else could it stand for? DGG.
The entire like supposed door knocking.
Go nuts, chat.
Operation, canvassing operation is dedicated to shit posting online against Destiny's enemies and like begging them to kill themselves.
Wait, there was a reverend guy that did it? Was he a peanut?
Or begging them to debate Destiny and like try to fucking carve out relevance for Destiny. It's like so strange. Can you imagine if I was like redirecting the Democratic Socialists of America to fight against Destiny all the time? If I was like, hey, can we get some DSA accounts to like constantly tweet about Destiny? That would be fucking insane, right? And no one would do that anyway. That would be an insane thing. It's like...
Oh, he was an actual person? I vaguely remember what you're saying. Drunken Gooner Grunt?
Fucking adult.
Okay.
The fuck's wrong with you?
All right, we got to get on to this Professor Jiang thing. Hopefully this wraps up real quick. Right quick.
But for so many people, this is their only introduction to politics. Like, there are a lot of people who legitimately think this is the purest expression of politics, especially on the internet, right? This is the only thing they think is, this is what they think is actual politics, which is so strange. Anyway. You're right on Fox now with Francesca. Nice. Yeah, I got bigger and better snarkers to have to worry about.
Governor, yeah, we'll have to pick up with them a little bit later. For now, chat, we are going to advance the tape. We're going to advance the VOD a little bit more. A little bit more. It should be around here.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh.
If you want.
Thank you. It's the ADHD that I have. For your title, what would you like?
You can just call me Jiang if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna say Professor Jiang, and then I'm gonna say future predictor, predictive history.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So, Professor Jiang, you have been on the broadcast of numerous academics and also
Here we go.
who is not necessarily an academic, but you.
He's a student of life, you could say. Jiang is Harry Seldon. There we go again with the foundation comparisons. All right, here we go. You ready for this? Jiang said you need to have about 4 brains to stream. A comment for you as well. Yeah, like maybe that's why Destiny has missing brain lobes, right? Maybe he tried to do like a Voldemort and like split his brain up to be able to stream better. I don't know. Yeah, we got to giddy up.
You've had conversations with the likes of Dugan and many others.
Did I miss that, Direful? Did I start it too late?
There's very excited to have you here. You did
the goat has arrived. Hell yeah.
Interview with Breaking Points. Longtime fan of your work.
Yeah, that's right, Davy. Pax Islamica is in the house.
Get right into it. What's the next prediction? What's coming up?
My next prediction, my big prediction is that I think Trump will get a 3rd term.
Okay.
Right off the bat. Right off the bat.
What makes you say
that? How does that happen, Jiang?
Well, first of all, he and his family have been stealing billions of dollars. That's a lot of corruption, and it's really unprecedented. So if he were to leave the office in 2028, you would imagine the first thing that any new administration would do is conduct an investigation, because it'd be very popular among American people. I also live in China, so I know how these things work. Basically, when someone gets in office and he's behaving like a tyrant, it usually means he's a tyrant. And it usually means he has no intention of ever leaving office. So I think that given his behavior, I think Trump is intent on a 3rd term. So then the question then is, would he get a 3rd term?
So yeah, here's my question, right? Trump knows this. I don't think they're gonna try for a 3rd term, because the pathway is like so uphill, and probably the better the better bet for the Trumpies is to, I don't know, get somebody in the presidency that will protect them. That's probably what they're gonna shoot for. Maybe corrupting the 2028 election. Yeah, I'd see that more likely than Trump trying to stay in office. But here's what I'm wondering though, like, can he's talked about pardoning anybody who was within, I don't know, what is it, like 100 yards of the White House or something like that? That was the statement. He talked about like mass pardons, right? And you do have some precedent for this with I think Biden did kind of mass pardons. He wouldn't survive through a 3rd term. That's true. Yeah, and who would be the vice president the next time? Do you think he'd make a family member a vice president, possibly? Because he would be pretty assured to die in office if he took on a 3rd term. But I just wonder, like, could he preemptively pardon? Because like Hunter Biden actually had charges, right? Or in fact, I think Hunter Biden had a conviction on a bullshit gun violation that millions of Americans do every year and don't get punished for, right? That's what they got Hunter on, and Biden did pardon him for that. I think he might have pardoned a few other people too that he thought that there was a good chance that Trump was going to go for. But is there any way to just like write a blank check style pardon where it's like you're pardoned for whatever? Or would they have to figure out, okay, they're going to charge Bannon with this, they're going to charge Stephen Miller with this, and would he have to then pardon them for certain criminal offenses that would be almost a de facto admission that they had committed those criminal offenses, right? Best bet for Trump is a do-nothing Democrat. Oh yeah, that we need to move forward and not look at the past. Yeah.
And when Zelensky visited the White House, there was a White House gaggle, and basically, the reporter asked Zelensky, "Hey, why haven't you had an election for the past 4 years? And you should be out of office." And Zelensky is like, "Well, we're at war, so we suspend the Constitution." And Trump was like, "Wait, you can do that?" And then Zelensky was like, "You like that, don't you?" And yeah, that's what he might do.
No, they suspended the elections, yeah, but as far as suspending the Constitution, I think the better precedent would be Bukele. And unfortunately, chat, that is a model that people are taking as something to be copied, right? The Bukele model of declaring a state of exception and just keeping it there. And what Bukele does is pretends to be going after this. And there was, in his country, a scourge of cartel involved crime. But instead of actually going after the cartels, he made a deal with the cartels, told them to hide their bodies better, and then went after their enemies in organized crime, but ultimately let the big fish keep swimming, and even legitimized in some cases.
He could also run as a VP and have his son Don Jr. At the head of the ticket, and then when he wins, when they win by cheating, they can, his son can abdicate and he can be the president again.
So there's one complication there. It's actually unconstitutional for him to be the vice president. Like right now, Barack Obama couldn't run as a vice president because he's already carried out his 2 terms. Because there's a constitutional hurdle there, but maybe he can climb it. I don't know.
That is up to debate, because if you talk to any law professor, he or she will tell you that it's unconstitutional. It violates the spirit of the Constitution. But the problem with the Constitution is it doesn't state explicitly that you can't do that, because what the Constitution says is that no vice president shall be elected, but the vice president is not elected. He's part of the ticket. So it's ultimately up to the Supreme Court to decide what this Constitution says, right? So I would debate that they will take this to the Supreme Court.
Well, yeah, I mean, the vice president has the same qualifications as the president. Like, vice president also has to be over the age of 35, for example. Like, you can't.
Look, I'm not sure if they could take it to this Supreme Court, right? If they could somehow get rid of Amy Coney Barrett and replace her before Trump's term is up, and people think that Alito is going to retire pretty soon. If they could replace 2 of the justices, maybe they'd give that to him. I don't think that the current Supreme Court has shown that it's gonna do, it's a cook to order court, right? When he wants something, it's gonna go right to the shadow docket and it's gonna be reviewed, immediately. When something's not convenient for them to review, they're gonna slow walk it, right? They are definitely playing, Trump's tune in the Supreme Court, but there's a limit, and we saw that limit when it came to the birthright citizenship decision. A little bit when it came to the trans decision, although it did not. They allowed the banning of trans women from sports. They didn't mandate it, which they could have done for other states that aren't doing that. So, he's not getting exactly what he wants from the court, at least anymore, probably because he's less popular. But yeah, were they able to manipulate the court a little further? I guess anything's in the realm of possibility. Yeah, this Trump momentum has slowed too much to attempt a 3rd term or anything else that's kind of crazy. Wait, what did you say before? Okay, so I don't think Trump is as loyal to his followers as in the White House as I can easily see him selling everyone else out to save his own hide and to save his family's hide, right? And that's really more what I was speaking to. His family members are very likely guilty of criminal corruption. And that's where I would assume he would place his efforts to try to keep his family out of jail.
Like a 30-year-old VP on the ticket.
That is the spirit of the Constitution.
But then again, who knows?
That's the spirit of the Constitution. I agree with you. And all law professors will tell the same thing. But again, it's not in the letter. It's not explicit. And so they can take it to the Supreme Court. And ultimately, 3 of the 9 justices were appointed by Trump. He'll probably get another one by the end of this year, possibly next year. So there'll be 4.
Might get another 2 if they can harass Amy Coney Barrett out of her position.
By Trump, when this case.
Hasan is merely Salieri, a man envious of the true virtue in politics. Trump is an aficionado, a man of many talents, an extraordinary genius to cast a tall shadow on the virtuoso Salieri Hasan.
Case goes to the Supreme Court. But, it'd be great for us because it'll be Barack Obama versus Donald Trump in 2028.
Okay, you said us. You're in the...
Trump is a Mozart. Does that mean he farts on Hasan?
In the tank for the Democrats. Is that what it is? Am I getting?
Am I misremembering that, chat? Did Mozart actually fart on Salieri, Or did he just fart in his general direction?
Isn't that right?
No, I know. What I meant, of course I'm being ironic. What I meant is like, just a general spectator.
Oh, okay.
Like it'll be like the WWE, right? The main event.
Okay.
The greatest clash in American politics. Barack Obama versus Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been waiting for this ever since what, when did he go to the White House correspondence dinner and Barack Obama made fun of him? I mean, he's been relishing this.
I mean, this is not going to happen, and I don't want Barack Obama back as president. I hope he did have at least a little trouble in the primary. But I think Barack, if this actually happened, Chad, I think Obama would chew him up and spit him out.
2050.
Like, Trump is just not at his prime. He can't do it anymore. And in 26, 27, 28, yeah, in 2 more years, I think he'll be even less capable if he's even alive.
2014, maybe?
Yeah. No, he's been relishing this moment for a long time.
They're saying 2011 in my chat. Professor Young, is it possible to raise your volume on your end? I tried to do it on mine, but it's already maxed out. Just a little bit from your microphone.
Sorry.
Because you're a little bit quiet.
I'll put my mic closer to my, yeah. All right.
There's no way to crank up the volume on your end through the Zoom, maybe?
Yeah, let me try.
Oh, they're on Zoom. Okay. Yeah, look, you got to move away from the mic to breathe in.
All right. Right.
It sounds fine is what chatters are saying now, but it's crazy because, and I'm sure you've already gotten a little taste of this, when you were also live, they always complain. You know what I mean? They always complain, and then they're like, and then they complain nevertheless, even when you fix it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So.
Well, that's the delay, to be fair.
Is this better now?
It's a little bit better. I'll just lower my own volume to adjust it to yours, so that people can, can lower their volume or increase their volume. I think we should.
Wait, Salieri trained Papa Haydn.
Get this way. All right. So getting back to it. So you're famous for your predictions. You use game theory. A lot of people have called you out on it. I don't fully understand how game theory factors into your predictions. Sure. Do you mind elaborating on how game theory factors into your predictions on geopolitical events?
Right. So my big thing is that the world is a game, and we can treat nation states as players in this game, and each nation state has a distinct personality determined by its geography and by its history, and this distinct personality determines how it interacts with the world. So, for example, the United States is particularly aggressive. China is not aggressive, and ultimately, each player is going to engage in its optimal strategy, right? So rather than like look at what people say, look at what people do, just think about like if this game were to continue, what is the optimal strategy, and then the player would adapt this optimal strategy over time. Right. So if you were to go back, 2 years ago, and you were to survey American politicians and Donald Trump, would you go invade Iran? They'd be like, of course not. That's insane. Why would we do that? But they end up invading Iran because it is at this point in American history the optimal strategy in order to maintain American hegemony around the world. So that's a brief introduction to game theory.
Okay. So part of that equation in your assessment, because you correctly predicted that Trump's going to win the election. There were some incorrect predictions in there. I believe you said Nikki Haley could potentially be Trump's vice president, but then you also landed on JD Vance as well. There was one thing that stuck with me though, where you said that America was going to go up the escalation ladder with Iran. America was going to lose the war to Iran, but in the process of doing so,
they would invade.
There would be
boots on the ground
that from the rest of the region would join in.
The sad thing is that there is still the possibility of that. As much as I wish I could tell you it wasn't, it wouldn't make sense. It'd be a really bad idea. I don't think Trump wants to do it, but wait. I'm sorry, somebody said not my proudest FAP in chat, and it's cracking me up.
On this battle and militarily invade Iran. Boots on the ground military warfare. Part of that, you said Saudi Arabia would amass 200,000 plus troops. Where, if you don't mind me asking, where did you get that number? Because I remember looking up the number of troops that the Saudi government has, and as far as like combat troops, it was nowhere near 200,000.
There would be some very spoiled, very out of shape, like, I don't know, nobility, Saudi nobility, fighting in in the battle if they were to somehow summon 200,000 troops. Yeah.
Which,
Right.
of course, I don't even think Saudis would ever allow Saudi nationals to go and wage war, as they were thoroughly defeated militarily in Yemen by the much smaller, much more ascetic band of
Ascetic?
backed by Iran, the Ansar
Okay.
Allah movement, the Houthis.
Okay, so to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't do thorough research when it comes to
Uh-oh.
these numbers.
Professor Jiang, do I have to point to the sign? Unfortunately, the sign's in Chinese. Wait, no, you would... Wait, does he speak Chinese? I actually don't know. He grew up in Canada. He's lived in China for a while. You would assume that he can read. But yeah, no investigation. No right to speak. I'm so sorry, Professor Jiang. Can I ban the horniest chatter of the night? What? How did I miss there's a horny chatter?
When I give lectures, I'm trying to create a narrative that sort of captures the essence of what's happening. And so my larger argument is that America will go in a coalition, and this coalition will make up the bulk of its invasion force. And we're already seeing this transpire where there's crackdown in Iraq. And so what a lot of people believe is that the prime minister...
Am I just not seeing the horny chats because my multi-chat is in top chat mode? Is that what's going on? Saudi military is just the Colombian mercs who literally betrayed them on the slightest annoyance. Ooh.
Trying to crack down on the Shia militias in order to pave the ground for a invasion from Iraq, right? And if that were the case, then you can see Iraqi militiamen joining in. You can see the Kurds joining in as well. So my larger point is that it'd be a broad coalition with the Americans providing aerial support and special forces and intelligence and command and control. But the bulk of the invasion force would be...
What topic are they debating? Well, right now they're talking about the prospect of American boots being on the ground, Trump doing an actual invasion of Iran, attempting to gain control over the Strait of Hormuz. This is something that Jiang predicted. And to be fair, it hasn't completely played out. It just, like, it looks like it's not going to happen. I think Hasan is trying to say that it's not going to happen. But, I mean, you know, it's Trump. It's Trump.
Multinational. And you could also see some Japanese and Korean forces in there as well.
Wow, you think Japanese and Korean forces would also participate in a ground invasion of Iran?
They are suffering from the disruption of trade for sure. Yeah. I mean, Philippines too.
Well, it's in the benefit of America to make it as international as possible. And ultimately,
is he a crank, Be Various? I think you can answer that question. I think you know the answer to that question.
Hormuz were to continue to be closed, and South Korea and Japanese economies were tanked, right? So they have a vested interest in sending forces. They may not send a lot, but again, I think Trump will be very interested in having this as broad a coalition as possible, just for domestic political purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yo, if South Korea sends troops, you know North Korea is going to send troops to fight with the Iranians. Like, you know that North Korea is going to... Kim is gonna have a field trip for his boys.
Self-defense forces, especially considering that that's like definitely a bridge too far for many, even in Japanese society. As far as I understand Japanese politics, that's I mean, they don't really have a real military. I mean, it's unconstitutional for them to even have a military technically. They have
the best blue water navy in East Asia. I can see them sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz to support the attack. And also right now, Japan is rewriting the constitution, and they are remilitarizing because they recognize that as the United States retreats from East Asia, then they need to basically...
I heard they're going to add the lines back to their flag.
...be able to defend themselves against Chinese aggression.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit, if you don't mind me asking. So you live in Beijing, but you're on the English side of the internet. So, and I've been to Beijing. I don't know if you're aware. I've been to China. It was quite a controversial trip, as a matter of fact, because I don't have, unlike many Americans, I don't have an immediate hostility towards China. I think it's just another country existing in the world. And as you also correctly pointed out, they don't have a lot of inherent hostility towards other countries in general. They just have, they exercise their self-interest, and their self-interest revolves around maintaining stability around the world. And even simply saying that out loud and correctly pointing to that is seen as an unforgivable sin here in the United States of America.
And before writing chatter, Hasan / or Jiang / fiction, wait, are you saying did Hasan's fans did Hasan's chat start doing that, or
But I want to hear about your perspective on China a little bit, given as you're someone who went to college here in the United States of America, I believe, right? You went to Yale?
Yeah, I
right?
was at Yale. Yes,
yeah, you went to Yale.
No, you're right about that, Davi. Sending troops to Iran would literally destroy American force projection. It's already been damaged enough, right? Iran, one of the conditions that they're going to demand, I think, in the final whatever peace deal gets brokered, is going to be for the United States to remove its forces from the Gulf, right? And they've already blown up enough that maybe the United States already wants to remove their forces rather than rebuild their military installations and their bases.
Yale, you had an English degree from Yale, and then you also you worked as a journalist in China for a little bit, and then there was a little bit of controversy. I think you were working. This is just off your Wikipedia page. You can elaborate.
Oh God, should I check on my?
Working with an American outlet, I think, or an international or Western outlet.
Yeah, PBS.
Oh, you're working with PBS. Okay, cool. And then and what was that about?
Yeah, so I was working as a freelance journalist for the first couple of years. I was in China, and I was working for the Council of Education.
9 likes on this baby, chat. We're almost jailbroken, right? 10 to 15, I think, is where people actually try to see it. So, or try to people can see it on Twitter. So if you have the Hellsite app, if you're on the Hellsite, I would appreciate your support on this thread, because we're almost there. We're almost there. And for once, I want to get there before the stream is over, because what often happens is we get there just about the time that I'm done with stream. So yeah, that would definitely help.
Asia Week, some American publications. And then PBS came into town, and this was a time when China was applying to join the WTO, the World Trade Organization. And there were a lot of worker protests around the country due to the restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system, right? A lot of people were losing their pensions, a lot of people were losing their livelihoods. And so they sent me to the northeast of China, a place called Daqing, to film a worker protest. And the moment I arrived, I was arrested because there were as you know, in China, there's a huge police presence everywhere. Like lots of plainclothesmen, a lot of spies. So I was arrested the moment I was there, and I was put in a hotel for 48 hours. And I was interrogated, and I was forced to sign a confession saying that I was working illegally in China as a journalist, which I was. I was working in China illegally as a journalist at the time here. And so
sorry,
why is that funny?
I just like that you're so honest about it. Or you're like,
yeah, no. It's illegal to work in China as a journalist. And then I was deported, but I was not charged with a crime. There's a difference, right? So I was deported, and I was allowed back in the country anytime I wanted. But they wanted to deport me in order because I mean, like, you can imagine when a journalist gets arrested in China, like when you guys stop at Tiananmen Square, that's big international news, right?
Yeah.
So they,
even when I got detained for like 3 seconds at Tiananmen Square, that was all over Western newspapers. They're like, oh, the communists have arrested him. I mean, it wasn't, but yeah.
Yeah. So they said you can come back anytime, but we have to deport you because you're getting too much attention. And so so after a year, I was trying to write a book, didn't really work out. I was trying multiple possibilities, but then I ended up going back to China to do documentary filmmaking. And then I worked in the United Nations of Afghanistan. And then after that, I started to work in education reform in China. I built a couple of schools in China that were pretty successful. And then I got fired because I'm a tyrant. I have a certain way of doing things. I have a certain way of educating students, and it didn't really align with Chinese culture and Chinese tradition. I want to teach critical thinking. I want to teach the Socratic method, and they just wanted kids to get into Yale and Harvard. And I was doing that, but they didn't want the education reform. And so I was fired from my position. I wandered around China for the next 10 years before I met my wife. And that's what really changed my life. After I met my wife, we had 3 kids. And so I needed stability in my life. And so I started to go work at a private school. And that's when I started to film my lectures. So
that is Moonshot Academy that he's talking about, the private school. It's a college prep school, from what I've seen.
Both geopolitics, game theory, as well as great books, Homer, Dante, Plato. And that's what made me popular online.
I've seen the videos. So the videos that you have on the internet, you actually have students in the room with you. Like, that's a lecture from high school. I assume is it high school?
It's a high school, and I have like 1 student in the class. Yes.
Did you have 1 student?
Sometimes 2. Sometimes if I get lucky I get two, but yeah, usually.
I think he streamed like it's like, you know, okay, so if what like is it one of these schools where if you schedule your classes, and if you don't have a class during a period, you're kind of free to study on your own? And they just these are people that don't have a class while Jiang is streaming, or maybe Jiang streams during lunch or something. But yeah, he's not a teacher. He's not being trusted with a class of high school students, right? He is I guess sort of using the school as just a backdrop for his content. It's a strange thing going on. He definitely was part of that tutoring scam in China.
Usually one student in the classroom, yes.
Says a chatter.
And what's
the chatter?
Like I've looked into the website a little bit, and I feel like it's one of those schools where it's like the goal is to try to get these kids to like American college, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So we are a private school. I've left the school, by the way.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I've left the school to pursue other possibilities. It's a private school. It's trying to get
other possibilities,
kids into
like grifting on the internet,
colleges. But as you can appreciate, a lot of these kids are there because they failed out of the Chinese public school system. The Chinese public school system is very, very rigorous. It's intense, and a lot of kids, I would say the vast majority of kids, flunk out because they develop a lot of depression. They develop psychological issues, and these parents are rich enough to send their kids to America. So I deal with like rich dumb kids.
Yeah. That's what.
Oh my God!
This, but yes.
I'm sorry. Did he just say I deal with rich dumb kids? Ooh, Jesus! Like, I mean, he's not. I get what he's not wrong in what he's saying, and I don't know. You would expect him not like. If the kids were in his classroom chat? I mean, did you ever have a teacher that like you would help out if the teacher needed something? Like this teacher was such a. He's not even a teacher though. I think he's like a mentor. I think he like if I'm understanding correctly, you know, he would get like he's got a caseload. He's got like, I don't know, 15 students or something. And his job is to try to help them get into American colleges, to be like, you know, what are your after school activities? What else can we sign you up for? To kind of try to, you know, I don't know, just like burnish their academic career a little bit, try to give them that extra push. But yeah, like he just called his students rich and dumb. That's
the children of rich kids in other countries with like a public education system oftentimes will send as a secondary option their children to private school in America because it's much harder to get into the best schools, the top schools in China. Same thing with Turkey as well. I'm a dumb rich kid who had to go to private school in high school because I couldn't get into any of the good schools because I didn't fail, but it's just like I wasn't competitive enough in 8th grade in my test results.
And the grind.
Look. I mean, as rough as that sounds, because you know, like ideally, we would want like all kids to have, you know, good, solid opportunities, right? But as bad as that might sound, the United States prides itself on the idea of meritocracy, and it's not what we do in practice, right? In practice, if you're wealthy enough, you know, you might not get into Harvard, you might not get into Yale, but you will get somewhere that will allow you to, you know, achieve what you want to achieve, right? And in these other schools, it's literally like, I don't care how rich you are, right? I don't care who your parents are, right? We got spots for the top 25%, you know, according to these metrics, and you're not one of them. You're not one of them. I mean, right? You can take a slightly shittier job. I don't know. I mean, unless I'm missing something. I mean, like, obviously I wasn't educated outside of the United States, so I don't know what it really looks like, how it really works or any of that stuff. But like there is something that like almost is appealing about that idea of like a rich kid getting denied you know, admittance to a good college because they are just not, you know, they didn't earn it, right? It's just like you're not. I don't really want to see. I don't wish ill on anybody's kids. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like the world should be a little bit more kind, a little bit more egalitarian, a little bit less like hierarchical, a little bit less competitive. You know, but I really don't like the fact that, you know, if you fuck up in school and you're poor, you're fucking cooked. Especially if you didn't learn the skills, right? If you didn't learn, you know, if you talk in a way that belies, like, you know, not understanding grammar, if you your vocabulary is limited, like, you're really kind of fucked, right? And it could be the difference was just like, you know, having a teacher that gave a fuck versus a teacher that was overburdened and you know, whose life teaching was hell, right? Which, you know,
at like age 2 or 1, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah, China does work the kids too hard. Also Japan.
What the parents will do to make sure their kid succeeds on the national entrance examination.
I need to find out more what it's like in Thailand. I wonder what school is like for Thai kids.
I mean, like, these kids are doing cram school at age 3 or 4. They're learning math, they're learning vocabulary, they're doing a lot of sports, just swimming. You know, I have 3 kids, and it's impossible for us to raise a family because our kids can't find any friends. Everyone's too busy studying, and you know, we are very progressive with our kids. We want them to be happy. And so all other parents look at us and think we're like, you know, just serial killers, you know, like cannibals. Like how could you do this to your child? Don't you know that at age 6 or 7, your child's future is already determined? Are you happy with your child being, you know, like a drug addict for the rest of his life? We get a lot of stares, and people talk about us behind our backs all the time.
That's wild.
Brett says, I don't like China's college entrance exams. It's insanely vigorous. I'm pretty sure they only get one chance. Way more intense than the SATs. Wait, I thought they'd gone away from the SATs.
But, you know, so what's your plan then? Are you planning on,
or did they change the SATs?
Bringing
recently?
them to the West, or are you planning on raising them in Beijing?
Yeah, so my long-term,
Or was that just a COVID thing? Did some people just not take standardized tests during I thought there was something. SATs have an edge still.
plan is to start foundation schools around the world and I want to promote a new model of education. And there'll be 3 major pillars to this new model of education, and they are great books. I think that in the digital age, it's now the most important thing to read books, especially the great books, right? Homer, Dante, Plato, Shakespeare.
This is giving American, you know, what do they call it in the US? You read like the literary canon, and it's not the real literary canon. It's our literary canon. It's Melville, it's Hawthorne, it's Fitzgerald, Salinger if you're unlucky.
The second pillar is game theory, like teaching you how to understand geopolitics, how to understand current events, and understand the social forces that determine.
My little sister still had to take SAT during COVID.
These events. And the third is the cult, religion, right? So I'm interested in teaching the Kabbalah. I'm interested in teaching Sufism, Vedic philosophy, Taoist philosophy, because I feel.
Yeah, what is it in Europe? Dante, Jingle Jam is saying, what is that? I can't remember the author that writes Magic Mountain. Is it the Bildungsroman, right? Is that what they call that in the EU? Like the
that, you know, if you really want to understand the world, you need to understand religion, because the reality is that most people are religious and people take their religion seriously. And I think that it's very hard to understand what's happening in the Middle East unless you look at it from an eschatological lens, unless you appreciate.
Anybody like me kind of jonesing for atheism to make a comeback? I mean, look, there's major problems in the atheist movement when I was young. You know, and the people that are from, like, you know, they're discredited at this point, Harris and Dawkins and shit, but like, I don't know, we need something to push back on this you know, theocracy notion, right? It doesn't have to be actually, I would prefer a like a more of an agnostic, skeptical movement to the atheist movement. I don't really call myself an atheist, all right, but I also don't, like, you know, sign my name onto, you know, in any kind of religious set of doctrines or beliefs, right? What I've always thought about religion is, like, you know, afterlife. I mean, it's a shot in the dark. But if it exists, then it's probably a little bit more organic of an afterlife than any of these religions are talking about. Probably feels a little bit more like a natural process and less like a I don't know, selection of the sheep on my right hand and the goats on my left hand, or the being plunged into outer darkness, burning in a lake of fire, singing the praises of a malignant narcissist god, right? That shit was just like even as a kid I was kind of like The Glass Bead game, that's a long book though, Brexton. It's a very interesting read. That is Hermann Hesse, correct? Or Hesse, correctly? Organic non-GMO afterlife. Yeah, that's the future that liberals want.
That there are crazies.
We want a gluten-free afterlife.
Be like Peter Hegseth, who believe they're actually crusaders, that they are gonna go and bring in the second coming of Jesus. A lot of these Zionists are driven by end times eschatology as well. They really believe that they are going to build a third temple, and this is going to bring back their not bring back, but like usher in the coming of the Messiah, and then God will bring heaven to earth. They all believe this. And unless
it's a very Christian paradigm, Jiang seems to be stuck in there.
You really appreciate this, it's very hard to understand how the world works.
I mean, I believe in dialectical materialism. So my understanding,
and that's the other thing, right? The way that I resolve, my sort of I don't know, what would you call it, like cosmological uncertainty, is with the like I think that religion is something that people use to deal with their unconscious mind, and I think that in a best case scenario it can be a good tool in that regard, but I don't like the idea of religious notions affecting what we do in the material world, right? Other than just, altruism, other than just, looking at, valuing, others. I don't want, like policy to be informed like at all by religious notions, but as far as like playing with stories and imagination and emotion, which is sort of what religion does, and it goes back like it's you just like the earliest humans sitting when they invented fire, and they're they've got one lit to cook, and everybody's kind of nodding off to sleep, and somebody gets up and says, let me tell you about the times before. I'm very old, okay? And you all respect me because most of these fuckers, they die very young. I've lived to the ripe old age of 37. And so let me, as your elder, bestow my wisdom upon you, right? That's that's the origin point. And I want to think it's for something. Abortion, well, Ator, if you actually look in the Bible does talk about abortion, but not in the way that you think it would, right? The Bible gives a method for abortion, right? For you to do if you're a man and you suspect that your wife has become impregnated by someone other than you, right? It gives almost like a magic spell, right? It wouldn't actually work, but it is supposedly a method to induce abortion. So the Bible is pro-abortion in certain circumstances.
In some ways it's not,
and it doesn't speak to there's no condemnation. There's never, I don't think, a point in the Bible like there's maybe a condemnation for masturbation with the story of Onan, but none for abortion. So
is similar to game theory, self-interest on the basis of class, and how society is organized around the means of production, and everything is downstream from that. But I do think that there are some, spiritual and ideological ways of thinking that might lead people astray. But I think ultimately it's still, it's still the self-interest of the capital and class. But it seems like you were not a believer in Marxist theory or Marxist thought at all.
I'm sympathetic. So if you actually research Kabbalah, You
It
would
doesn't research. It doesn't condemn. Oh no, we're getting into Kabbalah, aren't we? Oh great, here we go. Oh my God, chat, get out your trees of life charts.
appreciate that dialectic materialism comes from the Kabbalah, right? So if you look at Marx and his genealogy, both his
Wait. Okay. I know what he's talking about. I don't know if there's any real world connection there. Like it's yeah, there's two different, there's like a merciful side and a severe side.
his maternal and paternal sides of the family, they come from several generations of rabbis. The guy's an aristocrat. Like just go and look at his Wikipedia page. He comes from like
he is Jewish, but he's also very critical of religion in general. And I do feel like the philosophical basis comes from Hegel and not Kabbalah. But maybe I misunderstood
right.
it.
Right. So I mean, my first point is that you're still influenced by your environment, right? I mean, if your parents, your grandparents are talking about Kabbalah every single day, you could reject that, but it's still going to influence how you perceive the world. That's point one. And then point two is that the Kabbalah.
Hegel read Kabbalah apparently. Yeah, it's very influential in what do you call it? Like it's just like it's a mystical tradition that is kind of got its roots in a lot of other I don't know, occult, same thing with Gnosticism.
Infiltrated the larger milieu, the zeitgeist of the times, and so I think it's very hard to understand that materialism and communism without thinking about the Kabbalah. That's my experience. This is something we can go deep.
I'm sorry, please elucidate. Right,
I can show you a lot of similarities between dialectic materialism and Kabbalah. So
I would love to hear more about that, actually, because I feel like it's what you're describing is like almost foundationally diametrically opposed to my understanding of materialist thought, especially when paired with the concept of dialectics, which is
but also, what is Jiang going to use? What is Jiang's I'm a little bit trepidatious about where Jiang is going with this Kabbalah thing. Because at worst, chat, it turns like, oh my God. Like, it's just, like, I know this is not, a method of like, I don't know. Like, he's gonna say that, like, he's gonna say that there's, like, powerful Kabbalah wizards, like, I don't know, doing magic to deceive the masses or something. Like he's gonna tie it into that rabbi from Chabad Lubavitch, and it's gonna get in fact, I think that isn't that they are kind of mystically oriented, aren't they? This is going to be Marx used Jewish mystic powers to overturn the Gentile communists. Kind of like what was going on Breaking Points today or yesterday, Davi, when they're talking about how the CIA used MK Ultra to create the counterculture and to distract from class politics, which would have been successful otherwise. It's a similar vibe if you catch what I'm saying. It's going to be very Rudyard energy. We'll get ready for that.
Which is to disavow the spiritual, which
Jiang is an occult wizard. I don't know, or maybe a witch hunter, an occult witch hunter, more likely. I would guess.
Hegel's dialectics, yes, was more so about the spirit of certain things, whereas like materialism is all about, the real world, simply put.
He's kind of a Gnostic, isn't he? Like as far as Jiang's personal religious belief, I believe it's Gnostic. It's oriented towards Gnosticism.
Right. Okay. So have you looked at the Tree of Life? The Tree of Life.
No. What is the Tree of Life?
Okay.
I mean, I think I know what that is, but I don't know.
Right. Okay. So the Tree of Life is what Kabbalists believe to be the fundamental underlying logic of the universe. Basically, how God thinks. Basically, how the universe moves. right? So in their understanding, the universe is energy. And this energy has a certain vibration that it moves. And what the tree of life shows you is how this universe moves. And you actually study the tree of life. What it is fundamentally is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Okay, so the idea is like everything produces
Okay.
and then this polarity in itself combines to
polarity being mercy and severity, and then you put those together in the synthesis. Now Hegelian dialectics, or what do they call that? The abstract, the concrete, and the, oh my god, I'm trying to remember.
a new force, which then creates a new polarity, and that's dialectic materialism, right? Marx's great innovation is to say, okay, I'm going to take this idea and apply it to economics.
Dialectics, yeah, but I wouldn't say it's materialism, but
right.
Okay, go on. I shouldn't have stopped you. You're lecturing.
Right. No, but I'm saying that's what the tree of life teaches.
I swear, Sailor Moon is more consistent than this shit. Brixton, Kingdom Hearts is more consistent than this shit.
The fundamental force of the universe is the thesis, antithesis, synthesis dynamic, right? And
what should we do after Persona 2, chat? I'm almost thinking Birth by Sleep, Fragmentary Passage, right? I kind of want a little bit of Kingdom Hearts in between Persona 2, Innocent Sin, and Eternal Punishment.
You can also say this as the generative force, productive force, and then create.
The only thing that's making me hesitate is I've already played through that on stream, and oh my god, it was at a. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody remember what arc that was when I played Birth by Fragmentary Passage? The one with Aqua, the one where you're Aqua the whole time.
And what Marx's great innovation is to recognize that, okay, what
about P5? Oh my god, P5. It would take me so long to get through P5, but I want to play that. I need like more time in life. I need to actually enter into the Velvet Room, or the what is it called in Dragon Ball Z, the room of time and space or whatever. Like you go in there and you come out like a few hours later, but for you it was like 3 years. You get like 3 years worth of training, but for the rest of the world only 5 hours passed or whatever. I need something like that to be able to finish P5, because it's good though. I mean, I love the writing. What version of P5 is like the definitive one though? Is it R? The hyperbolic time chamber. There we go. That's what I need. Yes. Currently playing P5 and SMT5.
Priority then is economics, okay? And that's how you come up.
Yeah, the hyperbaric time chamber is the one with Michael Jackson and the monkey.
With that, like materialism. And before, people appreciate it as maybe thought or religion. And Marx says, no, we can simplify it by prioritizing class differences.
Okay. Okay. I still don't fully understand how that is similar, but maybe I just don't have the brain power to comprehend.
You don't have the. I'm sorry.
But okay, so what's your spiritual analysis then? Because you said everybody believes something, right? Like everybody has some kind of.
This is a good question.
Spiritual understanding of the world, some kind of religious.
As much as I want to pin him down on a million different, like more material questions, I'm curious about this as well.
Worldview. What would you say yours is?
Right. So, 4 years ago,
SMT Strange Journey, but the OG one. Wait, can you still get that? Oh, I'd probably have to use some kind of emulator, right?
Was a very happy atheist. I was like you. I was probably
a very happy. There are no happy atheists. Shut up.
More sympathetic to Marx than anyone else. I really believe in dialectic materialism.
Wait, that was 4 years ago? You said?
Yeah, 4 years ago. 4 years ago. And then these past 4 years, as I'm teaching history, as I'm teaching the great books, as I'm seeing how things unfold in the world, I have this crisis of faith. And so when I'm looking at what's happening in Iran, I can't explain it simply using game theory. I can't explain it just using, geopolitics. I think there's something much larger going on. I still don't know why Donald Trump attacked Iran. Like
I abandoned my Persona 2 run because the dungeons became so difficult. Did you finish Innocent Sin? You mean an Innocent? Oh, you're talking about Xibalba, right? Is it Xibalba I get them mixed up, right? The final level in Persona 2 Innocent Sin is Xibalba, and then it's something else in It's similar, but it's something. It's called something different, and in Eternal Punishment.
Like, do you know why? Because he's never really articulated a good reason why he.
Oh, you were in Innocent Sin. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Is I wanted to tell people that I'm like halfway through, because people are asking. People are they're curious what I'm going to be playing next and when I'm going to be playing it. When I'm going to be finished with Innocent Sin, and I told them I think I'm like a third of the way through. That's my best guess. Now it feels like I'm half of the way through. But I'm just remembering that the final dungeon is pretty involved, right? So it's probably less than a half, probably a third of the way is time wise. I'm a third of the way through.
He decided to go and attack Iran.
Why do I think he attacked Iran? Because I
yeah.
think that the axis of resistance was at its weakest point in the aftermath of 3 years of genocide, and that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government was able to make a convincing.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I just like
to finally strike at Iran? Something that like.
Did I get distracted and not listen to what he said? Like I want to know what is his religious philosophy? What is Jiang? What does Jiang believe?
4 years ago? You said?
Yeah, 4 years ago. 4 years
Okay.
ago. And then these past 4 years, as I'm teaching history, as I'm teaching the great books, as I'm seeing how things unfold in the world, I have this crisis of faith.
Okay.
And so
4 years ago, he's an
what's happening
atheist.
In Iran,
He
I can't
teaches the great
explain it
books.
simply using game theory.
Oh my God! Look! Now here's my thing where I think here's my explanation of why I think religion is deserving of study, right? And it is sort of what Jiang says about people's motivations, right? That you understand culture and the unconscious and how people interact with that a lot better, through understanding religion. It doesn't make me want to join a religion, though. It doesn't it's not something that increases, like it's literally just like a Rosetta Stone for understanding how people think or how they engage with their the part of themselves that they don't recognize, the part of themselves that they don't see. It's somebody in chat saying he's Shia.
Using the geopolitics. I think there's something much larger going on. I still don't know why Donald Trump attacked Iran. Like do you know why? Because he's never really articulated a good reason why he decided to go and attack Iran.
Am I wrong, chat? Did not Hasan ask him about like his personal beliefs? I don't think we're getting to that. He's just said that I realized you can't explain Iran without understanding. Look, understanding religion is a little different than you.
Why do I think he attacked Iran? Because I think that the axis of resistance was at its weakest point in the aftermath of 3 years of genocide, and that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government was able to make a convincing case to finally strike at Iran, something that numerous American administrations have said no to. And then he believed foolishly that a regime decapitation would actually create ample ground for regime change. With
He didn't answer. Okay, that's what I thought. Donald Trump is literally motivated zero. Yeah, Donald Trump is incurious, I would say, as to larger eschatological questions. He's Falun Gong. There we go. That's why he had to get out. And he's getting kicked out? You said he's getting kicked out. I'm so confused, chat, because that means something different in Thai.
Kurdish militias on the ground, foment sectarian conflict, things of that nature. Of course, it didn't happen. I think Benjamin Netanyahu probably utilized the Venezuela victory.
Do you mean he, or do you mean he? Or do you mean he?
As well to his advantage.
Oh, he keeps getting kicked out of China. Yeah.
And outside of that, I think ultimately he wanted to disrupt the global world, the global energy supply coming out of the Gulf, because the Gulf is already far too.
But yeah, the reason. So in case you're wondering, at least my explanation of why Jiang doesn't want to, he'll just say that he realized religion was really important when he was looking at what's going on with world events, and when he was reading through the great novels, a lot of those that he mentions are fairly Christian oriented, right? So and just given what I've heard from him, I think he is some kind of Gnostic Christian. I should know more about Gnosticism to tell you, because there are different types, right? There's not just one Gnosticism. I just don't know enough about it to be able to tell you which maybe, but he's the reason he's not saying it is the reason that Moist Critical never gives you like, these are my politics, these are my political beliefs, right? You're never going to hear that from Moist Critical, because Moist Critical has got super hardcore Christian evangelicals and tradcaths and liberal Methodists and Unitarian Universalists. Like, he's got, he's a normie content creator, and if he says like, I actually believe in, I've converted to Judaism or something like that, right? Then like he's gonna loot like, right? You get more, you keep more of a diverse like audience when you do not give your opinion on a subject that they all disagree about, right? Or might see differently.
China, America's only, I think, at this point, geopolitical enemy, and they wanted to. I mean, Trump has been doing this already. He wanted to decouple the rest of the world from China. It failed, obviously, with his tariffs, with his Liberation Day tariffs proposals, and then outside of that, I think he wanted to.
But yeah, just so you know, Jiang's audience, like, there's a lot of like Muslim unks in there. Who else? You definitely got some like tradcath kind of people. Probably some evangelical people. But yeah, he keeps it real vague, just so that you can, if you want to think he's on your side, you can think that, right? He's pro-religion, but he's not super specific about what he does. Talk about Gnosticism a lot. Read The Holy Blood of Grail by Gnostic. Are we talking about like early Christian sects? That's the question, right? Is the exact form of Gnosticism that Jiang subscribes to. But the danger with Gnosticism is kind of, I guess it's the danger with every religion, that, if you're thinking that this is not the real reality, it sort of opens you up to putting up with a lot of bullshit, a lot of pie in the sky when you die. Right? This is not the real world, but this is the false world that's been created by the imperfect God, aka the Demiurge, aka the final boss of Persona, of the original Persona 2, not of the original Persona 5, not Persona 5R. Yeah, it just kind of opens you up to, all kinds of sophistry. As much as I find it interesting, and
maintain the world's largest known natural oil supplies in Venezuela, which he did, and then he turned around. He turned around and thought he could then either disrupt the Gulf's energy development and increase the rest of the world's over reliance on American refined oil, or rather destabilize Iran and then control Iran so that he would no longer have to worry about the rest of the Gulf potentially aligning with China in any meaningful capacity, which could have created a leverage point for China.
But you can see something similar in a lot of religions, right? The notion of samsara.
Would have probably hardened China's position. They're already very clearly,
idea of your reward is in heaven.
Aligned with Russia. That's one major energy provider for them, and they still obviously need oil.
What's the there's one particularly frustrating Bible verse that is like, God has hidden away the real truth from the eyes of the wise, or something. Like, anybody know what I'm talking about? There's one Bible verse that really grinds my gears, because it's basically giving you an excuse to believe any sort of fucking nonsense other than and disregard your own critical thinking.
Oil and gas, whereas they are already in control of the next. They have monopoly control over the next wave of the world's energy supply, the green energy, renewable energy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And if like Barack Obama were president, I would agree with your analysis. We're talking about Donald Trump, right? So the thing about Donald Trump is, in his first term, they tried really hard to debrief him. Like, there's the presidential daily briefing, and they recognized this guy doesn't actually read. So at first they tried a paragraph, like, like instead of one pager, let's just give him a paragraph. And it was impossible to focus his attention. He just did not care. So then they're like, okay, like we'll do bullet points. Okay, didn't work either. They're like, okay, we'll draw pictures. And like, didn't work either. Okay, even if you drew pictures for him, he could not keep focus. He could not absorb what you were telling him about geopolitics. And then they recognized the only way to get his attention was to appear on Fox News and tell him the message there. Okay, so this is a guy who has problems paying attention, who has problems being consistent, who has problems putting together coherent thought.
Yeah, a man who wants to engage in great works, but doesn't have the curiosity, the intelligence, or the persistence to do so. And thus, has to be convinced by his followers that the works that he is engaged in are indeed great, are meritorious.
So I think he's very emotional. I think he's very instinctual. He believes his own intuition. So I have a hard time believing that he actually thought it out.
I don't think he did. I think that there are people around him that some he trusts clearly that are manipulating him. They're goading him into taking certain actions. But it's like Joe Biden. Joe Biden was far too old to be making any kind of decisions. It was most likely the team around him that were making these decisions and moving him along. George W. Bush famously wasn't, very well put together, but they were just.
So yeah, my philosophy, just to wrap this up, my philosophy to religion, to the extent that I have one, because like I said, I'm an agnostic. I'm not a believer in anything. I'm curious. I'm interested, but I am not, convinced by any means. Is the same philosophy as I have for literature. And that is that the best literature doesn't just take us out of our world into a magical realm by which we escape, but takes us through our world, right? Through the looking glass in which we glimpse the reflection of the material reality. And it can offer wisdom, right? But it doesn't offer answers in the material sense. And that's really fucking important to me, chat, because what kind of people look for answers in the realm, look for solid answers for what to do in the material world. What we call that kind of person is mentally unwell, right? And I think the worst thing that religion can do for you is to take you away from your life into an illusory realm, right? It's gotta bring you, out of your world, but then, conversely back into it, right? That's what I look for from literature, from stories, and I don't actually disambiguate them that much from religion, which might be offensive to some people who place a lot of meaning, a lot of certainty in religion, but I do regard it as stories. But I also think stories are important. Does that make sense?
Signing off on a lot of these things, but I think the people around him were most likely convinced that this was a decent plan of action, which it of course it wasn't, and they had to push back the Chinese summit once, and then when Donald Trump inevitably appeared alongside Xi Jinping in the China summit, because he had to, it was clear that he did not have any leverage. As a matter of fact, he was bargaining from a position of weakness when he went there, and that's part of the reason why he went back on.
Hator says no, it doesn't make sense. Well, that's probably the Taoist in me that is confounding you. I'm sorry.
$14 billion arms transfer to Taiwan, which went against previous American foreign policy, and probably played a major role in normalizing relations across the strait. But again, that's because he lost. But you said there was a spiritual reason that you saw you saw Trump moving against Iran, and that caused your spiritual awakening. So how did that happen?
Right. Okay. So it was a series of events. Okay. But my first great epiphany was when I was teaching Dante, the Divine Comedy. And it was my first time reading Divine Comedy. And it took me a long time to try to.
We're still in religion, aren't we?
Beauty, its truth. When I did, I recognized that this could not have been written by a human being. It is just so beautiful.
What? I will admit that I've only read Inferno, but Inferno was about Dante's life, right? The people what in the like lowest circle in hell being traitors, and him feeling himself to have been betrayed, talking about Beatricia. I think she plays a role in that as well. Like that's a crazy thing to say. This could not have been written. Like you get a lot of Dante's humanity, at least in Inferno. Maybe the other two are not, maybe the other two have something else to offer. But I've never heard anybody say that those, the Purgatory and Paradiso are like somehow better works. No, maybe I should read them.
So perfect. And it revealed a deeper truth. And my only conclusion is this was not written by a human being out of his own free will, out of his own experience.
Purgatorio is better.
A lot of things, I felt he was channeling God. I felt he was channeling the universe, and then explaining the truth in poetry. And so the Divine Comedy, what it tells us is that there are two worlds. There's the material world in which we live, and then there's a spiritual world in which our consciousness inhabits. So think of our consciousness as inhabiting infinite dimensions. And
think of our consciousness as inhabiting stories. Think of our consciousness as being aqua, terra, or ventus, traveling around the the worlds in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
Our consciousness is able to access the entire universe if we train our consciousness to meditate, to focus, to be ever present. And once we do that, then great truths reveal to us. And I look deeper into this, and I recognize that this is what every single great religious and spiritual tradition has taught before. That ultimately we are part of the divine, that God is in us, and that we are in God. And as I can
we're all Sora. That's right, Professor Chang.
Study more and more history, I recognize that most humans throughout most of human history have believed this, and they've structured societies around us. Our world is unique in that we are completely materialistic.
But does anybody agree with Jiang, or see what? Can anybody explain to me what Jiang is saying? That he reads Dante and feels like this it could not have been written by a man. This has got to be divinely inspired. I just like I remember just getting a lot of humanity. I mean, it's a cornerstone of the humanities. From reading the first one. Inferno is the most popular, but I found Purgatory to be a bit more interesting. Had to also read swaths of all the books in actual Italian text. Okay, maybe that was what I missed, was reading. I don't speak Italian other than arias.
And that we deny the existence of God, that we deny the existence of the soul, of consciousness. In neuroscience, no one has actually spent any research into the nature of our consciousness, and that's kind of weird because we spend most of our time thinking, right? So like why haven't we looked into where our thoughts come from?
Can I introduce you to the field of psychology?
How we structure our thoughts and how we communicate our ideas. So the Divine Comedy was a great awakening. And then, like, as I studied history, I recognize a great paradox in our history, which is scientists know that our minds, the way that our minds are structured with the frontal lobe, our minds have been this way for the past 200,000 years, but we only have like 10,000 years of recorded history. So what were we doing before the Ice Age? Like were we just like, in caves, freezing to death, or running around?
No, we were in caves scared of shadows. Haven't you read?
Like what were we doing for 200,000 years? And then you look at places like...
No, you got to watch, what is that? Oh my God, what is that caveman show on Cartoon Network?
Pepe, in Turkey. You look at places like the Amazon forest, the Grand Valley in the United States. There's so much evidence of previous civilizations in these places before, and so I don't know how much of our history is real. So these past 4 years, I've been on a journey, and also I've been looking into certain conspiracy theories, like such as a moon landing, such as JFK, such as 9/11, and the evidence kind of overwhelming.
Primal.
Overwhelming
I
in
know
what
that's true.
direction? That it's just fake.
In that, yeah, and the government is covering things up, right? I mean, like just look at 9/11. You just Google World Trade Center building number 7. You're like, oh, wait a minute here. I thought 2 buildings came down, right? Because there were 2 planes, but 3 buildings came down that day. So how did that happen? Right? And like the moon landing. Oh, okay, we got to the moon, but apparently we lost all the technology. We lost all the data.
I mean, look, I've got a lot of criticisms for Bush and Cheney about allowing 9/11 to happen. I think that they'd been more proactive on the intelligence they were given. They might have been able to disrupt that plot, but yeah, 2 big, like the 2 biggest buildings in New York came down, and then a 3rd smaller building also fell down. That's a lot. Yeah, got hit by the falling of the other buildings, or just imagine the kind of like, you know, forces that were exerted on the ground and all that in the toppling of the 2 towers, right? No, I don't think that's at all weird. And Bush and Cheney ordered it. I will, I'll grant that they do seem to have strategically turned their back on something that would allow the goals of the project of the new American century to be realized. I'm not sure if I want to go that far, Nadia Yvette, but yeah, malfeasance, negligence, right? George W. Bush should have been impeached over 9/11. Instead, he got, praise from fucking liberals too. Sick.
The telemetry data, and we lost all the footage. So I'm like, oh, how did that happen? You have this huge bureaucratic organization.
Wait, what are you talking about?
And they lost all the technology.
So
yeah.
what do you
wait, who lost all the footage? Wait, are we talking about for 9/11? What is he talking about?
Like you think they just like faked all of it? Like they set up 9/11 on their own to like go to war in the Middle East to create sufficient cause? Is that what it is?
Again, I unless you have a full picture of the cult and its impact on the imagination of people.
What cult? Really what cult? Are we on Shabbat Lubavitch yet? Is that a cult, or
what the motivations are, right? But once you understand the cult,
we talking about the Frankists? Are we talking about the Illuminati?
If you look into secret societies.
Moon landing is where the. Wait, what? Is that even true?
They really believe they have a religious mandate from God and to remake the world in a certain way that welcomes God to our world, right? So look at artificial intelligence, and like this New Yorker article by Ronan Farrow on Sam Altman, where he interviews some OpenAI researchers, and they say like, "Oh, we're trying to summon demons with AI." Like they're being.
That's literally the plot of Shin Megami. Not even Shin Megami Tensei, but like the pre-Shin Megami Tensei, right? What is it called again? Digital Devil Summoner or something? He's just circling the psychosis tunnel. Yeah, kind of. Oh yeah, definitely. If you impeach Bush, you probably have to impeach Cheney. Otherwise, you're just out of the frying pan into the fire.
Being literal about this. They're not joking about this. They're not being metaphorical. They're being
You don't
literal.
think that's just self-interested to greatly increase the potential impact of AI and how scary?
Yeah, it's all like based on I think, like, was it a light novel or a short story or something? And then they made like a movie out of that, and then God, when did the first game come along?
It is in an effort to justify all.
Was the first game Megami Tensei 1 or
the additional billions of dollars in fundraising? Because there's 2 different schools of thought on this, right? Many people don't believe that AGI is truly possible, and then there are some who are simply trying to feed the bubble to the best of their ability. And part of that is to say that AI is going to take over everything. It's so scary. And that actually causes a lot of people to pay close attention to it.
Wait, if we're coming up to
money to it.
Look, if we're coming up to Shabbat Lubavitch, though, I probably need to take my break now. Take a pee, refill my drink, and grab some more tea. Because that's the part I really don't. I just know though, chat. The second that I get up to pee is the second that that Jiang utters the most interesting thing he's going to say all day. The NES game was the source since, wait, was it an NES Megami Tensei game, or was it called like anyway, I looked at the origin story of, they're really interesting, weird occult people that put together SMT. They're so, like, they're as interesting as the characters from the Velvet Room, and actually the characters from the Velvet Room are somewhat based on them. I don't think they really had an Igor, but they definitely had a demon artist. They definitely had a nameless, and they definitely, did they have a belladonna? Is Lynn the belladonna? Or did Lynn come along later? We're just talking about weird old JRPGs that aren't Squaresoft. Called Megami Tensei in Japan and Digital Devil Story in the West. And you're talking about the game, right? Not the anime. Because I did see the first anime. It's weird stuff.
To continue giving money to the likes of Sam Altman, specifically,
All
so
right.
they can continue, I guess, trying to develop it to the best of their
I'm
ability.
gonna listen
I do have
along.
a question for you. So you said you read The Divine Comedy only 4 years ago? That seems a little far-fetched, considering that you got an English degree from Yale.
Well, I mean, but the
Good
Divine Comedy
point.
is in Italian, right? So we read Shakespeare, Milton, Keats, Wordsworth. We're reading English poetry.
So you didn't read Divine Comedy through your English major at Yale?
No. And Divine Comedy is actually very hard to read. I mean, I read a lot of classics at Yale. I read, Homer and Plato, but we never read the Divine Comedy.
Okay. I mean,
We should have.
We read it in, I read it in Turkey in like 8th grade, I think, but
Right.
I didn't fully understand it, but then again, I also didn't think that it was like a divine intervention that like was incepted into Dante's brain.
I spent the past 2 weeks teaching Divine Comedy, and I spent every single day trying to tell people this is God's work. This is not Dante. This is the universe taking possession of Dante in order to spread the divine fire to humanity. I spent the past 2 weeks doing that, and it's on my channel. So
Okay. And you're okay. So you read Divine
I'll
Comedy,
check it out.
and that just like one-shotted you. It one-shotted
Basically,
your
yeah.
mind,
Yeah.
and that somehow ties back to Donald Trump's invasion plans of Iran, and
Yeah.
that put you down this journey. But that happened, that didn't happen 4 years ago, right? That happened.
Yeah.
130 days ago is when Donald Trump kickstarted Operation Epic Fury. So the timeline is a little messed up for me. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to.
Okay. All right.
Crisco86, congratulations on your 3-stream streak. Wait, were there other streaks? I feel like there was other streaks that I didn't shout out. Direful with the 5-stream streak. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back.
So okay.
Wait, someone showed Jiang a Dr. Bronner's bottle? Yes. Yeah, we are all one or none. We got to get him onto that. Spaceship Earth, that's right.
So
Dr. Emmanuel Bronner's.
So here's my theory, and again, I could be completely wrong. Okay, but based on my reading of Divine Comedy, this is what I think happened. Okay, there are many Jewish occultists, okay, Kabbalists, okay, who are intent on ushering the end times because they want God to come to Earth and to reunite with the Jewish
Also, where can a girl get some Dr. Bronner's in Thailand? That's what I really want to know.
people. Okay, and so one group that is very prominent, very powerful, are the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and then Rebbe Sneerson was leader of that movement for many decades. He's obviously
Oh my God!
The thing about Chabad Lubavitch is like they are the largest.
Of course. Okay, look, we'll let him cook with Chabad Lubavitch, and I'll come back and give my take. I'll try to make this a short break. No, I just I was taking a pee. I thought before he got into this is Dr. Jiang's hobby horse. This is his most obsessive interest, right? It's this Jewish organization. It's got chapters like all over the world. They run like community centers, but there's you can tie them to some pretty far right Zionist shit, and maybe some sort of mystical shit. And there's this one rabbi that he just kind of obsesses over. There are no Kambalas. Wait, Kamablas. Wait, sorry. I thought you were mixing. Oh my God, capoeira. No, it's not capoeira. I don't think anybody. Anyway, chat. Sorry, words are very confusing to me, right? I think Bjork once wrote a song about that.
Just property owners in Brooklyn. Okay, so they bought property way back before World War II, and now they're basically the biggest real estate developer in Brooklyn. And a lot of people that are in real estate are maybe front people for the Chabad Lubavitch movement, including like the Kushner family, right? And Donald Trump would obviously have had dealings with Chabad Lubavitch. They're not interested in the mature world. They don't care about that. What they're interested in is fulfilling their end times prophecy. There are three major pillars to the end times prophecy. The first is the completion of the Greater Israel Project, right? Second is the return of the Jewish diaspora to Jerusalem. They want all Jews to return to Israel, and they're fanatical about it. They're very serious about it. And the third is the building of the third temple, because that is where God will live. Okay, so if you just go into the Chabad Lubavitch movement, they're fanatical about these three objectives, and for decades they were planning this. Now, the thing about these religious Jews is they spend all their time meditating on the Torah.
Wait, Professor Zhao, before we move on, I have to ask you some questions here. So you're saying the Chabad Lubavitch movement predates Zionism as an ideology, and that it was actually a foundational ideology before Zionism, pre-Theodore Herzl, pre-Jabotinsky, and the like, and that they are responsible for Zionism as a prominent ideology, as a settler colonial ideology.
Okay, so let's be precise. So after the Protestant Reformation, the idea, there were many different groups, including the Freemasons, including the Sabine Frankists, many different groups who are interested in the second coming of Jesus. Okay, people like Isaac Newton thought that now that you have direct access to the Bible is the divine plan, because the Bible is literally the Word of God, right? And if you read the Bible in a certain way, right, if you focus on the books of Daniel, the books of Ezekiel, and the book of Revelation, this divine plan is going to reveal itself to you. And this divine plan calls for all three things, okay? So it's not just the Chabad Lubavitch people, it's also a lot of the Freemasons, a lot of different secret societies. They believe that for God to return, you need to meet certain conditions. And again, this is a fringe group of people, but unfortunately, this fringe group of people tend to have all the power in the world. Okay, so
I mean, I don't know if that's the case. Like, I mean, I think Zionism is broadly speaking a fairly dominant ideology amongst a lot of evangelical Christians, and certainly many American or Western Jews as well. But having said that, I don't know if it's not even that I don't know. I don't believe that this is a foundational ideology that predates the inception of Zionism itself under the likes of Theodore Herzl. There was plenty of discourse around it when it first was being discussed. Many Jews were against it. As a matter of fact, Jews were primarily against it, both for theological justifications, different sects of Judaism that understood it as I don't know what the term would be in Judaism, but heretical, right? As in absolutely. That Jews are not supposed to maintain a nation state before the return of the Messiah. And then there were plenty of Jews who were just basically secular, even though Theodore Herzl and many of the other founding fathers of Israel were also secular themselves. But there was the Bundist movement that was anti-fascist and therefore opposed any kind of settler colonial enterprise, such as what Zionism would bring about. So I don't know if that's I don't know if that would be a guiding principle. And I also certainly don't believe that the groups that were able to purchase real estate in Brooklyn are the most powerful financial force in American politics, let alone global politics. I mean, it's just Brooklyn real estate.
Right. Okay. So again, you're absolutely right. These points you bring up are absolutely correct. Okay. Point one is that Zionism in the year 1900, when Theodore Herzl was active, it was a very fringe thing. Only about 1% of all Jews around the world support the idea of like, let's pack our bags, leave our middle class life in England and America, and go to a desert in the middle of nowhere. Like 1% of Jews actually believe this. And you're absolutely right in that.
It's before the 1900s, even. It's like late 1800s, I think.
Yeah, so I think Theodore Herzl, his book, Judenland, was published in the year 1899.
Yeah.
So at this point in history, the idea of return to Jewish homeland, Jerusalem, it is not popular. But as you point out, the other issue is that it is heretical, right? Because the very basis of Zionism, Christian Zionism, is that you can actually manipulate history, and that goes against God's will, right? It is God's will that the Jews be dispersed around the world because of their sins, because of their lack of faith in God. And when God has chosen the Jews already, then He will send a Messiah to take them back to the Promised Land. Okay, that's the order of things. And so the priority for Jews is to practice a life of piety, a life of goodness, a life of generosity. And then when God is ready, then the Messiah will come. Okay, that's what most Jews believe.
Okay, wait, quick question for you, actually. I don't know how many Jewish friends you have, but at least maybe in the spaces that I occupy, they don't believe any of that shit. As a matter of fact, for the most part, most Jews that I know at least are, they're atheists. They say they're Jewish. They may have, attended a couple dinners every now and then, but for the most part, they're just, they're chill about this sort of stuff. So I don't, like, a lot of Jews are secular. I don't think they believe any of this stuff. So I don't know if we're.
I went to Yale. So I didn't know a lot of Jewish people. But
so the Jewish people that you met at Yale, they were like, this is what we're about. We got to live a life of piety.
No. They were secular. They were extremely intelligent. They were very open-minded. They were very cosmopolitan. They were secular. Like I don't recall meeting any religious Jews. But what I've learned is this. Okay, you have about 1 million people. You actually don't need that many people in order to create a movement that has a direct influence on geopolitics. If only 1% of these 1 million people decide, you know what, we really believe in something fanatically, and we're willing to sacrifice our lives in order to achieve our goal, and we're willing to pour resources, and we're willing to spend the rest of our lives doing this. And not only that, but we're willing to indoctrinate our children to complete our mission and our grandchildren to complete this mission over the course of 100 years. Well, this 1% is going to have a lot of influence in finance, a lot of influence in business, a lot of influence in politics and geopolitics.
So you think it's the Chabad Lubavitch guys that have a lot of influence in finance? It's not just like even if, because the common trope is there's a lot of Jewish people in positions of power, right? And in the field of finance and whatnot. I don't think any of those guys are a part of Chabad Lubavitch, or maybe some might be, but by and large, I think there are some who are Zionists, some who have varying degrees of interest in like defending Israel's interests, but for the most part, they have their own self-interest. From my perspective, it's regardless of what someone's religious background is maintaining their class position, right? Okay. Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter. That's the way I interpret the world, at least, right? Okay, all right.
So there's certain things about Donald Trump.
Because I don't think Hasidic Jews run finance, is what I'm saying. That would be a shock to me.
Right. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying like, Chabad Lubavitch, they run everything, okay? But okay. This is like really complicated. So let me go step by step. Okay. Chabad Lubavitch, they're interested in religious meditation. They're interested in mysticism. Okay, they're interested in ideas. And so they focus all their energies on meditation, okay? And what they pray for is, of course, the coming of Messiah and the return of the Jews to Jerusalem and to be one with God. And if we believe the universe is pure energy, if we believe the universe is conscious, then these ideas would be uploaded to the universal subconscious. Okay, does that make sense? Because
it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm listening. I'm open-minded.
Okay, right. But I
don't believe we're all uploading our energy into a collective consciousness or anything.
But I'm saying let's just work with that. Okay, so through the meditation of thousands of people over decades, there are certain ideas that are embedded now in the universal subconscious. But as you're uploading, you're also downloading as well, right? Mm-hmm. And as you download, you get a pretty broad schematic understanding of the course of this universe, okay? And you appreciate certain geopolitical movements. For example, like the United States will win World War II and establish Pax Americana. For example, the Soviet Union would rise to challenge the United States. For example, the rise of China, okay? Like you could, like what I do, if through enough concentration, appreciate how these events would unfold over time. Well, if you know this is going to happen, this is great for people who work in business and in finance, right? Because it allows them to make better business decisions. And so they're attracted to your movement, not because they are religious zealots, because they're like, wow, this is a great way for me to make more money for myself, right?
So wait, hold on. So let me get this clear. So you're saying that there are people, right? Jews, non-Jews, in positions of power, and they find themselves attracted to this way of thinking represented by Chabad Lubavitch, because they think hard and they meditate and they unlock the download and the upload that you're getting, because this allows them to make better market decisions and make more money.
That's right, right? So
okay, where is the? You have to have some evidence for this, right? Because that seems a little far fetched, Professor Jiang.
Okay, well, I mean, like, let's look at the Epstein files, right?
Okay.
Why are these people like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton? Why are they hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? What's your answer?
Jeffrey Epstein is a facility.
Me when I'm in a manic episode. Yeah, indeed. Look, we gotta rerun this. I hope you don't mind, right? I'm gonna make it interesting for you, though. All right. I'm gonna make it interesting. Okay, so we need some elements. First of all, rewind this till he's talking about. Is it like here, maybe?
Judenland was published in the year 1899.
You gotta find a visual.
I
think I rolled it back too far.
At this point in history, the idea of return to Jewish homeland, Jerusalem, it is not popular. But as you point out, the other issue is that
so we got our visual,
right? Because the very basis of Zionism, Christian Zionism, is that you can actually manipulate history, and that goes against God's will, right? It is God's will that the Jews be dispersed around the world because of their sins, because of their lack of faith in God. And when God has chosen the Jews already, then He will send a Messiah to take them back to the Promised Land. Okay, that's the order of things. And so the priority for Jews is to practice a life of piety, a life of goodness, a life of generosity. And then when God is ready, then the Messiah will come. Okay, that's what most Jews believe.
Okay, quick question for you, actually. I don't know how many Jewish friends you have, but...
Are you ready?
At least maybe in the spaces that I occupy, they don't believe any of that shit. As a matter of fact, for the most part, most Jews that I know at least are, they're atheists. They say they're Jewish. They may have, attended a couple dinners every now and then, but for the most part, they're just, they're chill about this sort of stuff. So I don't, like, a lot of Jews are secular. I don't think they believe any of this stuff. So I don't know if we're...
I went to Yale, so I didn't know a lot of people. But,
so the Jews who believe in Yale, they were like, this is what we're about. We got to live a life of piety.
No. They were secular. They were extremely intelligent. They were very open-minded. They were very cosmopolitan. They were secular. I don't recall meeting any religious Jews. But what I've learned is this. Okay, you have about 1 million people. You actually don't need that many people in order to create a movement that has a direct influence on geopolitics. If only 1% of these 1 million people decide, you know what, we really believe in something fanatically, and we're willing to sacrifice our lives in order to achieve our goal, and we're willing to pour resources, and we're willing to spend the rest of our lives doing this. And not only that, but we're willing to indoctrinate our children to complete our mission and our grandchildren to complete this mission over the course of 100 years. Well, this 1% is going to have a lot of influence in finance, a lot of influence in business, a lot of influence in politics and geopolitics.
So you think it's the Chabad Lubavitch guys that have a lot of influence in finance? It's not just like even if, because the common trope is there's a lot of Jewish people in positions of power, right? In the field of finance and whatnot. I don't think any of those guys are a part of Chabad Lubavitch, or maybe some might be, but by and large, I think there are some who are Zionists, some who have varying degrees of interest in defending Israel's interests, but for the most part, they're they have their own self-interest. From my perspective, it's regardless of what someone's religious background is maintaining their class position, right? Okay. Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter. That's the way I interpret the world, at least, right?
Okay, all right. So there's certain things about Donald
Trump. Because I don't think Hasidic Jews run finance, is what I'm saying. That would be a shock to me.
Right. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying about Lubavitch, they run everything, okay? But okay. This is really complicated. So let me go step by step. Okay. About Lubavitch, they're interested in religious meditation. They're interested in mysticism. Okay? They're interested in ideas. And so they focus all their energies on on meditation, okay? And what they pray for is, of course, the coming of Messiah and the return of the Jews to Jerusalem and to be one with God. And if we believe the universe is pure energy, if we believe the universe is conscious, then these ideas will be uploaded to the universal subconscious. Okay, does that make sense? Because
it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm listening. I'm open-minded.
Okay, right. But I
don't believe we're all uploading our energy into a collective consciousness or anything.
But I'm saying let's just work that. Okay, so through the meditation of thousands of people over decades, there are certain ideas that are embedded now in the universal subconscious. But as you're uploading, you're also downloading as well, right? And as you download, you get a pretty broad schematic understanding of the course of this universe, okay? And you appreciate certain geopolitical movements. For example, that the United States will win World War II and establish Pax Americana. For example, the Soviet Union would rise to challenge the United States. For example, the rise of China, okay? Like you could, like what I do, if through enough concentration, appreciate how these events would unfold.
All right, we're back.
Well, if you know this is going to happen, this is great for people working in business and in finance, right?
Almost
because
back.
it allows them to make better business decisions. And so they're attracted to your movement, not because they are religious zealots, because they're like, wow, this is a great way for me to make more money for myself, right?
So
because
wait, hold on. So let me get this clear. So you're saying that there are people, right? Jews, non-Jews, in positions of power.
It's the combination, chat. It all came together in my mind. It turns out Professor Jiang is right. I didn't think he was, but no, the collective unconscious proposed by Carl Jung as a model of understanding that which is not conscious. That whereas our conscious minds are separate from each other. Our collective or unconscious mind is all connected, right? Because it's got to be the opposite of everything. In Jungiism, you got to have these pairs, almost like what he was talking about with the merciful and the severe side of the tree of life, right? It's the same kind of thing. You've got to be able to come, you don't have night without day, you don't have male without female, you don't have a dark without light, you don't have a hot without cold, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And so yes, it turns out he's right. You got to pair it. You got to pair it together, chat. But we didn't just want to have thesis synthesis, right? Or we didn't want to just have thesis antithesis. Am I saying that right? Antithesis, yeah. We wanted to have thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or for you Hegelians out there, young or otherwise, what is it? The abstract, concrete, and something else in Hegelian syllogisms. Wait, universal. Okay. So we had 3 parts to that, chat. We got Professor Jiang and Hasan basically laying down the dialogue for our conscious mind, right? We got Mike Huckabee and the Sweet Home Yerushalmi players, right? The Israeli version, I guess, of the what is it? The Allman Brothers? Sweet Home Alabama? Is that Allman Brothers? No, that's Lynyrd Skynyrd. How could I mix up a good band with a totally shitty band? Anyway, chat, that is, and then the last element, of course, Hasan dancing upon hearing for the first time the Indian version of We Are Charlie Kirk, right? And it all just comes together. And it turns out that the unconscious mind, it is just like a cloud, just like Professor Yang is describing. And when what did he say? You upload it to these concepts to the, is that what he's saying? That even though these, even though these individuals aren't necessarily like the most influential people in society, because they're spending so much time in meditation, because they're spending so much time in prayer, and it's all for the dedicated purpose of bringing about the Messiah in, I guess, the reverse order of what it's supposed to happen, that you bring the people to Israel and then the Messiah appears, rather than the traditional view that the Messiah would be somebody who might, for instance, like lead the Jewish people back to Israel. Wow. Wow. yeah, to the Matrix and beyond, I guess.
And they find themselves attracted to this way of thinking, represented by Chabad Lubavitch, because they think hard and they meditate and they unlock the download and the upload that you're getting, because this allows them to make better market decisions and make more money.
Yeah, because they know. Wait, what was it again? Because they know what, when the Messiah will appear in Jerusalem, that this is it an advantage to any sort of business person. You can use the appearance of the Messiah to predict what exactly? Business cycles? This is madness, child. This is madness. No, seriously, I thought that Hegel had his own, like, weird names for the parts of a syllogism. Am I wrong? Am I mixing them up? Yeah, abstract, negative, and concrete. I was right, chat. It's the abstract. The terms abstract, negative, and concrete are used instead of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Anyway, you make the abstract concrete by dialecticing it with the negative. And thus there's more of a sort of a pejorative value, I guess, placed on the thesis, right? That it is incomplete without its negation, and through the dialogue with the the thesis and its negation, we come to a concrete form thereof. Anyway, what are we doing? We're watching Hasan and Professor Jiang, and chat is being weird. Really weird. But that's okay, because that's what chat's job is. The Messiah wasn't really as significant as it is understood. I think the apocalypticism came from the influence of Zoroastrianism. Interesting. So it's sort of seen as, we're talking about Judaism here, right? I didn't mention that before I read your chat. Sort of seen as less important than law following. Yeah, in most cases. Again, Hasan is correct that this is a kind of a, look, the organization itself might be widespread because it seems to have filled a role in terms of creating community centers where Jewish people who are in places where there's not many Jews can still find some sort of community and such. But the it is true that like some of the founders and the leadership, some of the famous rabbis in this movement were far right, and the one that he'll always show is what's his name again? Reb Shmir. I'm not gonna say Reb Shmirnov. It's not that. I can't remember his name though, but he's the guy that Netanyahu, I guess before he went into politics, he came and asked for this guy's blessing, and Jiang tries to use this as some kind of aha, there we go. There's the connection. There's how Chabad Lubavitch rules the world. When really, I don't know. I'm trying to make a comparison of what this would be like. I'm trying to think of like a, organization that's involved in like Christian ministries, and that's like pretty widespread, but you would never like be like, oh yeah, this shit controls the world, man. This is the secret society right here, right? Like the bake sale or so. Like if there was some, I don't know. I'm trying to like. It's not Shmuley. No, it's not Shmuley. Shmuley is not that influential. But anyway, we got Jiang, we got Hasan, we got Shabad Lubavitch. It's we got Sweet Home Yerushalami. Am I pronouncing that right? Because I feel like I feel like I'm saying the word for Jerusalem in a way that sounds like salami. I feel like I'm in danger of offending. Anyway, what's up, Kairos Rev? You found me at a very Shabbat Lubavitch time of my life. No, a very Professor Jiang time of my life. We don't know which direction is up and which direction is down at this point. This is getting weird. Anybody else feel like this guy is bringing us down a rabbit hole, and Hasan with him? At first, we descended into the inferno, seeing many different kinds of birds and sinners of different degrees, all arrayed in the circles of hell. Of course, the lowest circle being reserved for the traitors, like the people that sold Dante out and got him exiled. And it was not a very fun exile. He couldn't be near his precious Beatricia, so I might be screwing up the story. I'm screwing. Am I screwing? I gotta ask you, chat. I gotta ask you. Okay, am I screwing this story up worse than fucking Drew Pavlov here? Did I say Drew Pavlov? I always catch myself calling him that. No, he's Drew Pavlov. This is Hasan Piker is dancing because he's happy that Charlie Kirk drowned in his own blood after another leftist shot him in the neck in front of his infant children. Do we all know that this is not anywhere close to true? That's just not a thing. He didn't have his kids with him. Erica Kirk wasn't with him. His kids weren't with him. There were not multiple infant children. Certainly not 40 of them that were there at the college where Charlie Kirk was debating his last debate.
That's right, right? So
okay, where is the? You have to have some evidence for this, right? Because that seems a little
Drew
far.
Pavlova.
Okay, well, I mean, like, let's look at the Epstein files, right?
Okay.
Why are these people like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton? Why are they hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein?
Wait, what is this? I just watched Drew pretend to be disabled to gotcha, a poor disability support worker. What the fuck?
Like what's your answer?
Jeffrey Epstein is a facilitator that was deeply embedded in a lot of these circles. Networker, most likely affiliated with Mossad, most likely affiliated with the CIA, and his job was quite literally to be the guy that everybody knows, who can be a fixer at times, and who can also be the person who mass produces sex trafficked children, sex trafficked models.
Oh, Drew is on his Nick Shirley arc. That explains it. The guy is on way too many mushrooms, believing whacked out religion. Well, that was the case for Rudyard. If we remember back to watching Rudyard, fucking, what is his actual name? Not Kipling. We're talking about What If Alt Hist here. Rudyard Smirnoff. No. What is his name? I have forgotten his name already. What if I forgot his name? Is that the rain? I think it started to rain really hard.
Of adult age, and create a sequence of blackmail files on every single very wealthy person that they could deploy at times if necessary.
Explain to me like why he was obsessed. Like there were a lot of emails where he was like, let's get pizza and grape soda, right? Pizza and grape soda.
So
right?
You think that was code? Because he would straight up be like, talking about how he wants to fuck children too. So I've always been a little confused by that, because like, why is he using code words like pizza at times, and then other times he's just straight up being like, do not send me an adult.
How could I forget, chat? What if his name is Rudyard Lynch? It's like you combine the name of a author that wrote about you know, colonial you know, kind of stories, and lynch, like lynching. It's you got the wow. He's settler colonialism as a person is what a fault hist is.
Prostitute. I would like a child prostitute is what he would
No,
say in some of the.
Hasan, they're gonna clip that. Diddy Dan is clipping that right now. He's clipping it right now.
There were two major phrases that were like confusing, right? The first was like grape, pizza and grape soda, okay, and the other was like going to the dentist. These kids were going to the dentist a lot, man. Like once a month or something like that. Like,
No. Well, the dentist one is
yeah. They had a weird dental chair and some tools.
understandable. That was actually. I mean, he also had the dental chairs in his compounds, and I think that was to. I mean, I don't know what he.
I heard something about that one of the girls he was grooming was studying dentistry. Like the idea would be that she was in like dental school, or I don't know if she was studying to be a dentist or some other role in a dental office, but that I assumed that it was that she was practicing her like practical skills, right? The skills of what you do with a client in a dentist chair. That was like a way of for him to be able to get her to come over on weekends, right? Or whenever she could get away from school, right? She could still practice her skills or whatever. But I don't know. It does sound like a very sus story, a very just so story. Now that I actually speak it out loud, right? There was a dental chair. The concern I always have is that there was torture going on, right? Because as you all know, going to the dentist, sometimes it really hurts. If somebody wanted to, you know, do something like that, you know, maybe abusing dental tools would be the way for them to go. I don't know. Is there a movie about that?
He was doing, but it was definitely like some kind of either torture or some way of.
Yeah, that's what torture.
Removing their dental records after disposing of the victims, like something along those lines.
Oh my God, what? Oh my God, what? What? I haven't heard this one. There was that weird cave, right? There is that weird like some kind of a ladder that goes down into like a cave, and the cave goes out to the sea, and people were hypothesizing that maybe victims that were unalived were taken out that way. Isn't there also stuff at the is it Marathon Man? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think that's it. Is it Charlton Heston, or am I thinking of the Omega Man? I think I'm thinking of the Omega Man. It's Charlton Heston. But the Marathon Man, who was in that?
But again, that's more overt rather than covert.
Okay.
So why is he going overt at times, but then why is he also using the code word pizza?
Yeah, see what Hasan's saying? It's Dustin Hoffman.
What he's doing. And I understand why Bill Gates and Bill Clinton would be attracted to him.
No, but specifically, what Hasan is saying is in some of those emails, he straight up says what he wants to do. He straight up describes, like, you know, committing crimes against these girls. What Yang wants to talk about is like, oh, he said, let's get pizza here. He said, let's drink some grape juice here, right? Is that code? Because, you know, I mean, the whole, what was it? It was Pizzagate, right? I don't know if maybe, you know, actual pedophiles like have been known by like law enforcement to use that kind of code language, and that's where the QAnon thing is. I can guarantee you that Podesta and the rest of the staff for Hillary, as weird as they were, especially Podesta, and as you know, as not a good of people as they were, no, they were not fucking ordering little girls when they said cheese pizza or whatever QAnon people think, right? But yeah, Yang is trying to talk about that, and Hasan is just saying, why would these cryptic references exist if Epstein had no problem just saying the horrible crime that he wanted to commit on his email, on his Gmail?
That people never resolve, a question that people never resolve is like, how did he get to his position where he knows the Rothschilds, where where everyone's trying to be his best friend, right?
Are you trying to say it's Chabad Lubavitch?
It's not like him going to meet Elon Musk. It's like Elon Musk wants to meet him.
Is it Schneerson, Chad? Is the rabbi's name Schneerson? I'm trying to remember. There's one particularly rabbi that he kind of fixates on, and yeah, you can see this guy giving a blessing to Benjamin Netanyahu. He connects him to a few other people too. But I mean, this is his conspiracy. And the thing that frustrates me about this is like he's not even really connecting the dots. He's just giving you some dots and allowing you to see whatever the hell you want to see in those dots. The funniest thing about the Pizzagate conspiracy thing was the idea that they would harvest the adrenochrome thing, right? These people saw Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, a dramatization, I guess, of Hunter S. Thompson's, I guess, reportage to Rolling Stone at first, and then eventually becoming a novel. And the scene where his attorney has procured a substance called adrenochrome, which he claims can only come from the flesh or the brain of a living human, right? And suggests that a quote unquote Satanism freak that was a client of his gave him the adrenochrome as a payment, and he just didn't ask where it came from, but he kind of like was this was probably some kind of satanic ritual abuse going on, right? And the it's played up for laughs, I guess, in the film. But the Christian right, like they believe in the satanic panic. Like they believe that there really were Satanists that were out there, sacrificing people. And their explanations would be similar to this, right? What he's saying, I was like, oh, he's just connected to such high level people that, somehow he got away with it. You can buy it from a chemistry supply place. Adrenochrome is not hard to come by. You can synthesize it. You produce it yourself to a certain extent as like like a fear response. But the idea that the QAnon people had was that Hillary Clinton was and Huma Abedin were like scaring little girls by like cutting off like layers of their facial skin or something, and that then they would wear them. They would put on their face like a mask, right? Like that's like that's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit, right? Which is also, isn't that kind of along that same theme of like ritual abuse and stuff? And then the little girls get scared, right? Because it's like, oh my god, you cut off my face and you're wearing it. That's really scary. I'm gonna produce adrenochrome, and they would like drain their blood or something. Yeah, the worst libertarians read Hunter S. Thompson true, and completely missed the point, and thought he was one of them. I thought adrenochrome was just made up. No, it's a real thing. It's not a drug though. Like if you were to procure adrenochrome, and you're you like to party, right? Adrenochrome which would not be the thing to do it on. Like it's not, from what I've heard, it's not fun.
There's
I mean that's way after. So I think it was
or even particularly intense, because like I said, it's a compound that your body readily produces itself.
That school that he was working at as a math teacher, who the Bill Barr's father, I think, was the headmaster at. Yeah, and then he gets elevated. I think at some point he's connected with what's his name, Les Wexner, right? He goes to Dalton School. He gets connected with Les Wexner. He basically becomes like Les Wexner's potential love interest, allegedly, and also somewhere along the way gets access to all of his finances, becomes like sole financial guardian. And he just keeps. I mean, at some point,
wait, is Lex Wexner confirmed gay? Confirmed gay. I'm saying that that's a real thing. It's very homophobic sounding there. Is he confirmed homosexual? This man is a known homosexual. No, is Lex Wexner? He like actually is. Like I don't know which part of this shit is like speculation and which part of it is like based on something. the owner of the company that holds Victoria's Secret, the Gap, right? Is this man gay? Yeah. Is this guy engaged in a homosexual lifestyle?
Assume he was tapped in by the intelligence community to play this role, as they, I guess, saw him as a decent serial networker who could be in and out of these crowds.
Right. So let's go over his timeline. Okay. So as you point out, he gets a job at the Dalton School. Then he goes to Bear Stearns, and at age 30, he's invited by David Rockefeller to join the Trilateral Commission.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives an interview to Steve Bannon, and he's like, "Well, it's because I'm a math genius, and they want that. You're 30 years old." And
yeah, I don't believe that.
Wait, it's not even psychoactive at all?
I think it wasn't his math genius that caused a possible vestige of espionage to tap into what he could potentially do. I think it was just...
The idea in Fear and Loathing, though, is that like his crazy attorney got a hold of some drug that is like obtained through, unethical means, right? Somebody gets hurt for this drug to be produced. And because he's an attorney and that's what his clients got, and he's a druggie, he just like, is like, all right, I'll take the human being serum. Thank you very much. And Hunter S. Thompson is like, don't know if we should be doing this, but also a junkie, also a druggie, and I shouldn't say junkie. That has a whole nother connotation. Charlie Kirk's kids watching Hasan dancing to the song made about Kirk must be a real eye-opener for them. Are they old enough? I thought they were infants. At least that's what Drew Pavlov said. Sorry, Drew Pavlov said that they're he had 40 twin infants. They just popped out of Erica Kirk one day. They actually had to do a C-section, but they came out like popcorn, like one of those bags of like the aluminum bag of popcorn that you cook on a stove. It was like that, and 40 babies popped out, and they were all I'm sure it will when that comes around. That has to be. Oh my God, yeah. Growing up as Charlie Kirk's, kid, it would be strange. He's so cringe and out of touch. I know he shouldn't do that shit, right? I think that's a real moral failing of his to dance to the. Drew Pavlov was right in his Charlie Kirk Hasbro. Look, it doesn't matter, if there's 40 beheaded babies, okay? Does that really bother people? Like, it's a celebration of life. You got to understand, right? Just like a funeral, it's a celebration of the man's life, right?
All right.
There we go.
They thought that they could utilize him as a person that could be operating in these circles.
Okay. All right. So at age 30, he joins the Trilateral Commission. And then after Bear Stearns, he works for a man named Douglas Leese, who's an arms dealer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's heavily involved in Iran-Contra.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
so at that point, he's obviously already affiliated, is what I'm saying. Like,
right.
Just...
And in the year 1991, Lex Wexner signs over power of attorney to Jeffrey Epstein. Who would you give power? You personally, I want to ask you, who would you give power of attorney to? Who would you be comfortable signing your power of attorney over to?
Probably nobody.
What a giggle the murder was. Do you think that he's entertained by the fact that the guy that he was about to be on stage with in 2 weeks got fucking murked? I would say that Hasan is a little bit more in touch with the reality of Charlie Kirk being gunned down than the rest of us Bamboo Sundays. I don't think you understand what he's actually laughing at here, which was the ridiculous response, the attempt at deification of Charlie Kirk and trying to cram, him down America's throat as a household name to the point where he became a joke, right? But no, he was, that's something that can happen to any public individual, like a public what am I trying to say? I feel like you're the one that's trying to cope here, Bamboo Sundays. Like, we're talking about ridiculous shit, right? We're talking about over-the-top responses. Somebody losing their life is not a funny thing. It is a sad thing. The right-wing response to that loss of a life is what is ridiculous, is what produced We Are Charlie Kirk, is the reason for which we carry the flame, to ensure that we don't have a psychotic fascist like Donald Trump hang a bloody shirt and be able to purge his enemies out of existence, right? That, I think, is not funny. The fact that that attempt blew up in his face because Erica Kirk is the hammiest person that you've ever seen, right? Because she was inappropriately close to JD Vance because she was wearing leather pants because they made a giant fucking wrestling production. Do you not remember, Bamboo Sundays? Do you not remember that strange time in between when, Charlie Kirk bled out all over that pavilion at the Utah College, and the time when people finally figured out that Trump was just going to cynically use this as a political tool in the grossest way possible, and that even the man's wife would be involved in it, to the extent that now Candace Owens is paying for her grandchildren's college via the money that she's earning making crazy conspiracy videos where Charlie and Erica are flying around in Egyptian planes, and there's some kind of what is the current story? She thinks that he wasn't shot, the microphone exploded, somebody rigged the microphone to explode. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's reality, Bamboo Sundays. Welcome back to it. Welcome back to it. I know you haven't seen it in a while. That's great. Dancing on the body of Kirk. You know who was dancing on the body? It was Erica. It was Erica having sexual intercourse, coitus, one might say, with JD Vance on the veritable coffin of Charlie Kirk, right? Do you think that's funny? Do you think that's cool? Is that your twisted right-wing religion that you hold as an idol in front of your so-called God? Is that Hasan is my leader? Do I have to do everything that he says? I'm not allowed to criticize him? Well, you better not watch my old VODs, Bamboo Sundays. There's two ways to interact with like a public figure. That's what I was trying to say. A public figure like Hasan Piker or Destiny or Asmongold or whoever your fave is, right? There's two different ways. Like there's one way where you can listen to what they're saying and consider it and say, I agree with that. I think that's pretty good. Or maybe I don't agree with that. Or maybe even I agree with some of it, but not another part of it, right? And that's what it is to be an independent human being. I know it must be alien for you to hear this, right? But it is possible. There is like a third way. You don't have to like eat cornflakes out of Asmongold's ass every day, or, conversely, like, glaze up Hasan until he looks like a Krispy Kreme donut, right? There is like a third way, right, of just forming your own opinion on things, but maybe someday you can try that, okay? Maybe today is too soon, not today, but someday, Bamboo Sunday, maybe Sunday, right? Sunday's coming up. Maybe Sunday could be your day. Anyway, I like bamboo. It's one of my favorite foods.
But I do understand. So. I'm not saying
we are eating well tonight.
That it's not strange. I totally understand that. I think the reason for why he did that was because by that point he had already been tapped in, and he was the fixer for a lot of these powerful people, and had connections to the CIA.
Okay, so Lex Wexner, okay? Two things about him, okay? First of all, what's really strange about him is he signed over power of attorney to a guy he didn't really know well in 1991 named Jeffrey Epstein. The second thing is, like, he's the founder of something called the Mega Group, right? The study group. And the study group are responsible for a lot of Jewish charities, including birthright.
Oh God, I didn't even think of the other possibility. Are you a Jiang gang? What do you know about Shabbat Lubavitch? I don't even know, like, right? I guess that would be the other reason to come in here. You hate on Hasan, or maybe to love on Professor Jiang, or to take offense at Hasan for being so critical. He's not even being critical, like, he's being skeptical. He's not eating, you know, the line of bullshit that Jiang is feeding him, but you know, he's legitimately interested, and you know, says he agrees when he agrees. Like, there are some things about you know, no, you must be a sycophant and nothing less. Sycophant for one side or the other.
Sponsoring all these Jewish teenagers to go to Israel for a couple weeks. I've actually been on a birthright Israel trip. Yeah, really funny thing. I've been on a birthright Israel trip. You haven't, but I have.
No, I have not. Oh wait, but okay, so we're going all over the place. I don't understand how any of this. So are you saying that Jeffrey Epstein had, like, he was a part of the mystical, Hasidim, and that's the reason why?
I'm sure Kirk's kids will see Hasan dancing on his grave. Well, I mean, I don't know if you make some AI slop video to the Splexma song, maybe you could get that. Like, he wasn't standing on the man's grave, right? He was dancing to, like, a Bollywood track.
Look, I'm trying to figure out why Jeffrey Epstein is put into the position.
But yeah, if your parents, for you parents out there, okay, if your kids have Charlie Kirk's kids in their class, please don't let your kids show Charlie Kirk's kids Hasan clips or anybody's. I mean, there's a lot worse Bamboo Sundays, wouldn't you say? As far as things that you should keep away from Charlie Kirk's kids than Hasan dancing to, like, a fucking. You know, you're talking about an abstraction of an abstraction here, right? It's not even the original Splexma song, which was AI slop, right? It was AI slop profiting off of the death of Charlie Kirk, off of this false deity that you know, the MAGA wanted us to worship, right? Yeah, I guess if you believe Candace Owens, that probably Trump rubbed out, got him killed himself. There's all kinds of theories, chat. The bullet that was, that grazed past Trump's ear in Butler, Pennsylvania, was actually meant for Corey Compartimente, or whatever the guy's name is, right? Because that guy knew the secret, had talked to somebody that wanted to keep their. Oh my God, what the fuck was it? I can't remember. Candace Owens' theories are so complicated. You'll have to go to her for the explanation. I fear
that he is. And given his background, if I'm just looking at this objective and saying, like, what's this guy doing? It seems like
Hasan is nothing more than a doofus. Okay, so I guess then no harm was done. I guess Charlie Kirk's kids can rest assured that the guy dancing to the remix of the AI slop video produced to try to monetize the death of Charlie Kirk, who you seem to claim to, care about, and you really do carry the flame, Bamboo Sundays, and that's something that we appreciate, right? And for some people, carrying the flame is a mere abstraction, but for you, it's a constant effort, and I do appreciate you for it. Okay.
Being trained for a special mission, right? And who would have the power?
Yeah, mass produce blackmail for very powerful people that you can deploy if necessary, while also being deeply embedded in, like, elite society, which is. I mean, I think there's utility for that for the CIA. There's utility for that for Mossad.
Right. But I use game theory. So I'm trying to figure out who would do this. Who would tell Lex Wexner to give Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney? Who would tell Douglas Leeds to go hire this guy and train him up to work in intelligence and
Rabbi Schneerson.
In
Schneerson, what's his name?
Trafficking around the world. And I think, like, given all my research, okay, the person that would have the power And I'm not saying it's him, but I'm saying like a person who would have the power to do this would be Rebbe Sneerson.
Do we have more? Rabbi, I called it. Oh, chat, I'm so good. Listen, Brandon Nelson, I don't know if you came in here from the Jiang gang, but I'm a recent convert, okay? I have just today become convinced that Jiang is speaking the truth when he says that our ideas are uploaded to a kind of, a kind of unconscious, right? A shared unconscious, a collective unconscious, if you will, and become available for us to upload and download as we will, as soon as the thoughts are in somebody's prayers. So yeah, we got to keep those puppets from trying to keep us blinded while they kill the innocent brothers and sisters and wipe us all out for stuff. So yeah, no, this is all based and true. Sweet home Yerushalmi is a reality, unfortunately, right? Chabad Leibovich is in control of everything, and they got Rabbi Schneerson to come up and convince the Les Wexner to have sex with Jeffrey Epstein, and then it was just all over after that. So
of the Chabad Leibovich movement.
Are we watching Philosophical Zombies today? Both of them?
Okay.
So
I still don't understand how, like, I don't understand.
I don't even think of Charlie Kirk as a philosophical zombie, contrary to what some chatters seem to think.
How that has anything to do with this Rebbe being, like...
Is that what he said? Rebbe climbed up and whispered into Lex Wessner's ear, I am thou and thou art I, and got this guy convinced that he was his persona? Oh shit!
Like what I can't connect.
Wait, are there hedonic pea zombies? You said an anhedonic pea zombie. Is there one that's hedonic?
Here is like, where is the mystical future sight power coming from?
Is there like a Gooner zombie, a G zombie?
Okay. These magical mystical Rebbe.
Let's use your imagination, okay? And let's try to be Rebbe Sneerson.
Let's try to be okay. We got to get in the mood for it, chat. We got to get like the proper set and setting, as Timothy Leary would say, or it's not Depeche Mode. There we go. Turn it up. That Rickenbacker. I think Mike Huckabee might be the best musician in this band.
And go into his mind and how he perceives the world, okay? I'm Rebbe Sneerson. And I believe I'm a reincarnation of these great Jewish mystics who are now possessing me in order to build the end time.
As Rabbi Schneerson, right? It's not him. It's
the great reunion between the Jews and Yahweh, okay? That's what I believe.
Uh-huh.
Now, how do I go about doing this? Well, first of all, I need to create a transnational organization that can be politically effective in the United States and in Russia. Why? Because these are the two most powerful countries in the world at this point in history. And I know that because I've seen the future, okay? So I need to create a political organization.
So wait, I'm in the Rebbe's mind and I can see the future already.
Yes, you can see the future.
That already sounds far-fetched. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I don't think the Rebbe had the future foresight gifts, but okay.
Okay. Again, this is a thought experiment.
The future vision.
Okay, we're just using our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
I'm explaining
it's a thought experiment. Come on, chat.
How this could have worked. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just saying, like, how do we add up all these different thoughts together, okay? One is you have this guy who really believes he's a reincarnation of these different Jewish mystics that know the future. And his job is to implement the next phase of the plan, okay? That's one. Number two is I now need to build organizations and find individuals that can help me fulfill this plan. So I'm building Chabad Lubavitch both in Russia and in Israel and in the United States. Because these are the three nations that are most crucial to helping me achieve my plan, right? So,
oh my God, chat, we got to have some time for bonus content.
Real estate as much as possible. What's really important for me is to figure out who could potentially be political allies.
I mean, why did they buy Brooklyn? I mean, Brooklyn real estate didn't even get better until like recently, until it got gentrified in the last couple of decades. Why didn't they just buy out Manhattan, for example? You know what I mean? If they had the future foresight, I feel like I would. make plays on
A
Manhattan
lot-
instead of Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
A
I
lot
think we've got an hour left in this.
of Mavrovich were immigrants from Eastern Europe and from Ukraine and from Russia, right? And they just congregated in that area. And so once they congregated that area,
But if they have future foresight, it shouldn't matter, right?
Okay. Future foresight is not that specific. Future foresight gives you visions of how the global map works out.
Also, why haven't
okay?
they been able to infiltrate China? You think? If I'm
Who
the Red
says
Bay
they
right now.
haven't
I'm the Red
infiltrated
Bay
China?
right now, right? Honestly,
Wait, sorry. Who says they have not infiltrated China?
I'm the Red Bay, right? And I'm thinking, okay, 100 years of Chinese humiliation. What's next? 100 years of Chinese prosperity. Okay.
Right.
Eventually, there's the excess of the Cultural Revolution. And then Deng Xiaoping comes in, liberalizes the economy, reforms.
Wait, is he asking us to take the idea of possession seriously, or am I missing something? Look, my only framework for possession really is Final Fantasy VIII. The idea of witches, and that sorceresses, and because on one hand there's only one sorceress, but on the other hand there's like different sorceresses through time. But that potentially, Chad, a sorceress from the distant future could maybe come and take possession of a current sorceress and affect cause her to take actions that might be contrary to the interests of her and her party, if you got what I'm kind of saying. So, but I don't know how this applies to Rabbi Schneerson, right? Ostensibly him and this other, like I remember hearing something about this, chat, but the thing is, there's articles about this on Wikipedia, but the Wikipedia, it's a fairly innocuous description, right? There's no some of these rough edges, right, where they're like, he thinks he's like the I guess not reincarnation, but is channeling The Exorcist is my main possession reference. See, I haven't seen that. I mean, there's one other reference I have, but
And then there's a period of instability in the aftermath of that, but ultimately we get to the Xi Jinping era, right?
which is Maya Deren, of course.
Rising. China's a rising superpower. I'm trying to get in there. Why haven't I got in there as the Red Bay?
Well, first of all, who says they have not infiltrated China?
No.
You think?
No.
Chabad
I do.
Lubavitch is
They're
infiltrated
in there.
China?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
But not the way,
They're in your pagoda, possessing your dudes.
but not the way you imagine.
Okay.
Okay. So, what
Not in the way
what
you
do think they
imagine.
care most about the people in power? What do you think they care the most about?
Oh my God, chat! This is
What do
just
I think
getting
the Chinese
good.
Care more about, most
Yeah.
about? I don't
I
know.
want to
mean,
give you
probably
bonus
stability.
content, but this is just
Oh,
getting
okay, are we
good.
talking about the party's
Oh.
goals? Like, what do you mean Chinese elite?
Yeah, I'm just saying, you're a provincial governor of China or you're a billionaire in China. What are your priorities?
If I'm a part of the now I'm a part of the party. I'm a billionaire. I'm a business owner in China. I'm thinking, how do I perform to the best of my abilities, and how do I go up through the ranks of the party? If I'm a billionaire, I'm probably not going to make it to the top echelon of power, regardless. But I'm trying to be on Xi's good side. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Well, my priority would be this: to get my money and my children out of China.
Okay.
Right?
You
That'd be
think
my
that's
priority.
what you think that's what all the billionaires are trying to do? They're trying to get their money out of China.
Well, you just look at the statistics, right? The number, the amount of money leaving the country, the number of people fleeing the country. It's pretty overwhelming, right? And why? Because it's a one party state, right?
Mhm.
I'm a billionaire. What's to stop the party from taking my money the next day?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it happens all the time.
Right.
It's a
Right. So my priority, number one priority is to
the
get my money out of
prosperity
the country.
initiative.
Right. To get my money out of the country and to get my children out of the country, right? Now I need people to help me facilitate this process, to get my money out of the country, to money launder it, and to ensure my children are embedded in the elite circles of America, right? To get them to Dawson School, to get them to Yale, to get them jobs at JP Morgan.
Okay. So
Right.
how does this connect back to Jewish control of China?
Well, because the Jews and the Chinese get along very well,
Okay. But how does
right?
that?
So,
But I
well,
don't understand how
because-
that in any way, shape, or form creates because you're saying that the Red Bay has future foresight and
this
has
is a
already
thought experiment.
infiltrated.
I had no idea. I've
Okay,
never met
you're
the guy. He's
speculating
dead.
that the Red Bay has
wait,
future
wait,
foresight,
wait.
and he's
Right.
trying to infiltrate the Chinese halls of power. Here's the thing, though: if you're a billionaire and you've led China, or if you have significant amount of investment in the Western world, I suspect that you don't have the same level of connection within Chinese governance any longer, right? Because like when you do that sort of thing, especially
Nadia Yvette, everyone wants into China, not out. That's what I'm saying. I heard they got some really good tea in Yunnan. Okay.
I feel like in the Xi Jinping era, especially any kind of financial corruption of that sort is oftentimes stamped out pretty aggressively, and your ties are often severed with the party. So how does that translate back to party power? How does that translate back to influence within Chinese governance?
Okay, so what I'm doing is it's all a thought experiment. I'm not saying this is actually what happens. I'm saying like how this could potentially play out. Okay.
Yeah. So I expanded on the thought experiment. I was like, so we agree China's rising as a rising power, as a global, a global superpower.
Right. And do you agree that a lot of these billionaires, a lot of these powerful people are trying to move their money and their children out of the country?
Mm-hmm. But then they sever their connection to centers of power within China.
They're not severing their connections. All they're doing is they're moving their money and their children out of the country. Right. But they're not severing the connections. They're still where they are. They're still, in that political position that they are. They are still running factories, doing real estate deals in China. But they're trying to move their money and their children out of the country because that is the best strategy for them in order to ensure their safety. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I need people who I can trust, who are powerful in America, who are well connected in America, who can help me facilitate this process. Right. To get my kids into Yale, to move my billions and put them.
They got some pretty cool skate parks in China too. Like, have you seen the skate parks in China?
To real estate deals in the United States.
I don't think that connection makes a whole lot of sense. I'll be honest. I don't think there's a Chabad-Lubavitch connection. I just don't understand why it's a Chabad-Lubavitch that's at the center of all of these theories.
Right. Okay. So I think a lot of problem is like,
especially because like, have you met like Hasidic Jews in general? Like, I
have not met Hasidic Jews.
I was about to say by and large, their financial.
Why does he call himself a professor? His story is that other people applied that name to him when he started to make content. To be fair, his content is mostly just him in front of a whiteboard. Sometimes a real one, sometimes like an electronic one, but he just has that professor presentation, I guess. But no, he's not a professor. He's not, he doesn't have anything higher than a master's degrees in English Lit. And in his job for Moonshot Academy, a college prep school, I think he is an advisor rather than an instructor. So he's not even teaching like high school kids. He does have like one high school kid that comes into his class and I don't know, plays the role of a student, kind of like asks questions or reads when he asks them to. I thought there was more than one. He's Canadian, yeah.
Circumstances broadly are not as great as you are presenting it. They're very poor.
I agree.
So there's a select group of them or something? Is that what's going on? They're the ones who control the money?
Okay. So my first point is like the situation is not as static as you believe. It's people. It's lots of circles that intersect at certain points. Okay. Does that make sense? I'm saying like Hasidic. So I'm not saying that Hasidic Jews run everything.
The architecture in China is like a skate park, street skater's wet dream. As long as they let you do it, you definitely don't want to be in violation of any laws in China, from what I understand.
Like that's
same thing in Thailand. I would not. I would try to stick to following the laws.
Sure. I'm saying like there are different convergence points. Okay. Finance is doing finance.
Some bad things can happen if you don't.
And China's doing finance. Chabad-Lubavitch is doing Chabad-Lubavitch. But I'm saying there's certain convergence points.
The parody. Oh, I haven't seen that. There's a parody of. Okay, look, we don't have the most time in the world, but let's try to see this really quick. Parody of. Speaking of parodies, look at.
Like stakeout, because tents. You put stakes. No, okay. Anyway.
The guy right there. Wait, what are we talking about? Parody? Okay, man carrying things. Man carrying things does some really good. Oh, wow. What? There's more than one?
Okay, this semester we're going to be covering what happens to failed empires, and our main example will be the United States Empire, okay? This is an example. This is our first example, okay? Now, I'm going to be using game theory to predict what happens to the United States, okay? And game theory, okay, is when you predict things, right? That's what game theory is. And I'm the best at it, okay? I recently predicted lots of things that have come true, right? And I predicted the United States would launch a war with Iran, right? Okay? And I predicted also that the United States would lose this war, okay? We'll see if that happens, right? What more do you people need from me, right? I'm Nostradamus, essentially, right? Okay? And I'm not just going to sit on my laurels, right? I'm going to make some new predictions today using game theory, right? Okay? I knew that through pressure with Israel, Trump would launch a war with Iran. Why Iran? Can anyone tell me? I have a full class of students right here. No one can tell me, okay? Well, there's multiple factors, okay? One of these reasons is something called the Strait of Hormuz, okay? It's a heterosexual strait, okay? And it's unique to the region. Why? Okay, I'll demonstrate it for you, okay? Let's say that this is Iran, right? This is Iran. This is the UAE, okay? It's a little backwards, but let's just go with this, okay? Now this is the Persian Gulf, okay? Now there's a choke point right here, okay? To limit the oil that's going through, okay? The Persian Gulf.
No.
So everything that's trying to get in and everything that's trying to come out is blocked right here, okay? Right here. It's being blocked right here.
No.
All right? Economic collapse. Now, why would an empire like the United States, at the peak of its powers, engage in such a disastrous war, right? Okay, the United States.
Did he just say disaster? Did he just say disastrous? This guy is fucking with us.
And has to make a last-ditch effort to try to preserve the superiority of the American dollar, right? Okay? And it's all happening right here. This is where it's going down. We don't know yet what's going to happen here, but I predict failure for the United States, right? Okay? Now, this all sounds reasonable, right? This all makes sense to you, but there's a problem. The Illuminati. Bet you didn't think I'd talk about that today. But before I get to that, I'm going to make a few more predictions.
Is he making fun of how I haven't seen Jiang do much with like actual dry erase. I know in like my dry erase boards at school, at my school, yeah, like a lot of times the markers were dead and really frustrating to try to draw something. You're like shh, and the marker is completely dry. But does Jiang draw with dry markers?
About the beginning.
These are some fucking very dry markers.
Collapse of the American Empire, right? Okay. All right. I'm going to make a few predictions right here. And the first prediction is important. This is a key. This is a key to the future collapse of the United States, okay? Number one, Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day, right? Loses Best Picture at the Academy Awards. It loses Best Picture. Now, how could Steven Spielberg's movie about aliens possibly lose the Best Picture Academy Award? You might be asking that, right? Okay. Number two, Florida will leave the United States. Okay? Florida's going to leave the United States for a number of reasons. I'm going to get to that, okay? But here's the problem. I'm going to get to that. Number three, this is the third step in the collapse. Famous YouTuber Jake Paul wins the presidency. You might be asking, how is that possible? How could he do that? I don't know. I do know. We're going to be talking about that. But first, let's talk about Disclosure Day. Now, let's talk about what are key United States exports. Okay?
What is Disclosure Day, Chad? I can't remember. That was a recent one, right?
Key United States exports. Anyone tell me? What are the main three exports of the United States? Anyone tell me? Beanie Babies. That's correct, actually. That's one of them. Beanie Babies. What's number two? Number two, American football. That's actually an incorrect one. All right? That's a good example of a wrong answer. Anything else? Okay? I'll answer it for you. Fucking idiots. Movies. Movies. One of the greatest exports from the United States. Okay? Movies are essential to American cultural identity. Without movies, we don't have The Notebook. We don't have Ryan Gosling in Project Hail Mary. We don't have any of those things, right? Okay. Do we have any questions? All right. The United States is at its end of its unipolar control of the culture, right? The culture is moving away from movies. Look, just recently, a hinge point. This is what I call a hinge point, okay? We all know what a hinge point is.
The new Star Wars film performed badly at the box office.
A hinge point is where something hinges.
While
right?
at the same time, 2 movies based on YouTube were successful.
Something important hinges on the hinge point because a change happened, a change that couldn't happen before, right? Okay? We have what I call a change in direction, a unique direction that we weren't on before. The United States and Israel attacking Iran, that is an example of a hinge point, okay? Another example of a major hinge point, Anora wins Best Picture. Came out in 2024, won Best Picture in 2025, the Academy Awards. Conan O'Brien hosted, right? Very good monologue. But Anora was an anomaly. And Anora was a sign of where things were going, okay? Anora is a film about, what's Anora about? Anyone tell me? Jesus Christ. Okay, Anora is about sex workers. I don't like watching Anora with my parents. It makes me feel funny, okay? Makes me feel weird. There's lots of sexual images and references in Anora, right? Okay? And what could have won in that year, right? What could have won? I call this the Amelia Perez hinge point. When Carla Sofia Gascon said a lot of nasty things on Twitter, right? Okay. Amelia Perez nominated for almost a record-breaking number of Academy Awards. But in the vacuum of Amelia Perez,
I'm sorry,
what
Chad.
rises?
Is it just I feel like we're just too far off from the Oscars to
The conflict between the United States and Iran seems to be escalating. There seems to be no end in sight, right? Okay. In my last lecture, I discussed the future of this country. In fact, I discussed the future of this world. So what is happening right now? Come on, guys. That's right. A little thing called stalemate. A little while ago, I made a huge prediction, right? I predicted that the United States and Israel would team up to attack Iran, right? This is something no one else has ever predicted or could have ever predicted, right? I've been riding this high ever since. I owe the world my knowledge. I owe the world my predictions, right? Because this is game theory. And what is game theory, again? Game theory is when you have a theory. I'm going to give you 3 reasons why I'm frequently constipated, okay? Reason 1, no fiber. I don't like it. I don't like eating fiber. Reason 2. Anyone tell me reason 2? Okay? I promise this is leading
carnivore diet
somewhere. Do you guys understand Dante? Do you understand Moby Dick? All right? The Arabian Nights. The problem, though, is it's all number 1. And that's what I'm leading to at this, okay? What is the main problem? What is the main issue with our conflict in Iran? It isn't a multitude of problems. It's one big problem. And I'm going to explain exactly what that problem is, right? Do any of you know what that problem is? We have to remember something really important. This is the worst. We have to remember something. This doesn't even work. Who said that? The economy. Why did I write that word? If you all stay silent for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to shove this dry erase marker up my ass. I need participation. Can you tell me 3 things America was interested in?
Anybody ever have like a teacher throw dry erase markers and erasers at you in class? Anybody else have that? I remember this one teacher that if you fell asleep in his class, he would throw shit at you.
In the 1950s and 60s, 3 things. 1, 1920s gangsters. Yes, very cool. What else in the 50s and 60s? Rockets, which I will categorize also as space, right? And the third thing Americans were interested in the 50s and 60s. Exactly. Fortune cookies.
I'm in Germany. What's its future? Well, we have it. It's part of the bonus content. If we ever get to the bonus content, this is just taking too long. I'm sorry. Let me just like bring us back to Jiang. We've got like an hour left of him somehow, and we're just getting into the good part.
And he's convergence point.
But yeah, the Mediasan talks to the AFD Wehraboo is not winning, luckily. So maybe that predicts a non-AFD future for Germany. Nadia, I would hope so. Maybe this is a future where Germany bans the AfD party before they take power. I don't know. We got Peter Thiel's Argentine mansion in first place. Mehdi Hassan versus the AfD Verabou in second place. Oh my, no, sorry. Bad Empanada tells Americans how to politics is in second place. Mehdi Hassan versus the AfD Verabou in third place. And Boy Boy violates the Cuban blockade in fourth place. That's where it stands now. I've got to figure out a way to bring you this bonus content, even if it involves breaking my own rule that I just created that I not stream over 6 hours. We're at 5 hours and 19 minutes right now.
That matter.
Yeah, damn.
I just don't understand. Like, it's not like China's like heavily invested in BNH or like Satmar Jews or something. You know what I mean? They're not. There's just like different different groups of people that own different properties, and that isn't distributed across the board. There is no like. There's no like
BE, ooh, yeah, tell me about it. I've been dealing with his followers and my replies recently.
Center of power here that is consolidated in the hands of the few in the way that you have represented it.
I completely agree. But again, I think there is a confluence of interests that lead to certain events unfolding. Okay, so
let's lock in.
Let's continue the experiment where I'm Rabbi Schneerson and I'm creating this organization about Lubavitch.
So I expect him to be like, so I'm Rabbi Schneerson, and then he does some like anti-Semitic gesture or something. He does a little Anna Kasparian.
And what else I'm doing is I'm identifying certain potential political allies. Okay, I'm in 1980s, 1990s in New York City. Okay, I'm Rabbi Schneerson. I'm looking around me, and like, who do I think could potentially be a president of the United States? What kind of person do I think could run the White House, and who I could work with and co-opt over time?
You think they chose Donald Trump? That's what you think?
I think so. I think so.
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right. If you listen,
look. He showed a picture of Rabbi Schneerson blessing Benjamin Netanyahu. Show us something similar with Donald Trump. Like, what are you basing this in? Like, now it's just speculation. Like, that's not an argument to say that, like, if you're Rabbi Schneerson and you're around in the 1980s and you're like, who can I make a political ally? Who can I get, right? And you're like, Donald Trump. Didn't he also say something about Jews being in real estate and that being another argument for that Donald Trump must be connected to Chabad Lubavitch? This is the level of proof that he's offering. This is all that he's got on offer.
Okay, number one, Donald Trump, since the 1980s, was saying, I want to be...
All of the BE and ACP losers are giving Iranian people rise up and take over the government energy. But for the American people, yeah, that is they're like, poking at the American working class, saying, do something.
President of the United States.
I know, but so do many people.
Okay. I understand. Okay, so I'm not saying they only pick Donald Trump. I'm saying like they're looking at different people, and it's like a VC fund, right? You're putting your money in different companies, right? And so Donald Trump is someone that they're looking at because one, Donald Trump has been saying since 1980.
But show us some kind of proof, something that connects them. Instead of this wild hypothetical.
I want to be president of the United States. Second of all, he's like,
it's crazy, chat, that people can get convinced by that. I think what's more disturbing than the fact that Professor Jiang thinks this is proof, thinks this is convincing, is that people see it and they're like, yes, it is, I am convinced. This is the way. This man speaks the truth.
At this time, the most famous American around the world, right?
Sin is killing brothers and sisters, unnecessarily killing brothers and sisters that are innocent, pedophilia, killing innocent sons and daughters. There are sins killing your beautiful Mother Earth. That is true. And you can see that sin in Final Fantasy X in the form of Titus's father, Jacked.
Like if you're
oh my god, did I just spoil Final Fantasy X for you? I'm so sorry.
Donald Trump was not the most famous. No, Donald Trump in the 1980s was not the most famous American. You got Michael Jackson, you got Michael Jordan, 1990s.
Sure.
He was nowhere near the most famous. He was barely famous in America. I mean, he was like in rap songs and stuff like that for some period of time, but
I think if you're a poor person living in Africa, the person who
you think a poor person living in Africa knew who Donald Trump was in the 80s?
I think so.
No,
I think
that's
so.
crazy.
Because at this time in history, okay, like around the world, people are going to associate the American dream with Donald Trump. This is a guy who got rich and he's able to, sleep with like movie stars. He's able to like.
No, I don't think he was seen like that at all. He wasn't seen like that at all. He had a wife. Like he was just like a weird real estate guy that was kind of gross. It's actually a big driver. It's a big motivator of his enmity towards the cultural elite. Is that he was never welcome because he was too rude and he was too nouveau riche. So that was his like big driving motivator to like destroy the cultural elite, the liberal intelligentsia. They mostly saw him as a cartoon figure.
I agree. Like in the 1980s, the rich saw Donald Trump as a clown. I agree with that. But again, like we're imagining we're scenarios, I'm like, who can we invest in? Like who?
Wait, did he say he was married throughout the 80s? There was a point in the 80s, right, where and also him being married does not preclude him, being out on the town with other women. If you know Donald Trump, you know this, right? Being married never stopped him before. But I think at least part of the 80s, yeah, he was like one of these, like he's like Paris Hilton. Do you remember Paris Hilton, chat? Paris Hilton was a big name. Everybody knew Paris Hilton. People maybe did not take her. She like symbolized something, right? She symbolized like an ostentatious, conspicuous consumption, kind of culture, I guess, right? But instead of it being with reality shows, Trump was in the tabloids, and the tabloids would be speaking about like, ooh, Donald Trump's having sex with this woman. Ooh, no, I saw him with this woman. Oh no, I heard he did this with this woman. It would be stuff like that. And half of the time it was Trump calling in as John Barron to say, I've got some inside dirt for you about Donald Trump. I've heard he's having sex with a very sexy supermodel, and she's very young indeed. Younger than his last wife, certainly. Like, I don't know. It was that kind of thing, right? But did the rich, I guess, look, the rich would have looked down on Trump in the same way that they looked down, and I don't know, is he nouveau riche? Like his parents were somewhat wealthy, but not that wealthy. Maybe his parents was the generation that got rich or something. So he's like relatively nouveau riche, like, right? It is true that the rich tend to like look down on what they call like new money, and like their conspicuous consumption is more refined in some ways than the just kind of showing up. Yeah, like the nouveau riche show off for the for the non-rich who they used to be a part of, whereas the old money shows off to each other. I guess that's the difference. So yeah.
Who would be a good investment? You didn't invest in someone.
36 minutes left. What are we gonna do?
A lot to invest in him, but you've got this.
What are we gonna do?
Who thinks he's rich, but who's not really rich, and who everyone detests.
Wait, Trump's family owned a settlement in South Africa?
That's right. He's someone that you could nurture.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not. I guess, is that nouveau riche though? Is his father the one that got rich though? I guess that would make him. New. I for some reason I thought the family was wealthy, even coming out of Germany.
Sure, over time. In Mar-a-Lago, there is a replica of the Ark of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
Do you know about this?
No, but go on.
Okay, but you can actually Google this. There's a replica of the Art of the Covenant in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I think he wrote that book, The Art of the Covenant.
Okay.
Whenever, like, Donald Trump has a 99% approval rating in Israel. They literally see him as the reincarnation of Cyrus the Great in
Well, they
Israel.
don't anymore. They fucking
Persia.
hate him now because he told Israel to stand down.
Cyrus was attributed to having ended the exile of I guess it would have been people from Judea, and mostly like the high up elites, I think, were who they took in Babylon, right, when he attacked Babylon, and that's the rebuilding of the temple comes after that.
Lebanon. His approval rating dipped like 60 points, I think, in a matter of 2 weeks.
Okay, but right, and
but before he was very popular figure in Israel. They liked him a lot more than
they see him as Cyrus the Great. Okay, the reincarnation of Cyrus the Great, someone who is going to take the Jews back to Jerusalem and build the third.
So, yeah, somebody that supposedly God like inspired to, right? That's the biblical part of that story, is that God, God, he's a chess piece that God moved to help out
temple.
those in exile.
I'll be honest. Again, I don't think many Jews are as like religiously involved in this this messianic. Like, there's the red heifer stuff, but they're by and large. I think Zionism is a civic nationalist substitute for any kind of religious understanding of the world. So I think it's more so born out of like a level of self-preservation, self-interest, a fear that if there isn't a Jewish state, that like the Holocaust could happen again, things of that nature, and not necessarily this this religious ideology. Are there some Jewish people, like fundamentalists, who have this kind of perspective? Certainly, but they are not the majority at all. I don't think like the average Jewish person in Israel believes that Donald Trump is like truly going to lead Jews to the promised land, right? I don't think that's the case. I mean, they like him because he's pro-Israel. Like that's pretty simple, and that's precisely the reason why now that he is seen as not as pro-Israel, because for the first time ever, Donald Trump is not. Donald Trump has been seen as being at odds with Netanyahu or restraining Israel in some capacity, albeit limited. His approval ratings declined dramatically.
Let me ask you this question, okay? And you can take a guess. But Javier Milei, when he became president of Argentina, his first foreign trip, okay, as a head of state of Argentina, was to where?
Yeah, Javier Milei is very pro. There are a lot of Latin American countries that are now changing rulers are all running on an openly pro-Israel slant. I mean, Venezuela also shipped oil to Israel, albeit symbolic, immediately after the coup. So I'm aware of all this, yes. But that is...
I'm saying Javier Milei's first foreign trip as head of state of Argentina was to where?
Israel, I assume, right? That's
wrong. The answer is Brooklyn. The first thing he did was visit Rebbe Sneerson's grave in Brooklyn. You can Google this.
Okay. I mean, this is all.
Wait, so I'm asking you who this guy is, Rebbe Sneerson. Like why would
I don't know. I mean, he's just like
Yeah, I'm looking at the thing that's winning in bonus content, and I don't see it. It's that bad empanada video. That's what's ahead right now. If I take the donations into consideration, does anybody know? Did Bad Empanada take down? I'm guessing it would have been on Bad Empanada 2. Did he take down a video recently? Did he take down the video on something about like how he would build a? If we might have to go to Twitch for this if the, because I've heard people have been ridiculing it a little bit, and so there is a chance that he took it down, but I really don't know.
Religious, he's like a random religious figure in America, but
okay, right. There are two videos on YouTube.
But he's also very pro-Israel, right? Like a lot of these Latin American countries and their leadership are now openly pro-Israel. And here's the thing. There's a reason for it, right? Like, you're like, why the fuck would Javier Milei be pro-Israel? He's in Argentina, is the question.
No, I'm asking yourself, why would he go visit the grave of Rebbe Sneerson as the head of state of Argentina? It's
the same reason why people go and show support at the Wailing Wall, right? Like, it's just to say like, oh, this I'm with you. Like, it's a symbolic show of support. So I don't think there's any like spiritual reason for it.
There are two YouTube videos. Okay, the first YouTube video is Benjamin Netanyahu before he becomes prime minister. Okay, before he enters Israeli politics, he goes and meets with Rebbe Sneerson and says, "I ask for your blessing." And Rebbe Sneerson like blessing in politics or personal. Like in Netanyahu is like both personal and professional. And Rebbe Sneerson like, when is the Messiah coming? We must accelerate the coming of the Messiah. Like it's on YouTube. You can actually just go on.
Why is the Messiah not here yet?
YouTube, and it's there. Okay, I'm not making this up. Okay, that's the first video. Second video is Rebbe Sneerson is greeting his followers, and one of the followers is like, "I'm the mother of Steven Spielberg, and I want your blessing." Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who this guy is and like how he's so well connected. Why is like all the most powerful people in the world going to him and saying like, "Give me your blessing"?
I mean, you just brought up a very wide range of people. Steven Spielberg's mother is not one of the most powerful people on the planet.
No, but Steven Spielberg is
also
right.
Also, once again, yeah, it's a show of support for a specific sect of Judaism. I don't think it's like, I don't think it's necessarily anything beyond that. I mean, it's like visiting the Pope. Like if people are doing that because they're like, yeah, that's the Pope, you know?
The Pope is one of the most powerful people in the world, right?
I mean, the Pope has a lot of influential power, but I don't think people are necessarily visiting the Pope because they feel like there's like a secret society that they're tapped into. It's debatable how powerful the Pope is.
But I'm saying, like, if you're Catholic and the Pope gave you a call and says, "Hey, can you give this guy who's my friend power of attorney?" I think all Catholics would do that, right?
I don't think the Pope is making phone calls like that. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying like if that were the case, right?
So this ties back to the red bay that we were talking about. You're saying that he made the call to Les Wexner.
It's never that simple. He told someone to go tell someone to go tell someone to go tell someone, and then Lex Wexner did that. It's like circles and circles. It's never that like simple, right? It's not
Wait. I'm sorry. Is Rabbi Schneerson is he telling Epstein what to do, or just Wexner? Like, I mean,
Rabbi Schneerson's like, like basically saying, I bless this man, Jeffrey Epstein, right? Word gets out to someone else, and Lex Wexner's like, oh, well, if Jeffrey Epstein is approved by Rabbi Schneerson, then I can give him power of attorney and I can develop him fully to his potential, right? I think these things are much.
Thoughts are always in my prayers, my hopes, and my dreams. Yeah.
More amorphous, much more ambiguous than people appreciate. And that's why, like, if you actually talk to these people, they think you're nuts if you point out the connections, right?
I mean, not really. There are a lot of religious leaders that people show support to. I mean,
why am I so tired?
Zohar Mamdani went to the Red Bay's grave too. It's like it's just a thing that you do because you're
really.
Yeah, it's a thing that you do.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a thing that you do in order to gain favor from different constituents that are going to go out and vote. It's just like it's the same as like going to the when Michael Bloomberg went to the same mosque that Zohar Mamdani went to. That doesn't mean Michael Bloomberg is like secretly Shia Muslim now. You know what I mean? It's just a way to signal your support to these different groups in a relatively diverse environment like New York. Javier Milei is also a bit of a weeb for Judaism. Kaya, what are you doing, girl? But that's a separate situation, I think. Having said that, once again, there is a reason, as I was trying to say, that there are a lot of like Latin American leaders that show support to Israel. But I don't think it's like some secret messianic Jewish conspiracy, but rather it's a way to signal support for Western foreign policy, specifically American foreign policy, that you will be a loyal servant to.
Why are there so many IDF soldiers in Argentina?
I don't know, vacationing or there's the Patagonia fires, right? That's what you're. Yeah. I don't know the exact details of what's going on there, as far as like what may have taken place, but as far as as far as land grabs or whatnot, I don't know how that translates to, again, some kind of like grand.
Okay, here's my thought now. All right, you definitely earned some bonus content. If we want to get through this, though, I can't show you the bonus content. In fact, I'm gonna have to extend the time, even just for this. So we're gonna go beyond my rule of 6 hours, which we're 24 minutes from right now. Just this once, and then I'm gonna, I guess, give you what it looks like right now is BE, or something, right? I'm gonna have to track this down because it looks like BE took the video down. I'll look some more.
Jewish conspiracy.
I'm not saying there's a grand Jewish conspiracy. I never said that. I'm not saying the Jews control the world. I'm not saying they're conspiring to control the world. All I'm saying is there are forces at play. And once these forces converge together, this offers you a better insight into how geopolitics works than the simple dialectic materialism. That's all I'm saying, right? Because like the Rebbe station is just a thought experiment, right? I'm trying to figure out. I never met this guy. I know nothing about him.
I just don't think any of these guys believe in the spiritual stuff. I think they just look at the situation. They look at the world as a matter of self-interest, advancing their self-interest. And many powerful people in positions of power, they're not in like secret societies or whatever. They're pretty open about their ambitions. They don't do it in like cigar-filled rooms. They do it at Davos. They do it at G10 summits where they get together and they just say, look, this is our, we have to maintain control over the Middle East. Iran is a sovereign nation. And as a sovereign nation, it presents a tremendous destabilizing power against Israel, which is our unsinkable aircraft carrier in the region that is a destabilizing force. And if there are some people in Israel that believe the messianic, the end times conspiracies or whatever, that's fine. But I don't think that's the major motivating principle of the likes of Benjamin Netanyahu, for example. I mean, he's a conservative Jew that grew up in Philadelphia. So I don't think that like he's a firm and committed believer in that. I think he just wants to leave a lasting legacy and expand the boundaries of Israel. That's what I think he's doing. And it just works. These interests coalesce with America's interest in the region.
Okay. And I would say, I would agree with you on this. But at the same time, I think that if you just use this perspective, okay, then we would have to conclude that eventually this war against Iran will end, right? Because it's not in their best interest for this war to continue for too long. Is that correct? Like I'm trying to figure out, okay, we have this model of the universe, which is dialectic materialism, self-interest. And so let's extrapolate from this and figure out.
There are other competing forces here as well. Obviously, like America has to save face. America has to maintain force projection.
Oh my God, I gotta stop.
That's
Stop.
the entire underpinning
Yawning.
of the dollar being the reserve currency. If America's military might is bested by a middle power like Iran because it has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz and can dominate the American military that way and dominate global capital that way, then obviously, America's no longer the superpower we once thought it was. That would destabilize everything. So there is the competing interest there of America trying to save face to the best of its ability. So I suspect that they'll try to wean out of the situation and probably maintain this like weird limbo where is there a memorandum of understanding? Will Iran actually get sanctions relief or not? I suspect that the reasonable thing to do in this circumstance would be to actually retreat from the rest of the globe in the way that we've dominated and instead move to, I guess, harden our defenses in the Donroe Doctrine in the Western Hemisphere and redouble our efforts there and not try to pick as much of a fight in the Middle East. I don't know if we'll do that. I'm just saying that would be the reasonable thing to do.
So let me ask you this. Do you think the Electric Mosque will be destroyed?
I hope not, but that is definitely the goal of a lot of there's definitely a group of people in Israel that want to do it. I mean, there's like archaeological digs that they're conducting underneath the mosque in a specific attempt to like destroy the foundation that it remains on top of.
Right, but I'm saying like this: if we just looked at the world from a purely dialectic materialist perspective, I mean, it'd be insane to destroy the Electric Mosque. I mean, like you would incite a religious crusade, right? I mean, like you have like. I mean, I believe there are people who believe a litany of different nonsensical things, and that could motivate them to take action. I understand that. I'm not discounting that at all. So all I'm saying
I just don't think that there is a. I think that as long as it coalesces or converges with the interests of more powerful nations like the United States of America, or as long as it's in the interest of Benjamin Netanyahu to maintain a coalition with the more fundamentalist, more religious Jews in his coalition, he will make it seem as though that's fine, and he won't make he won't like force them to retreat in any capacity as long as they don't like destabilize too hard. But things do happen. They might end up, doing something that's like completely chaotic. But I don't think it's I don't think it's going to bring about the end times prophecy is what I mean.
Okay, all right. So I think here you and I would agree where maybe we can use economic self-interest to explain 95%, right? But then there's this unpredictable religious fanatical element to it, maybe 5%, that changes the vector of events, right? So if there were no religious fanaticism going on, okay, we can predict how this war will end up. But because there are these religious fanatics, maybe 5% of the population, and we're talking about like both the United States.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he actually modeled himself on Harry Seldon.
This war to achieve their end times prophecy, and
like predictive history is a
achieve their end times prophecy. Okay, but
the name predictive history is a nod to Isaac Asimov.
Then these events will basically become catastrophic, right? So I think right now the war is containable, but if the Electric Mosque is destroyed, right, then all bets are off. Like we don't know what's gonna happen now.
I mean, who knows? Who knows how the Muslim world reacts? They have, they've conceded quite a bit because Israel has, in line with the United States of America, Israel has been a fairly dominant force in the region. And given that they've turned a blind eye to the massacres of the Palestinians in Gaza, I don't know if the Arab world or the Muslims would revolt. Probably, maybe. And I don't know where that would go. But I don't think this is like, my point is, I don't think that this is an event that's being triggered deliberately by design by a group of individuals that are secretly controlling society in any meaningful capacity or have an understanding of the future or can see the future. It's just more so people that are, self-invested and some who believe in ridiculous things. And you keep those forces at bay to the best of your ability. But the only reason why they're a part of the Netanyahu coalition, for example, is because of immediate political reasons, immediate domestic political reasons, and not like a much larger, much broader, cult that is a towering force behind closed doors.
Okay, so let me make my argument, and you tell me if it makes sense to you. Okay, so I'm not saying there is a top-down system of secret societies where they control everything, and we are just slaves to their whims. But there are lots of people embedded in different positions of power They may be formally or informally attached together, but they have certain beliefs that are similar. Okay, so you have these Christian Zionists, and you have these Zionists, you have these Mormons, and other groups. Okay, they're not aligned. They don't have these meetings, conferences where they get together and say, let's plot to destroy the world together. Okay, they don't do that. But they have certain belief systems that align, which call for the return of the Jews to Jerusalem, which calls for war in the Middle East, which calls for.
Yeah, but I don't think that's happening either. That's my point. Because there's,
okay.
I mean, again, from all the Jewish people I know that live in the United States of America, some Zionists, some anti-Zionists, many anti-Zionists, ain't nobody's trying to live in Israel. They're not going to Israel, no matter what happens. And this includes like Michael Rappaport, for example. That motherfucker loves Israel and he lives in New York. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like there's no drive for many of these people to go and live in Israel to like trigger the end times prophecy.
How do you explain the rise of anti-Semitism after October 7th? Right? I mean, you're on social media. You know how before October 7th, no one talked about the Jews.
What?
No, there's definitely, there's always been like people, look, there's two different kinds of anti-Semitism, right? There's like the way that people will casually say like, oh, Jews are in finance, Jews are in Hollywood, but they also made Seinfeld and I love Seinfeld, so it's fine, right? Like that's been the otherization of Jews for quite a long time. And then there's always been people who are like, no, Jews are at the heart of a lot of these conspiracies, like the old-fashioned anti-Semitism, the protocols style of anti-Semitism that neo-Nazis have tried to bring back into the forefront in perpetuity. As far as like post-October 7, the increase in hatred of Jews is a direct consequence of the anti-Semitic incidents spiking in the aftermath of Israeli sieges in the past. Whenever Israel sieges Gaza, it does so by falsely claiming that it's doing this at the behest of Judaism, at the behest of like Zionists are, Zionism is Judaism. We're doing this as the Jewish state over and over again. And the defense of that in the Western world is always packaged in the same way. And as a response to that, people hear that and they go, okay, well, I don't fuck with this. So maybe all of these people that are in positions of power that happen to be Jewish are actually bad. And they're, demonstrating dual loyalty, right? And that's how it builds. That's how anti-Semitism grows. And as a matter of fact, many people who were prominent neo-Nazis, been deplatformed on numerous occasions, have taken advantage of Israel's newfound unpopularity in the Western world to push for this idea that all of these Jews they're all single-mindedly in defense of Israel. And there are plenty of American Jews, there's plenty of American Zionists that will actually say this over and over again. That will teach people this falsehood, this idea that all Jews are single-mindedly invested in the development of the Greater Israel Project, when that's not the case.
Look, the reason that I'm single-mindedly obsessed with with watching this to its conclusion, rather than pivoting to bonus content, is one, I can't find the piece of bonus content that's winning. I will track it down for you as best I can and make it up to you tomorrow when we do the big gaming stream, because that's the one stream that I'm like allowing to be like, all right, this one can go a little bit longer. It'll start earlier too, so going longer is not gonna make it impossible for me to get any sleep, luckily. But yeah, I want to watch this to its conclusion. I guess that's what we're doing here, because people have told me that Jiang gets incredibly anti-Semitic. Now I've seen him in that mode before, right? It feels like he there's certain lectures, I guess, let's just say, in the Jiang catalog that he doesn't talk about to the normies usually. So yeah, I have heard him just say some stuff that is not not just conspiratorial, it's anti-Semitic. But I don't think we've gotten into even like the level of anti-Semitism that I've witnessed from him before yet in this video. And that's why I think there's got to be something crazy that happens towards the end, because it just isn't there yet. What Fed Empanada video are you talking about? The one where he's like how to build a leftist movement in the US, right? It's his alternative, I guess, to the DSA. And I saw it earlier today. It seems to not be on either of his channels now, or is it an old video? Maybe it's an old video, but I thought it was a newer video that he'd put out. Yeah. From what I've heard, it was getting roasted on Twitter. People were making fun of it on Twitter, and that's, good a reason of any as for him to private it. He doesn't usually private stuff, but It's possible, or maybe I'm not doing a good job finding it for you, chat. But yeah, so for that reason, we're gonna finish this, right? Because I know you want to get to the Tootsie Roll Center inside of the Tootsie Pop.
And institutions also do this as well, like synagogues that do settler fairs and advocacy organizations like the ADL that will then go around and go on television and say that all prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic.
Okay, so I'm not plugged into social media as well as you are, and I'm based in China. But I will tell you this.
Can you imagine a Professor Jiang account on Twitter?
I noticed
or Instagram
a distinct difference in social media postings pre-October 7th and post-October 7th. Pre-October 7th, there was a real focus on anti-racist thinking and behavior, right? Like, let's not conflate people into their racial groups, and let's not discriminate against certain racial groups, okay? And that was pretty clear and stark on social media pre-October 7th. After October 7th, very rapidly, like, you had all these people saying the Jews are responsible for everything. I'm like, okay, first of all, why was the sudden sea shift, right? The sudden shift in mentality. Yeah. That's number one. Number two is, are people really that stupid they can't conflate that they have to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism? I mean, I think it's okay to say, like, I disagree with Israel's policies, but then to say these Jews are controlling the American government. Like, these are two different things altogether.
First of all, there's a lot of stupid people.
Look, this feels like a very mask on Professor Jiang, if you know what I mean. If you've seen some of his other content, right? It feels like he's actively trying to distance himself from anti-Semitism, but like, you see how these other people, they have such a hard time. It's like you got Jews and you got Israel, and they're like two different things. And Israel's doing bad stuff doesn't mean that the Jews are, like, it's just. Anyway, it feels like he's trying to do damage control for the parts of his lectures that have gotten out that sound very, very different than this. I'm legitimately confused here, especially given how people characterize this, right? He is, like, obviously, got an obsession of with the Kabbalah and Chabad Lubavitch and has these very tenuous theories of, like, the influence, that he can't show you them, but he can do thought experiments to say, if you were Rabbi Schneerson, wouldn't you want to groom Donald Trump as your, vessel and hope that he gets into politics and becomes president or becomes some kind of high influential figure? He is reaching a lot. Yeah, he is, but he's also distancing himself from anti-Semitism. And I haven't seen this before. I've just seen him play it off as like, well, some people, like, he tries to, act like, they don't want you to know this, right? Like, that's why they're calling me anti-Semitic, but I'm just saying the truth, man. So anyway, we'll see. How much do we have left of this? 45 minutes, like at least 40 minutes. Oh my God.
And number two, there's a lot of,
how are we going to get through this?
Twitter, the algorithm, under the auspices of free speech, was tweaked at the behest of a lot of neo-Nazi sentiment. I mean, Adolf Hitler gifs were going viral almost on a weekly basis, almost on a daily basis. So there's definitely a little bit of algorithmic tweaking there as well that normalizes this kind of attitude. And Twitter the internet it always cross-pollinates information from one social media platform to the next. So whatever happens on Twitter then makes its way to TikTok, then makes its way to all these other platforms. But the point I'm trying to make is that there is, like, a lot of people heard what prominent defenders of Israel were saying, and they learned the wrong lesson. Because prominent defenders of Israel, even to this day, will often conflate Judaism and Zionism, and will also defend Israel's actions by falsely painting its critics as anti-Semitic. And for the longest time, this anti-Semitism accusation held a lot of weight. Part of the reason why it held a lot of weight is because there are a lot of liberal advocacy organizations that were civil rights organizations or masqueraded as civil rights organizations, like the ADL, which in the past, in the 90s, was actually caught spying on Jewish Americans, Black Americans that were protesting apartheid in South Africa, and an organization that is backed by the Israeli Knesset. And the reason for why a lot of these pro-Jewish organizations, Jewish advocacy organizations were allowed to operate on U.S. soil was not because of, like, some special secret magical mystical powers that Jews have, but because this was a reasonable way to stamp out any kind of opposition that Americans who believe in or learn liberal humanitarian values would actually be at odds with what Israel was doing if they learned what Israel was doing, right? So a good way to stamp that out, good way to stamp that dissent out was to immediately deplatform a lot of these organizations. But because it was in line with the American State Department's objectives of controlling this resource-rich region, the Middle East and North Africa, because that's what Israel's primary role was, and also it was a reliable Cold War ally as well, these organizations were allowed to operate, just like AIPAC doesn't get hit with FARA restrictions on U.S. soil. But that's the exceptional nature of this relationship, only because Israel made itself a very valuable asset for the interests of American capital. American capital that wanted to dominate this oil-rich region.
I completely agree. I completely agree with everything you said. Okay, like everything you said, I completely agree with. Behind Zionism is transnational capital. That's real power in the world. That's one. Number two is the people who really benefited from all this anti-Semitism are the Zionists, right? Because I don't
necessarily think that they benefit from it. I think that, I mean, it's clearly failing at this point. So that's like,
I would say there are some clear benefits from all this.
Well, what Hasan is
forced government. Semitic sentiment online. Okay, number one is it gives cover to Israel, right? Because before people were focused on the genocide that Israel was committed, as they rightfully should be, but now it's like, oh, this is debate. Like, is your behavior anti-Semitic? Is this threatening?
So he thinks that because like Hasan, has said he thinks anti-Semitism is being to some degree propagated. He's saying algorithmically tweaked is the words are the literal words that he's using. But we know what we're talking about. We're talking about Twitter. We're talking about when they like open up the floodgates. Part of it was like unbanning all the Nazis. Part of it was bringing on Nick Fuentes. Even when Elon Musk was like clutching pearls, like, I don't believe in what this man says. I don't agree with this man. He's a very bad man, but he deserves the right to have free speech, nonetheless. And I will deign him as long as he's responsible with his, right? And he wasn't responsible as shit. Like, Elon Musk doesn't have any trouble being, anti-Semitic, and indeed has basically bent the fucking ADL over his knee and spanked them into submission when they tried to, call him out for some very obvious anti-Semitic thing. And as a result, they were just like, oh no, just go over to Auschwitz, talk to Ben Shapiro, and you're good again. And so he runs this line between like defense of the, genocidal state of Israel and the and outright anti-Semitism, or at the very least, like the type of anti-Semitism that divides Jews up into like the good, religiously observant Jews and then the evil, cosmopolitan Hollywood Jews that are poisoning our children's minds and transing them all, right? It's it's a very difficult to justify set of beliefs.
People in America, okay? So you're shifting the debate. That's one.
But yeah, he's saying like that this was the idea of this like stoke anti-Semitism and then use that to say to take the attention off of what they're doing to Palestine, when if anything, the effect has been maybe the opposite.
Number two is it's causing cohesion.
I know, but it doesn't work. That's the reason why I'm saying like there is no. It only worked when.
But Hasan is saying because they've called so much shit anti-Semitic, right? Mostly, students protesting, people concerned for Palestine, phrases and statements like from the river to the sea. Like they've called so much shit anti-Semitic that obviously isn't anti-Semitic. That it's no longer an effective tool. When people say that's anti-Semitic, in the past, the assumption was like, oh, let me look at that. Yeah, that's very anti-Semitic. Bad. Right? Now the assumption is, oh, that's probably somebody lying. Oh, they always say that it's anti-Semitic, right? And so it's lost its power, even when it's appropriately, even when the accusation is accurate. People tend to like not believe it, because they've heard so many, things be characterized as anti-Semitic that obviously are not.
Mainstream media was not as diverse. It only worked when there was an opportunity to gatekeep certain kinds of information to stop them from reaching collective conscience. It doesn't work in the diverse landscape of the internet.
I think it's working for two demographics that are key to the Greater Israel Project. The first demographic are the Jewish people themselves. It's causing a lot of cohesion and unity among the Jewish people. Even those Jews who are secular and who have criticized Israel in the past, they recognize that it's very important to maintain unity. That's the first demographic. And the second demographic are the baby boomers. I think if you talk to the baby boomers,
I wish we had a
baby
This I don't agree with, and I'll tell
transcript
you why.
for this.
Okay, number one, there is a massive generational divide, even amongst American Jews, as far as the way that they understand Judaism and their connection to the state of Israel. It's not a secret that there's an indoctrination project in the Western world for young Jews that live in the Western world.
3 minutes and 50 seconds left. Do we want to ride this out? Is there gold at the end of the, oh my God, what do you call it in Minecraft? Where you strip mine? Is it called strip mining?
They go to Jewish school, and all matter
Is there
of
diamonds
Jewish culture
just past
and Jewish
this
identity is baked with this
rock?
civic nationalist perspective, right? That has changed dramatically. That's changed dramatically for younger Jews. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why a lot of these advocacy organizations target someone like myself is because I fight back against anti-Semitism quite vociferously, while also simultaneously am a prominent critic of the state of Israel. And a lot of these advocacy groups understand that someone like Nick Fuentes has no capacity to actually change the minds of young American Jews and break through the Zionist indoctrination, whereas someone like myself does have that capacity, which is why John Greenblatt will talk about me, and I'm sure he's going to have a field day with this conversation as well, for hours and hours on end on television.
We're like 15 minutes from being done with this, all right?
Like,
let's go.
Nick Fuentes or even Candace Owens, who will
let's make this happen, chat.
This monolithic, organized
Can we do it?
Theory that I oppose.
Will we do it?
That's number one. Number two, there's also the way that even boomers now see Israel, with the exception of some Christian evangelicals and maybe some of
this is not too much, right?
Jews. Most Americans and most people in the Western world,
it's not too fast, right?
World had never actually viewed Israel as a pariah state. The rest of the world always did, right? They understood that Israel was a settler colonial operation. It's a vestige of American empire. But now, even those in the Western world, given the barrage of heavy-handed accusations of anti-Semitism, demands of deplatforming, demands of cancellation, demands of like losing your job, and maybe even imprisonment in places like the UK, have created tremendous enmity towards the nation state of Israel. So I think Israel got far too comfortable in the last multiple decades, where it had the capacity to influence domestic policy, and it thought that it could continue operating in the ways that it does in the Western world, and it has actually backfired spectacularly.
Let me give us 15 minutes.
Seeing a lot of Western governments take a much more heavy-handed approach in combating any kind of criticism of Israel in ways that they.
I'm going to give it 15 more minutes.
Were impossible to govern around. They've overplayed their.
I think that's what we have left, basically, and I am going to take away some of the time that I was going to add to the stream tomorrow, if that's okay with everyone.
And so I don't
this
think
is
that,
important.
I think that Israel's popularity
and you're guaranteed tomorrow at least one bonus topic, if not the one that you chose today. If I can't find that, then we'll just make it so from the beginning, right? There's at least one bonus topic that gets covered. There we go. Does that seem fair?
Hasn't gone up, and it's actually going to have a devastating consequence for the Zionist project in the next decade.
Okay, so I agree with everything you said. Okay, absolutely, like 100%. Every sentence you said. Where you and I would disagree is, I would say that we still think of the Western world as democratic, and I would say that's no longer true. It's become an oligarchy where only a few, where only a minority control all the wealth, all the power. So as long as the Zionists are able to appeal to a certain segment of the population, the baby boomers, basically, and not even all the baby boomers. I'm talking like the 10 to 20% of the baby boomers who control all the power and the wealth in the world. They're still able to carry through their agenda. Okay, an example I will use is this. Larry Ellison and his son, they spent billions of dollars taking over CBS and CNN, and they've installed Barry Weiss. And all the reporting is that Barry Weiss is ruining both. She's ruined CBS News, right? And she'll probably ruin CNN as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like these guys, the Ellisons, they're not dumb guys. Why would they spend all this money taking over CBS News and CNN and installing Barry Weiss, who is not very popular among reporters?
In order to defend Donald Trump and also defend Israel's interests, like quite deliberately, yes.
Right, and so I would say it works because really, in the
I don't think it works. I don't think it works. It doesn't work because there's already a crisis in confidence in mainstream outlets already. That's part of the reason why people are actually much more people are approaching this issue much differently. This crisis has been brewing. There's a legitimacy crisis in mainstream media. It's been brewing since the Iraq War, when New York Times and all these other outlets, at the behest of the American State Department, lied to the American people, told them that there were WMDs, we had to go to war. It created a massive fissure in the way that Americans saw mainstream outlets. Then during COVID, there were a lot of people who did not agree with the perspective of epidemiologists, and the media was trying to do their very best for the public good. So in that instance, they weren't literally lying to the American public. They were just doing their very best. They were, operating as the fourth estate. But that still created a massive fissure. And I think that the last 3 years, the way that mainstream outlets covered this genocide versus the way that people could see the genocide unfold in real life in front of their eyes on social media also increased that division, and it almost collapsed the legitimacy that people have for mainstream media in its entirety. So now this purchase of CBS or the purchase of TikTok and all the algorithmic gaming is not going to be able to combat the enmity that people have towards Israel.
Okay, so let's talk about Thomas Massie, right? This is an incumbent who is very popular and who has done a lot for his constituents. And, three billionaires, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, John Paulson, they spent about like $30 million to $35 million. And there's only one demographic that opposed Thomas Massie, and it's baby boomers. So you would think, just given this, you would think Thomas Massie would win the primary easily, right? And I actually thought that he would win the primary easily, yet he lost by 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cult. Republicans are a straight up cult. They're unbelievably cult. Like Donald Trump hates Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie does the Epstein files. Thomas Massie is a major critic of Israel. Donald Trump wants to reassert his influence over the party. He puts Thomas Massie in the crosshairs. There's also $35 million in ad spend. And yes, baby boomers do watch television, and they are very malleable. And all of a sudden, Thomas Massie is eliminated, right?
Right. And I would say Washington, D.C. is a bubble right now where the people there basically are aligned on many big topics, right? Especially Israel. Section 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act, it's passed, and now you will see a slow merger of these two militaries, right? Israel and the United States. And they're doing this, as you point out, because like they need a pit bull, they need Israel in order to secure American interests in the Middle East. And this is a way to circumvent congressional oversight, right? So I'm saying, like, given these trends, given what happened to Thomas Massie, given the NDAA, given the fact that Washington is essentially a bubble that they all think alike, whether it's Democrat or Republican, like look at what Chuck Schumer has said about Israel, right? What reason do we have to be optimistic that there is going to be a turning of the tide against Israel?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with what I do as my work, aside from commentary, but we are electing a lot of anti-Zionists into office from the Democratic Party side, and we've overcome tremendous amounts of media spend coming from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiary shell corporations in all of the races that I've been involved in thus far, and yet within the Democratic Party, because there is no similar cult-like attitude that the Republicans have, the Democratic Party's base of support is actually far more invested. Given that there's plenty of readily available public polling on the issue, there is a lot of appetite for anti-Zionist, anti-Israel sentiment within the Democratic Party, which is precisely the reason why, in spite of the millions of dollars in ad spend within the Democratic primary system, prominent critics of Israel are getting elected. It's actually created a massive crisis within Washington, D.C. They're constantly talking about how they have to do away with this democratic socialist movement in their ranks. I don't think it's entirely about Israel, of course, but that's just one reason for why. That's one reason for why there's so much anger and resentment coming from D.C. But at the end of the day, if Israel was this all-controlling entity, or if there was any sort of like cult that was gaming the system behind closed doors, then this kind of stuff would not happen. It would not happen in any way, shape, or form. People would just end up mysteriously losing these sorts of elections and whatnot, and there wouldn't be any sort of like established movement that's harnessing the current anger and resentment people have with the way that Washington, D.C. is operating in line with Israel's interests.
What do you think of the 2016 Democratic primary, the 2020 Democratic primary, where Bernie Sanders was clearly going to win the nomination, and in both instances, he was railroaded by the Democratic Party establishment, right? And we know in 2016, because of the leaked emails, right, where the Democratic Party establishment was conspiring against. I mean,
they did it openly too. They did it by way of media as well. And
in 2020, the same thing happened where Bernie Sanders had won Nevada, and he was clearly going to win the nomination because there was so much energy and organization behind him. And then Super Tuesday.
Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. We are in the last moments of this horrible conversation. This 2 hours that Hasan spent listening to Jiang yap about his most incoherent theories. As a little bit of a different Professor Jiang than we've seen in previous streams, right? When you actually get into some of his streams where he gets down to brass tacks, the anti-Semitism is a little bit harder to not deny. It's not just this whole reaching of trying to conspiracy craft about Rabbi Schneerson and Chabad Lubavitch. It is a more easily recognizable, I guess, form. We're seeing a very mask-on Professor Jiang today, and I've even seen him try to distance himself from the notion of anti-Semitism. Despite that, I'm positive that is like one of his draws. But yeah, we talked about religion, we talked about mysticism, a lot of very non-standard conversations for Hasan, and a little bit more scant. I mean, now we're getting into politics, and he's asking about the something that we all believe was unfair. The Obama calling for the dropout of all of the liberal candidates, and with Elizabeth Warren staying in, it's pretty much what put the nail in the coffin of the 2020 Bernie campaign. And just kind of like, well, what about this? Do you think that could be Chabad? Do you think Rabbi Schneerson could have a hand in that? And it's just like, dude, fucking draw the line. This is the problem with this guy. He gives you connect the dots. And he's like, look at these dots. They're pretty, but he doesn't say how he connects them. So yeah, that's another way that he sort of backs away from his stands. But yeah,
they all rallied behind Biden. And like 2 months prior, the Democratic Party assumption was like, he can't possibly win, so we need either Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris.
Yeah, boomers
Right?
are high propensity voters. They vote in the primaries, and they had they are slammed to their TVs, and they were much more malleable, much more persuadable about the electability argument. That's actually a key difference in this election cycle right now. We don't know where this will go, and I'm sure that the Democratic Party will do everything in its power to make sure that the establishment continues to maintain its grip on power. But this kind of deliberate sabotage that was implemented in the DNC system in 2016 and 2020 is going to be a much more difficult terrain for the Democrats to put forth, given that there is, one, a lot more diversity in people's media diets, a lot more interest in actually putting people into positions of power that will combat the relationship, the pre-existing relationship that America has with Israel, and we're just better organized this time around as a consequence of all of those failures that we went through in the last 10 years.
Yeah, thank you for the raid, Streamlord, and shouts out. Go follow Galactic Streamlord if you're not already.
In the last decade, and I think that is the reason why it's very different this time around. Hopefully, there could still be failure at the end of the day, but we're just going to continue organizing around it.
I want to go back to 2020 and look at the sort of like conspiracy against Bernie Sanders, okay? Because like, look at what happened, okay? So Bernie Sanders had already won Nevada by a landslide, okay? And then what happened was...
But the funny thing about Jiang is like you get a lot of stories that you've heard before if you're into U.S. Politics, right? And you almost like trace the source of them. Like there's a way of describing different things that kind of shows you, where he's heard of this before. But it's the kind of thing that, he's like explaining to Hasan. I'm like, let me tell you about what happened to Bernie Sanders. Now, you may not know this, but actually all the candidates dropped out after a call from Barack Obama. And Hasan's like, yep, that's true. That's true.
Events. First of all, Barack Obama did a call in to a radio show in South Carolina. James Clyburn then endorsed Biden. Then the nominees started to drop out. Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, they all dropped out together. And what's really important is Elizabeth Warren stayed in the race. Thus splitting the left vote, right? And when people like,
And get this, you guys, with all those shit libs dropping out, you might think that Liz Warren would be dropping out too, but no, since she was competing with Bernie Sanders for votes, she stayed in. Would you believe it? That's crazy.
Like Elizabeth, like I thought Bernie and you were friends. Like, why are you staying in the race?
Well, and we knew that wasn't the case. But
exactly, right. So I'm saying that there's massive coordination behind the scenes, right? You need someone like Barack Obama in order to make all this happen. So given that Barack Obama sabotaged Bernie Sanders in 2020, and given the fact that Barack Obama still remains the most popular Democrat in the United States right now, he's still the most powerful Democrat in the United States right now. What makes you think he won't do this again?
A couple of reasons. One, it depends. There are very popular figures now on the left, and their popularity is only going to continue growing. That could potentially happen. That could potentially happen where Barack Obama could move in at the last second and turn around and try to game out the system again. I just don't think that the infrastructure there remains because the appetite from the base of support is very different. Like the appetite from the base of the Democratic Party, the high propensity voters that comprise like the backbone of the primary system, they do not believe in the electability arguments that was presented by mainstream media any longer. That's the only reason. I don't think if Barack Obama intercepted these current primary races, for example, if he were to come in and say, you have to vote for this person over this other person, I don't know if he would have the same level of influence capabilities. Because there are other figures that are also very popular within the movement, and there are also other organizations that are growing in power that are not that are not inside of the Democratic Party. They're not accountable to the party bosses, and there is a lot more outside pressure.
I'd say there's a little bit of sheen that's been taken off his legacy, but no, it's hard to really say actually. As far as 2028, to me, it's amorphous. If I was looking into a crystal ball, it would just be a cloud, right? We don't know anything. There's so many variables about who gets in, who stays out, who gets in when. It's so hard to call, right? And even when you do have like big figures in, like John McCain, for instance, in 2008. There was a time at which the McCain campaign was thinking about calling it quits, and they ended up staying in and being the nominee. So it's really, I mean, we're talking about like, we're like 2 years out here from any serious campaigning. He would, endorse Gavin Newsom. I mean, you might be in a situation where it's all Gavin Newsom's, right? Unfortunately, I'm hoping that there's going to be, another choice that's not Kamala Harris, or
and people are a lot more aware of the things that took place or the decisions that they made. I talked to a lot of boomers. If you were to ask a lot of boomers, many of them say they voted for Hillary Clinton. They thought Bernie was bad. They thought he was a spoiler. They no longer believe that. They understand that they were wrong about that assessment. And I get a lot of confidence from those conversations that I have with people, and I get a lot of confidence from these elections that I'm seeing, where a lot of people over the age of 65 are voting for random, unknown, very young candidates, Democratic Socialists, and these are high propensity voters that are lifelong Democrats.
What do you think of Tucker Carlson and MTG? Because these are both extremely anti-war people who have basically abandoned the Republican Party because they're anti-war. How? I mean, how do you perceive these two people in particular?
I think Tucker Carlson is very connected to J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, and therefore he's garnering a lot of legitimacy in the anti-war space. And there are plenty of people who actually believe him and think he's a sincere voice. And he does make a very convincing case in that front, especially against Israel. And regardless of what he is saying, I still think that his ultimate ambition is to either take that legitimacy and lend it to J.D. Vance, or maybe even
Dog the God. I like this take for real. There's gonna be like 8 Newsoms and like 1.5 actually good candidates. AOC and Ro Khanna counts as a half. Yeah.
Take that legitimacy into going through with his own ambitions of higher office and maybe even run for president. That's what I think. But I don't think it's like a real. I mean, I think it's ultimately going to be him lending that credence to J.D. Vance. That's what I think. And I don't think J.D. Vance is actually a critic of Israel in any way, shape, or form. I think he's just performing a role for Peter Thiel.
Tucker will throw his hat into the ring. Look, latest on Tucker is he's been talking about starting a third party, right? I'm trying to remember. Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about it too, but her plan sounds a little bit more far off. Tucker is talking in a vague way where, he could try to, kind of like he'd have to get a big investor, right? He'd have to have big money, to basically, and it wouldn't be, I don't think it would be a party. I think it would be like a independent run that might be a start of a party, kind of like the Reform Party in the 2000s after Ross Perot. It would be something like that. But I mean, it most likely would be a spoiler for the Republicans. They probably try to do something to throw some bone to the left to try to, attract from both sides. But I'm not sure how, successful that would be. Any, person of the left that kind of gets on board either a Tucker Carlson ticket or a Tucker Carlson endorsed ticket is going to be looked at as a traitor. So,
and how about MTG?
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is just, I mean, she's a little bit of a kook. She's a little bit of a crank. Here's the thing. I think both Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene do sincerely think that the violence that they saw in Gaza is unconscionable. I do think that. Having said that, however, I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene has like any sort of real constituency because she no longer she abandoned her post, she abandoned the party, and she lost whatever power she could have potentially had as a reliable vote, for example. She probably didn't want to get primaried by way of Thomas Massey. There's a very high likelihood that would have happened to her. But still, she would have still been able to be a vote and a voice before she got primaried. So I don't think she should have retired. But I don't know where she goes from this point on. Maybe in independent media, somewhere like that. But ultimately, I don't think she's like a significant force in American politics any longer.
And do you think that after the midterms, there might be a prominent anti-war caucus emerging in Congress that tries to get the United States out of this silly war?
Yes, but I don't think it'll be Republicans. Well, it could be Republicans because lame duck, Trump's unpopularity skyrockets after the midterm defeats. He's not able to achieve the electoral gaming that he wants to set up, abolishing vote by mail, things like that. And therefore, the sequence of midterm defeats caused the party bosses to sour.
Wait.
This happened last time when Donald.
Why is the chat saying wokage? Is that that's an emote? That's got to be an emote. Is that like a BTTV emote?
Trump. This happened last time Donald Trump was in power as well. And then eventually they will look for a new leader in the party to take over the role of Donald Trump. That's what I think is going to happen. And therefore, because he's losing his legitimacy, a lot of careerist politicians, even on the Republican side, will most likely try to coalesce around an anti-war force, recognizing that the attitude has shifted dramatically in that direction. And there's no cult-like figure that is all-powerful that can muster up the forces.
So you know a lot better than I do, but I would guess that for the midterms, the Democrats are going to promote a lot of blue dog candidates.
Of course.
Are you concerned at all about that?
I mean, that's just what they do. They've done that every midterm. They will always promote the most conservative Democrats they possibly can.
In which case, it's possible, like after the midterms, there might be even more pressure from Congress to expand this war. Do you think that's a possibility?
There's always a possibility, yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, in the interest of making sure that we avoid that reality, I'm trying to get as many anti-war voices elected as possible right now. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. There's still going to be a lot larger of a force within the Democratic Party that will still most likely maintain a militant posture. But that only heightens the contradictions. Just like Israel overplaying its hand and constantly hitting the anti-Semitism button and demanding that governments like the UK start punishing people for being outspoken critics of Israel frustrates a lot of people. That tension keeps bubbling up and it has to go somewhere. You have to release a pressure valve. And democracy is supposed to be that pressure valve. If the Western world no longer has any confidence in democracy and the democratic process, which I agree with you, I think it is an oligarchy. I don't think it's a real democratic process regardless. But once it gets to that point, changes will be inevitable. That's it. And I think people, powerful interests of capital, will want to maintain a level of stability. They can make money in crisis. They can make money through volatility.
6 hours.
And too much volatility, all of a sudden they're not making money. Then it becomes unpredictable. So in an effort to avoid that, they will have to concede. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, I'm rooting for you. And I really hope that there can be a revolution within the Democratic Party that brings in young, fresh voices such as Mamdani, such as yourself, because this is really the best hope for America right now. The Republican Party has become, as you point out, a cult. And so really the best hope right now is that the Democratic Party becomes the anti-war, pro-worker faction in America again.
All right. Well, Professor Jiang, thank you so much for coming.
There we go.
I have a photo shoot that I have to attend.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That was a journey and a half.
Yeah. I wonder what Hasan's goals were here. I mean, he did definitely push back against a lot. He disagreed a lot. But I mean, there was. I feel like Jiang kind of got away with dressing up his theories as being, I guess, more vague and less, leaning into the anti-Semitism than they really are. We've seen him, Chad. Go back to my I think not the first video I did on him, because I was fairly nice to him in that first video, but the second video I think is where we really dug in, because I had some people when I watched some of his content on the first video. I had some people be like, "You really got to check this out," and they were right. They were right. He goes mask off in some of his videos. I'm sure that those videos have been taken down by now. There's also this whole description of what sounds like a very abusive situation between him and his kids at a water park or at a pool. It was pretty much all I needed to see to know that this guy, well, I mean, the first video kind of showed that he's not serious. The second video, I guess, shows that, he does go into some, deep conspiracy theories. And it's mostly like the anti-Semitic stuff is mostly about Chabad Lubavitch, but we just got this general idea of like, well, do you think that Schneerson could have been, maybe Schneerson knew about Donald Trump? Maybe Schneerson was bringing Donald Trump into his orbit. Like, he just didn't even offer anything substantial enough for Hasan to like want to debunk, because it's all just so like obviously a stretch. So that's what we did for today. I'm a little bit surprised. I don't know what the draw is for Professor Jiang. I guess people don't want to think for themselves. Look, same thing with Vosh, same thing with Destiny. All right, if you didn't go to school, or you didn't finish undergrad or whatever, people like Jiang can give you the feeling of an intellectual experience, of an intellectual accomplishment, even without the rigor that you would have from being beholden to a syllabus and a professor, right? And that's, I think, the draw of Professor Jiang. Also, because he plays so fast and loose, because he never stops to like actually like prove anything, everything's a thought experiment. It allows people to kind of go from like one idea to another. You feel like Tarzan, you know what I mean? You're like swinging from one vine to another, and you don't notice that like the connection between those vines is pretty fucking minimal. There's no real proof there. It's just a thought experiment. Everything is just, and it's the lack of rigor, like, makes it fun, I think. That's my assessment of Professor Jiang. But chat, we got to. I said I was only going to do maximum 6 hours from now on, with the exception of gaming day, which is tomorrow. I'll probably go a little bit longer. I went a little longer than 6 hours today, but you earned it. And also, I wanted to see if is there anything else. Like I heard a lot of different descriptions. They haven't really. I don't know. I mean, I didn't see, like, that was kind of a. I don't want to say it like a swing and a miss, but maybe less productive than I wanted it to be in terms of Professor Jiang. He was exposed for how thinly connected his theories actually are, but not much more than that. Not much more than that. Speaking of connected, we are all connected, and I'm connecting you right now to a streamer named Neurodetergent, who you may or may not have heard of, right? If you're watching on Twitch, you're about to be rated over there. At the same time, I am going to endeavor to shout out my Patreons, because I don't know if you know this, chat, but if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. So let's do those now. Shouts out go to Neopergosh, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Cyberroad, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayer, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out goes to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. Chat, if you haven't already, I really do appreciate you liking the YouTube stream. As always, I appreciate everybody supporting the blast off tweet, which I'm told did get jailbroken. I don't know if it's broken containment yet, but we're waiting. We got 10 more seconds on that. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang. That means a lot to me. There are ways that you can support the stream, even at no cost to yourself. One of those is, liking the stream, engaging in the stream, helping me out with the tweet on the blast off tweet on Twitter, because I know not all of you can support financially. I'm in the same boat. There's a ton of projects out there, a ton of creators I would love to support if I had disposable income. I don't. Some of you don't. So I want to make sure that nobody ever feels like you're not doing your part. You absolutely are doing your part, and don't think I don't appreciate it. I do. We're going to be streaming earlier from now on. We got a shout out from Neurodetergent. Thank you. That's very nice. Let me just pull up once again. Oh no, I don't know if I have time. I'll try to. I don't know if I have to. Wait, no, I don't want that, do I? I'm looking for my. Wait, can we just do it on here, maybe? And just go no comment. Chick and oh wait, what? That's weird. That's weird. I gotta look at that again. Chat, did anybody see something scroll down that was like a gameplay channel or something? Not past videos. I just want the actual channel. Wait, can I? No, wait, I gotta if I do this. Okay, and I do this. Oh no. Okay. Streamception! That's not what I was going for, though. That's not what I was going for at all. I mean, we do Streamception from time to time, accidentally or on purpose. But what I'm really looking for is the schedule. You see, this is the schedule, right? I got started a little late today, but from now on, plan to start 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. That will be on Friday, Saturday, Monday. Here, let's go to the next week. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You can see it starting at 7 o'clock here. It's lasting for 4 hours. I'll go up to 6 hours. I haven't figured out exactly how the monetization is going to go, but the takeaway is I am now streaming 5 days a week consistently on days that you know about. We might add in a Thursday or a Sunday here if need be. Be on the lookout for that. But the streams you can count on are, again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And I'll try to be good about letting you know if something comes up and I have to miss a day. I wanna for now the community tab on YouTube, I think, will service that. I'm gonna try to figure out some way to get to the Twitch people too. They're all obviously have already been rated out, so they're not here now. But I'll try to figure out maybe, I don't know. I know stories, but I don't think anybody watches. I don't think anybody looks at the stories. But anyway, it's been an awesome night. Thank you for being here, even if the content was strange. We got a lot of strange. We had a lot of strange fun. So I don't know, chat. I gotta get some rest before Thai class. I'm gonna lay down for 2 seconds, and I'm gonna go to Thai class. So much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other. And in the immortal words of the immortal weirdo John McLaughlin of the McLaughlin panel show. I don't know what it was called, but anyway, bye bye.